with your natural talent, as long as no accidents happen, entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp shouldn't be a problem. Lin Zhao looked at Xiaoyu as he smiled. Entering isn't difficult, but it isn't easy to continue surviving in there. In the past 30 years, at least around 100 genius disciples of our Aurora City's 3 great clans have passed the test and entered the genius camp, but in the end not even one came out alive. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. You've all been speaking about some Iron Blood Army's genius camp for so long. What is it all about? Duan Lingtan asked out the question that had been bothering him. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Lin Qin looked at Duan Lingtan as if looking at an alien. Is it that strange? Duan Lingtan was dazed. After a moment, after hearing the explanation from Lin Zhao, Duan Lingtan finally knew what sort of place the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a formidable army under the command of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, garrisoned in Iron Blood City at the border. The officers of the Iron Blood Army are allegedly able to win 1 against 10 fights with unstoppable might. Whereas the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, on the other hand, was a standalone army camp that gathered young geniuses and was directly under the control of the Imperial family. In the Imperial City of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was a Paladin Academy. As long as a student graduates from the academy, practically all of them are conferred with some sort of official appointment, respectively conferred an area of land, and end up becoming a noble. At that time, they would need to say the word, and it would be enough to completely annihilate factions such as the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were numerous small cities similar to Aurora City, and factions similar to the 3 great clans were even more numerous. Paladin Academy's entry threshold was extremely high. Besides disciples of the royal family and the outstanding disciples of the few eminent families being able to directly enter the academy, if an ordinary person wanted to enter the academy, then they would have to go through a brutal test just to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was precisely one of these numerous brutal tests. The genius camp was a special training camp that lasted a year. Only those who survive through the special training have the qualification to become one of the students at Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, there have been nearly 100 disciples of Aurora City's 3 great clans that passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. However, these people all died without exception in the course of the genius camp's special training. Hence, one can see the brutality of the genius camp. Allegedly, only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the genius camp are able to survive the year. Since the beginning, there has been a saying, 9 die, 1 lives. Genius camp apostrophe. A youth genius without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage would fundamentally not dare to enter the genius camp. Once you've entered the genius camp, you will be confronted with only 2 paths. The first, die. The second, achieve greatness. Imperial City. Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtan started pondering. The Duan clan was at the Imperial City. According to what his mother said, the Duan clan should be one of the eminent families in the Imperial City. The Duan clan, the day he went there would eventually come. He only had one reason, to take Duan Lingxing's life. That day, Duan Lingxing injured Kerr and heavily injured Li Xuan, already completely enraging him. Maybe this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. Maybe because of his experience having a military career in his previous life, it caused Duan Lingtan to have a sense of intimacy towards the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Xiaoyu looked at Duan Lingtan as he asked, so how about it, Duan Lingtan? Are you interested? You and Meng Quinn said earlier that the genius camp's test was in half a year's time? Duan Lingtan asked. Yes, but if you want to go, then you must leave 1 month in advance. Because from our Aurora City to Iron Blood City, even if you travel at top speed, you will still need to spend close to a month, Xiaoyu slowly said. If you want to go, you can go with me and Meng Quinn, Xiaoyu continued. Duan Lingtan lightly nodded, but he didn't say if he would go or not. No rush, there's still another 5 months to go. Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and young girls enjoyed themselves and the banquet soon approached its end. Right, Duan Lingtan, you cut off Li Qing's finger today. Even if it can be connected back in time, at least half of his dark nether finger will probably be crippled. Li Qing is brainless and thus there's nothing to fear from him. But his grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder, is a prominent figure, so you must be careful. As Xiao Yu and his sister personally sent Duan Lingtan's group out of the Xiao clan estate, Xiao Yu had a serious expression as he warned Duan Lingtan. Thanks for the warning. Duan Lingtan nodded. Looking at Duan Lingtan's group leaving from afar, Xiao Yu turned around to look at his sister, Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's clear and beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster. Lan, interested? Xiao Yu had a faint smile on his face. Big brother, what are you talking about? Xiao Lan's cheeks were bright red, then she turned around and left in embarrassment. Xiao Yu laughed loudly. Every young girl thought of love, so he didn't mind. Moreover, Duan Lingtan was indeed outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had extremely high expectations, would be interested. On the way back to Aurora City, Lin Zuo suggested, Duan Lingtan, if you want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, I suggest you go after a year or two. You are different from Xiao Yu and Meng Guan. If they don't go this time, then they'll forever not have the chance. But you are just 16, even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited youth geniuses below the age of 19. Duan Lingtan lightly nodded, but neither indicated consent nor dissent. They quickly arrived at Aurora City. Duan Lingtan, if you need any help in the future, you can look for us in the Lin clan. As long as it's within my ability, I will absolutely not decline. Before going their own ways, Lin Zuo lightly smiled to Duan Lingtan. Yeah, we are friends. You don't have to be courteous to us, Lin Chi said. Sure. Duan Lingtan smiled amicably to the two of them. He could be considered to be friends with Lin Zuo and Lin Chi. Their friendship was made from the exchange of blows. They appreciated their own kind. You've broken through to the core formation stage now. Can you treat my grandfather yet? On the way back to the Li clan estate, Leaf gazed at Duan Lingtan. Yes, my dear wifey. Duan Lingtan answered in all seriousness. What's a wifey? Leaf was dazed. It means wife. It's the way we say it in the small towns at the countryside. Only now did Duan Lingtan realize he misspoke. In this world, there was no such thing as wifey. Pei, who's your wife? Leaf blushed. My good wife, have you forgotten about our agreement? Duan Lingtan extended his hand and wrapped his arm around Leaf's slender figure. A soft and supple feeling entered his hand. Leaf's delicate figure trembled and was slightly stiff, but she didn't resist as she lightly said, hurry up and let go. There are people ahead. Duan Lingtan laughed loudly and stopped teasing her. Okay, tomorrow morning I'll come to your house to see you and grandfather. I'm quite tired today, so I need to return and take a good night's sleep. After returning to the Li clan estate and sending Leaf back home, only then did Duan Lingtan return home. At the moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed the young girl sitting in front of a table with an exhausted appearance. She was dozing off. The table was filled with food. Duan Lingtan felt an ache in his heart. He could guess that Kerr had most certainly waited for him the entire night. Young master. Kerr heard some sounds and rubbed her eyes in a daze. Then she abruptly stood up in shock and brought Duan Lingtan to the table. Madam said you surely had eaten outside. But I still made some food. Young master, have you eaten? Silly girl, I haven't eaten, and I'm indeed hungry right now. Come, eat with me. Duan Lingtan sat down, and accompanied by the young girl, he cleaned all the food on the table. Even though at the end he was overly full, there was only warmth which flowed through Duan Lingtan's heart. No matter what, this was Kerr's feelings. He wasn't willing to disappoint her. Seeing Duan Lingtan finishing all the food, Kerr had a satisfied expression on her face. After clearing up the tableware, she notified Duan Lingtan and was prepared to return to her room and sleep. Kerr, sleep in my room tonight. I want to cuddle with you. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath as he looked at the young girl. The young girl was panic-stricken and her cheeks blushed, but she still lightly nodded. Lying on the bed, smelling the pure and fresh virgin's fragrance off the young girl, Duan Lingtan's lower regions were hot and reacted. But he didn't take it a step further, only embracing the young girl with one hand holding the budding flower on her chest, laying the contently. Young master. The young girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She could feel a burning hard object pushing up against her from behind. Ka, go to sleep. Embracing the young girl, smelling the young girl's fragrant hair, Duan Lingtan fell soundly asleep. He wasn't Liu Xiaohui one, but a man that was full of vigor and vitality. However, the young girl was still young after all. so he was reluctant to take her at this moment. If the young girl in his embrace was Leaf, he would disregard everything and pounce on her, to claim her and vent out to his heart's content. Hearing the sound of Duan Lingtan's steady breathing, the young girl let out a breath of air as she relaxed. Her face emitted a smile of happiness. The next day, close to noon, Duan Lingtan awoke. Not good. Only now did Duan Lingtan recall the agreement he made with Leaf, young master. At this moment, the young girl in his embrace was roused from her sleep because of him. If you're still sleepy, then sleep for a while longer. Duan Lingtan gave the young girl a hug and kissed her on the forehead before getting off the bed and putting on some clothes. The young girl followed him off the bed and put on her clothes before leaving the room together with Duan Lingtan, who knew that the moment they opened the room door, they saw the hot-bodied young girl standing in the courtyard who just happened to look over. U2. Seeing the scene in front of her, Leaf was so angry that she was at a loss for words. Big Sister F***er greeted Leaf before running back to her own room in embarrassment. Duan Lingtan, on the other hand, had a natural expression as he looked at Leaf. Little let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept. Accidentally? Leaf's eyes seemed to be on the verge of emitting fire, but when she thought of how she needed Duan Lingtan to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Leaf, Duan Lingtan could still feel the smell of gunpowder that surrounded him. He shook his head and smiled. She really was overly jealous. U2. Last night. Eventually, Leaf couldn't hold back. You want to ask me what we did last night, right? Duan Lingtan lightly smiled as if he could see through Leaf's thoughts. Leaf didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. Hey, when can Micah grow up to become like you? If it were you, I wouldn't have had to suppress the fire in me and sleep through the night. Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh as he sized up Leaf's hot figure in an unrestrained manner. Little why don't you sleep with me tonight? Ask your cur to sleep with you. Leaf made a spitting sound, but her expression eased up slightly. 1. Google this name if you want to find out about it. He followed Leaf to her house. After a month's time, Duan Lingtan once again met the old man. I really didn't expect you would complete your breakthrough so quickly. Although he had heard from Leaf about how Duan Lingtan broke through yesterday, when he saw Duan Lingtan, he still couldn't help himself from being surprised. A 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was still an existence that was like phoenix feathers and Kylin horns. If he knew that there was another 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Lingtan's home, God knows how he would feel then. Grandfather, I can refine the medicinal pill for you and uproot your hidden injuries today. But I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one, right? Duan Lingtan blinked his eyes as a trace of cunning flashed within. Kid, you're actually having ideas about my things. I do indeed have a cauldron, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. Are you really capable of refining medicinal pills? The old man's eye emitted a sense of doubt. Duan Lingtan continued with no nonsense. He directly lifted his hand, with his palm facing upwards, circulating his origin energy. In the next moment, as if he was possessed by the Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Lingtan skillfully transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The grade of an alchemist was judged based on the grade of the pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You really are a little freak that nobody can see through. The old man gave Duan Lingtan a deep glance. If you can really refine a medicinal pill, then can uproot my hidden injuries, I might as well gift that cauldron to you. Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something that your teacher left behind for you? Leaf's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She knew the meaning of that cauldron to her grandfather. Grandfather, since that cauldron has a special meaning to you, then it's fine. I'll just casually refine a cauldron myself to play with. Duan Lingtan smiled at the old man, unwilling to take away his prized possession. Forget about that. That cauldron is my master's peak creation. Leaving it in my hands will only be wasting such a valuable item. It would be better off giving off its splendor in your hands. But kid, you said that you would casually refine a cauldron to play with? Don't tell me you can condense a weapon flame as well. The old man had a strange expression. Hiss. The pill fire on Duan Lingtan's palm distorted and become more destructive. Instantly, the air in the seemed to become hotter. Grade 9 weapon flame. As a weapons craftsman, the old man naturally was able to differentiate between the pill fire and weapon flame. The pill fire was more restrained. The weapon flame was more destructive and unrestrained. You. The old man's breathing became hurried, slightly unable to catch his breath. Condensing pill fire or weapon flame out of origin energy was something that even someone with a high natural talent would require years of painstaking cultivation to achieve. But the violet-clothed youth in front of him completely overturned what he knew about alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Years ago, he spent a whole 5 years before he was able to successfully condense his weapon flame. But even then, his teacher said that he had outstanding natural talent. Grandfather, don't get agitated. Duan Lingtan withdrew his weapon flame and smiled. Leaf had long since been struck dumb. Although she wasn't an alchemist or weapons craftsman, as she followed by her grandfather's side since a young age, she was imbued with the knowledge she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or weapons craftsman. But now, what happened before her very eyes utterly overturned everything her grandfather had once said. I have really wasted my life all these years. The old man finally caught his breath and had a bitter smile. Duan Lingtan quickly diverted the topic. Grandfather, the medicinal pill I want to refine for you includes some medicinal materials that are fairly rare, so ordinary medicine stores wouldn't sell them. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended upon the other crest beside the Lee clan's crest on the old man's chest. He recognized it. That was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest of the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one goes in the entire Cloud Continent, they would still be able to receive treatment that was extremely good. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town's branch family's Grand Elder, Li Huo, had the Alchemist Guild's crest on his chest at all times to indicate his status as a Grade 9 alchemist. You want to buy medicinal materials from the Alchemist Guild? The old man frowned slightly. According to what I know, the medicinal materials in the Alchemist Guild can't be exchanged for money and must be exchanged for with the Alchemist Guild's points. I know of this. Duan Lingtan nodded. What a joke. Years ago, Rebirth Martial Emperor was the only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud Continent. And he even was the honorary guild master of the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. He was extremely clear about the workings of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, then one must provide a contribution to the Alchemist Guild, such as completing the assignments posted by the Alchemist Guild. Contributing some sort of rare medicinal material would also result in generous points. The old man gave Duan Lingtan an address. Duan Lingtan left the Li clan estate. Leaf curiously followed along. This rundown place is the Alchemist Guild. After arriving at the end of a small alley and looking at the condemned building that looked like it would fall at any moment, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth twitched. But in the next moment, what Leaf said caused Duan Lingtan to be completely speechless. Not bad. It's slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Leaf looked at the condemned building and judged. Duan Lingtan could only imagine how Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would undoubtedly be in an even more terrible state. When he walked in the Alchemist Guild, it was completely different to what he expected. Although the hall was old and worn out, it was very simple and clean. When they entered, besides the young girl behind the counter, there wasn't anybody else. The two of them walked to the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post an assignment or collect the medicinal pills that you entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine? The young girl had an ordinary appearance but was very animated. She had a pair of big eyes that were brimming with vigor. Ordinary people were able to post assignments in the Alchemist Guild by means of monetary payments and entrust the Alchemist Guild to refine the medicinal pill required. These assignments would be put up by the Alchemist Guild and offered to the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to take on. The rewards of these assignments would be then converted to the Alchemist Guild points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to an alchemist, they were extremely valuable. Sometimes, some alchemists would even spend large sums of money to post assignments which they would then complete themselves as a way to earn points. This was equivalent to using money in exchange for points. In the Alchemist's Guild, according to the rules, money was restricted from being directly converted into points. But the proverbs were indeed correct. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. I've come to register as a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled as he proclaimed the reason of his arrival. Register as a grade 9 alchemist. The young girl was stunned. She thought that she had heard wrong. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a grade 9 alchemist, let alone that fact that a grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation stage martial artist. Even if this youth's natural talent in the martial and alchemy was any better, it would still at least require spending a few years of bitter cultivation to condense the origin energy into Pilfia after breaking through to the core formation stage. This was the iron law of the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtan frowned as he asked, "What, you're not in charge?" "Customer, wait a moment. I'll go get the guild master." Although the young girl felt it to be inconceivable, he was a customer after all, and she wasn't able to differentiate the truth of the matter, so she could only get Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. The young girl returned with an old man after a short moment. The old man was brimming with energy and vigor, and his eyes shone with a shrewd light. "Who wants to register as a grade 9 alchemist?" The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Lingtan and Leaf, and his brows slightly furrowed. "Me." Duan Lingtan looked at the old man. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice, "You? Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home, this isn't the place to joke around." "Geezer, how could you not have any manners?" Leaf couldn't stand by and watch anymore. "Humphrey, what manners does a little girl like you know about the two of you coming here to joke around? This is called manners?" For a moment there I even thought that Aurora City had a new alchemist, but I never imagined that it would turn out to be two kids who came to make a ruckus. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly ashamed and irritated. "Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't always look at the surface of things." Duan Lingtan swept the old man with his indifferent gaze. As he finished speaking, he turned his palm upwards and a milky white Pilfia jumped about on it. The old man and young girl were both dumbstruck. A grade 9 Pilfia. It wasn't something they hadn't seen before, but it appearing in a 16-year-old youth's hand was something they saw for the first time. "Kid, do you have a master?" The old man's eyes shone. His attitude took a 360-degree turn as he looked at Duan Lingtan as if looking at a treasure. "What nonsense! If I didn't have a master, would I be able to become a grade 9 alchemist at such an age?" Duan Lingtan gave the old man a disdainful glance. He naturally was aware of the old man getting ideas of wanting to take him as a disciple. But as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher at all. The old man's expression froze for a moment and briefly had embarrassment on it. The old man quickly helped Duan Lingtan register and passed a grade 9 alchemist crest and a crystal card to Duan Lingtan. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. Duan Lingtan could see that the remaining points inside were 0 when he circulated his origin energy into the crystal card. The old man looked at Duan Lingtan and could not regain his senses for an extremely long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist. He suddenly felt that for all these years, the hidden bitterness he had accumulated for being sent to this desolate place had suddenly slightly dissipated. "Right, geezer, I need some materials," Duan Lingtan said. "Kid, I'm not some geezer, I'm Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Sumo." "As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete an assignment or contribute a medicinal formula, you can exchange them for some points and buy what you want with those points." Sumo glared at Duan Lingtan. "HMPH. Then I'll post some assignments now." Duan Lingtan withdrew a stack of silver bills. "Kid, I have to warn you, when it comes to the assignments that are posted by customers in the Alchemist Guild, I as the Alchemist Guild's guild master have the authority to take priority when accepting these assignments. So if you want to exchange for points with money, you better forget it." The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as if he had Duan Lingtan in the palm of his hand. "Geezer, you're really shameless." Hearing what Sumo said, Leaf couldn't take it anymore and said this on Duan Lingtan's behalf. "Little girl, this isn't called shameless. I'm just abiding by the rules of the Alchemist Guild." The corners of Sumo's curled into a complacent simile. Leaf was flustered. You don't have to get angry with an old man. The old man's heart isn't well. If you accidentally anger him until he faints, we will have to compensate a lot of money." Duan Lingtan extended his hand and held on to Leaf's jade-like hand. He rubbed her palm to make her feel at ease. Leaf took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtan with a puzzled expression. Duan Lingtan looked at Sumo, whose expression froze for a moment. The corners of his mouth had a slight smile. Wanting to steal his business? Help me register. I want to post an assignment. Duan Lingtan looked at the young girl beside Sumo. The young girl was slightly hesitant and looked to the old man. He's currently a customer of our alchemist guild. Pass the assignment over to me once you've registered it. Sumo nodded to the young girl. But in a short moment, when he heard the assignment Duan Lingtan posted, the smile on his face completely froze. 10,000 silver, refine 3 phosphorus flame pills. Phosphorus flame pill. What medicinal pill was that? He had never heard of such a medicinal pill. Giza. According to the Alchemist Guild's rules, if an alchemist can refine the medicinal pill required by an assignment, he can get an advance on the points required to buy the medicinal materials. They can then deduct the points from the assignment's reward once it is completed. I'm not wrong, am I? Duan Lingtan gave Sumo a deep glance. Sumo felt slightly depressed. There indeed was such a rule. Sumo unwillingly took out the medicinal materials Duan Lingtan required, also arranging a quiet room for Duan Lingtan. Giza, you won't mind lending your cauldron to me for a while, right? Duan Lingtan blinked his eyes, causing the corners of Sumo's mouth to twitch. Lending is not a problem, but I have to ask for 10 points from you. Sumo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, he actually had to borrow a cauldron from another. Really unprofessional. 10 points? Duan Lingtan frowned. This 10,000 silver assignment seems to be only worth 100 points, right? And the materials you gave me, how many points do they require? Not much, 30 points. When Sumo noticed the frown on Duan Lingtan's face, his tense face finally had a slight smile on it. You're really shady. But you better not regret it. Duan Lingtan received the cauldron from Sumo and gave Sumo a deep glance. Only then did he take leave and enter the silent room and closed the door behind him. Regret? What do I have to regret? Sumo paid no attention to it. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtan shook the cauldron in his hand and nodded. That geezer is crafty, but his cauldron is indeed not bad and can be considered top quality among grade 8 spirit weapons. Alchemists had many requirements of their cauldrons when they refined medicinal pills. For example, a grade 9 alchemist required the use of a grade 9 spirit weapon or above cauldron to guarantee the cauldron wouldn't be melted by the pill fire. A grade 8 alchemist would require a grade 8 spirit weapon or above cauldron, so on and so forth. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher their requirement towards their cauldron. You said you wanted to make that Giju be regretful? Leaf looked at Duan Lingtan curiously. You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtan smiled mysteriously. After putting the cauldron on the stone platform in the quiet room, Duan Lingtan's palm burned with a milky white pill fire, then he opened the cauldron cover and placed the pill fire within. At the same time, Duan Lingtan started putting the materials in one by one. Refining medicinal pills was particular about the order in which medicinal materials were added in, as well as the amount. A small discrepancy could lead to a great error. After that was the control of the pill fire. When Duan Lingtan finished putting all of the materials into the cauldron, he covered the cauldron. His origin energy jumped about in his palms and condensed into pill fire. He then put his hands on the 2 air vents of the cauldron and sent the pill fire in, starting to refine the medicinal pill with a pill fire of high strength. The string of moments were completed like flowing water, as if it was a performance by an alchemist with abundant experience. Leaf, who was standing at the side, was completely stupefied as she watched. Is he really only 16? Leaf's heart shook. Everything this youth in front of her was completely not something a 16-year-old youth should be capable of. She felt the youth to be even more mysterious. She had an unfathomable feeling. 1 hour later, Duan Lingtan's hands jerked as his pill fire increased explosively, rushing into the cauldron. Pill harvest. Instantly, 3 medicinal pills that flickered with a crimson brilliance flew out from the opening in the side of the cauldron, falling into Duan Lingtan's hand. My first time refining medicinal pills seems to be not bad. The purity is over 90%. Looking at the medicinal pills, Duan Lingtan laughed in satisfaction. Even if they were refining the same medicinal pill, every alchemist's completed product would have a difference in purity. The lesser the impurities within the medicinal pill, the better the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill would be. If it was a phosphorus flame pill refined by an ordinary grade 9 alchemist, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, Fresh Breeze Townsley branch family's grand elder, the Thunder Flame pill he refined only had a purity of a little over 50%, so the medicinal effect was reduced significantly. The phosphorus flame pill was precisely the medicinal pill he refined for Leaf's grandfather. Based on Leaf's grandfather's current circumstances, only a phosphorus flame pill with a purity of over 80% would be able to completely uproot his hidden injuries. Therefore, Duan Lingtan could only refine a high-purity medicinal pill by himself. Purity of above 90%. Any alchemist would be aware of how rare this level of purity was. Therefore, when Duan Lingtan took the phosphorus flame pill to collect the assignment's points, Sumo's expression was abnormally marvelous. Picking up the phosphorus flame pill, Sumo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the phosphorus flame pill, nor did he know its use, at this moment he could use the perception of a grade 8 alchemist to notice how extraordinary this medicinal pill was. Based on his rough estimate, this phosphorus flame pill had a purity of at least 90%. What sort of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally understood. Even a grade 1 alchemist of Cloud Continent would not necessarily be able to increase the purity to such a level when refining a grade 9 medicinal pill. After all, on a similar medicinal pill, a purity of 60% and 90% was absolutely like the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was completely not on the same level. Kid, how did you do it? Sumo looked at Duan Lingtan in a slightly agitated manner. I casually refined it and it just happened. How about it? It's not bad, right? This is the first time I'm refining a medicinal pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday. Duan Lingtan glanced at Sumo before grinning, revealing a set of white teeth. Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday. First time refining a medicinal pill. Hearing this, the corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Sumo frowned. I'm not kidding. Duan Lingtan spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I can bear witness. Noticing how Sumo looked right now, Leaf's mood was exceptional and her beautiful face had a trace of a smile. Yesterday, in the youth gathering hosted in the Xiao clan estate, numerous youth geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own two eyes. Also, on this year's new Hidden Dragon list, he's ranked at the top. Ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list. Sumo's pupils constricted. He has been in Aurora City for a few years, so he had naturally heard of how the Aurora City young geniuses had a ranking called Hidden Dragon list. The young geniuses who could be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Xiao clan's Xiao obtained the second rank in the Hidden Dragon list last year when he was 17. This year, could it be that he still lost to this kid? Sumo glanced at Leaf before looking at Duan Lingtan with a shocked expression. Leaf's beautiful eyes slightly moved as she slowly said, yes. This time Xiaoyu is still the second. Sumo exhaled out a breath of cold air. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was more than enough to shock him. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him. But even all this wasn't the end. First it was the over 90% purity medicinal pill. Then it was the first in the Hidden Dragon list. This violet-clothed youth, what kind of freak was he? Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never once heard of such a freak. Duan Lingtan. Sumo deeply remembered in his heart the name which the youth revealed during his registration. It's done. The young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duan Lingtan. Balance, 60 points. Let's go home. Duan Lingtan snatched the phosphorus flame pill back from Sumo's hands and called Leaf. Seeing Duan Lingtan and Leaf about to walk out the door, Sumo couldn't help but call out, wait. Is there something else? Duan Lingtan turned around and looked at him with a spurious smile. You said earlier that you hoped I wouldn't regret it. I want to know, what did you mean? Sumo inquired. If it was before, he would pay no attention to what Duan Lingtan had said. But once he experienced how miraculous Duan Lingtan was, he had to treat him seriously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, but you seem to have diverted off the right path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could perfectly break through to become a grade 7 alchemist. Such a pity. Duan Lingtan's eyebrows furrowed as he smiled. Sumo's face instantly turned black. Even this was considered to be not a big deal. At this moment, he even felt that Duan Lingtan had done it on purpose. Okay, geezer, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Duan Lingtan waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait. Sumo once again stopped Duan Lingtan. There's still something else? Duan Lingtan frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked at closely, it could be noticed that deep within his eyes was a hidden smiling expression. "You have a way?" Sumo asked. His breathing had become slightly hurried. "Yes." Duan Lingtan gave a straightforward answer. "What are your conditions?" Sumo didn't mince his words as he asked with a pained expression. He knew that based on Duan Lingtan's earlier attitude, he probably would have to bleed for it. "I won't be greedy, I only want half the points in your crystal card." Duan Lingtan grinned. Even that wasn't considered greedy. That was the points he had accumulated for half his lifetime. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched and he secretly thought, "Little fox." "I agree." But Sumo still decisively agreed upon his conditions and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtan. "But I want to examine the goods first before I give you the points." "What? You're scared I'll cheat you?" "Then forget it, we don't owe each other anything." Duan Lingtan extended his hand and grabbed Leaf's hand before walking away with quick steps. Whoosh! Instantly, Sumo blocked their passage. On top of being a grade 8 alchemist, Sumo was also a 9th level origin core martial artist. Even in the entire Aurora city, in the 3 great clans, only the few supreme elders were slightly more formidable than Sumo. However, with Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist coupled with the alchemist guild that backed him, even when the supreme elders of the 3 great clans saw him, they would still politely call him Guild Master Su. "Hand over your crystal card." Sumo looked at Duan Lingtan and extended his hand. Although he felt helpless in his heart, he chose to compromise. What Duan Lingtan said earlier was something he had noticed long ago. However, he didn't possess the experience of a grade 7 alchemist and thus could only stubbornly continue on the path he was on and stumble along the way. Now that he had a chance to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. As far as he was concerned, as long as he broke through and became a grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this damnable place. Aurora City, in the entirety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was only a small city. In the past, were it not for him offending a person who had both power and authority, it would be unlikely that he would have been sent here. As long as he breaks through to become a grade 7 alchemist, that person will be helpless to do anything to him. A grade 7 alchemist and grade 8 alchemist, although a difference of only 1 grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the vast Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were an entire 1,000 plus grade 8 alchemists who had registered themselves in the Alchemist Guild, whereas there were only just a few tens of grade 7 alchemists. A grade 7 alchemist had an honorable standing. Even the imperial family of Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. "Geezer, don't worry. You won't suffer any losses." Duan Lingtan held back his smile in the corners of his mouth as he handed over the crystal card. Quickly, the crystal card in Sumo's hand flicked and showed its balance. 10,000 points. Catching sight of this number, Duan Lingtan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all, 10,000 silver was only worth 100 points. These 10,000 points, if exchanged into silver, that would be 1 million silver. 1 million silver, what kind of concept was that? In next to no time, Duan Lingtan's crystal card had an extra 5,000 points, totaling to 5,060 points. Duan Lingtan received the crystal card with satisfaction as he smiled and said, "Geezer, I originally only intended to ask for a third of your net worth. But who asked you to cheat 10 points off me when I only borrowed your cauldron? Likewise, I can't go easy on you." The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Didn't that mean that he had given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? Even his intestines turned green from regret. PFFT. Leaf laughed like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Lingtan meant when he said you better not regret it. So it turned out that he had schemed this all along. "Starting from noon tomorrow, come look for me at the Lee clan. Right, remember to eat before coming. I don't provide food." Duan Lingtan grabbed Leaf's hand, walked around Sumo, and walked away. Sumo looked at their disappearing figures and his eyes narrowed. The Lee clan, when did they have such a figure? On the way back. "You're too ruthless," directly cheating him off half his points. Leaf looked at Duan Lingtan as she smiled, but after seeing Sumo be thwarted, her heart was filled with pleasure. "Who asked him to cheat me first?" Asking for 10 points just to casually use his lousy cauldron for a while, that's an entire 1,000 silver. Duan Lingtan had a pained expression as he spoke. "Took 1,000 silver, but lost 500,000 silver. I wonder if he will sleep tonight." Leaf giggled. Duan Ling Ten was entranced. "What are you looking at?" Leaf asked angrily. "Little my wife, you're truly beautiful." Duan Ling Ten said eagerly. "Pay. Who's your wife?" "Go look for your cur." "You're so overly jealous, but you still don't admit to being my wife." "I'm not." "Then I'll just have to turn around and pursue Xiao Lan." "Don't you dare." Amidst the frolicking, Duan Ling Ten and Leaf returned to the Li clan estate and subsequently Leaf's home. "You've finished refining so quickly?" When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills Duan Ling Ten passed over to him, he was stupefied. "I didn't spend much time because it's only a grade 9 medicinal pill." Duan Ling Ten lightly smiled. "Where did you get the cauldron from?" "Don't tell me that in just this amount of time, you refined a cauldron yourself." The old man looked at Duan Ling Ten as if he was looking at a freak. "Well, no." Duan Ling Ten smiled embarrassedly. "Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's Guildmaster Sumo. But that Sumo is really stingy. He actually asked Duan Ling Ten for 1,000 silver just to use his cauldron for an hour." Leaf's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit and her face was filled with dissatisfaction as she spoke. "Is that so? Isn't it only 1,000 silver? Grandfather can still afford it." As the old man spoke, he looked at Duan Ling Ten. "Kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll pay for them together." "Grandfather, this is my gift to you. I don't dare to take your money." When the old man said those words, Duan Ling Ten noticed Leaf glaring at him in a threatening manner that said, "If you dare take my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you." "Ha ha." "All right. In any case, this old man's money will be f's in the future anyway." The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he had already taken Duan Ling Ten as his future son-in-law. "Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll definitely live a long life." "As for this guy, he doesn't lack money. He just cheated Sumo off 500,000 silver." Leaf scowled, selling out Duan Ling Ten in the blink of an eye. 500,000 silver? The old man was dumbstruck. Although he was a grade 9 weapons craftsman, even all the wealth he had accumulated during half his lifetime wasn't worth 500,000 silver. What happened? The old man was curious. Leaf told the old man the sequence of events. "Ha ha. In that case, Guildmaster Su hurt himself by his own doing this time." The old man couldn't hold back his laughter. The old man's laughter vanished before long as he looked at Duan Ling Ten with a serious expression. "Kid, you can consider yourself lucky this time. This Guildmaster Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you can't use similar methods to dupe other powerhouses. Otherwise, once he attains his goal and comes for your life, you will lose more than you gained." "Don't worry, grandfather. I'm aware of what I should do." Duan Ling Ten nodded with an air of being educated. However, in his heart, he was thinking of something else. What the old man said was something he had long ago thought of, and he even had a way to cope with it which would guarantee his safety. In a vast courtyard, an incredibly swift figure pointed out his finger as he flashed about, causing a piercing howl to explode out. Dark nether finger. The figure was precisely leaking. His right index finger had been completely connected and healed already, and he was in the process of testing the degree of recovery. Glang. Dark nether finger flashed out, hitting a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of impact as the center, fissures split open in the stone pillar before exploding with a loud bang. Li King let out a shrill cry. As he gripped his right index finger, cold sweat flowed out. "King, what's wrong?" The person who was observing from the sidelines was a tall, elderly old man. He walked over with large strides and had a trace of worry between his brows. It was precisely Li King's grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder. "Li Tai." "Grandfather, my dark nether finger is crippled." Li King's face was pale as he was unable to accept this fact. In order to cultivate dark nether finger, only he was clear of how much mental and physical effort he expended. Finger techniques, besides their formidable might, were also 10 times more difficult to cultivate than regular martial skills. If he could take the mental and physical effort he expended on dark nether finger and use it on a different high-grade profound rank offense martial skill, he would have long ago cultivated it to the perfection stage. "King, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll be able to recover your dark nether finger's former might." Li Tai consoled. Li King had an ugly expression and said, in an unresigned manner, that would mean I need to start cultivating Dark Netherfinger all over again. Moreover, I'm not left-handed, so if I want to cultivate Dark Netherfinger to the mastery stage once more, it will be many times more difficult than before. It's all that Duan Lingtan's fault. It's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, how could this index finger of mine have been cut off? Grandfather, I want him dead. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Li King suddenly went mad. He had a savage expression as he howled. Li Tai took a deep breath. His murky eyes flashed with a cold light. Duan Lingtan. King, don't worry, grandfather will get justice for you. He's only just a branch family disciple, and if you want him dead, then he can't live. Li Tai's voice emitted a trace of coldness. Thank you, grandfather, thank you, grandfather. Hearing what Li Tai said, Li King's mood finally eased up. On the other side, after Duan Lingtan finished telling the old man of the precautions before consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and headed home. He happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard. Young Master Lingtan. The person smiled to Duan Lingtan before leaving. Duan Lingtan recognized him. This person was precisely the person who sent the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtan guessed the reason he came. The Xiao clan's operations are indeed quick. Duan Lingtan walked in and saw his mother sorting a pile of things. They were precisely the prizes for the first ranked in the hidden dragon list. "Dan, you were ranked first in the hidden dragon list." Liru noticed Duan Lingtan had returned and gave him a spurious smile. Duan Lingtan smiled as he said, "Mom, you're unhappy?" "Of course I'm happy. My Tan is really extraordinary." Liru lightly nodded. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her long-lost husband. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Dao. "Little Black, where are you going?" Abruptly, Ka's voice sounded from inside her room. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled itself around Duan Lingtan's wrist. It was precisely the little black python that had gone into a deep slumber for more than a month after consuming half the beast core of the snow python. Hiss hiss. The little black python flicked its tongue towards Duan Lingtan and was extremely happy. Duan Lingtan noticed that the little black python had changed. The gold markings on its body were much more profound. Its pupils had now transformed into golden pupils that seemed incomparably fierce. Moreover, the little black python's speed just now had obviously greatly surpassed its mother's, the black python. "Little Black, looks like you've undergone a metamorphosis." Duan Lingtan rubbed the little black python's small head as he lightly smiled. "Young master." Meanwhile, Ke had come out too. When the little white python that was coiled on her wrist noticed Duan Lingtan, it was slightly joyous as well. The little white python was similar to the little black python. They both had undergone great changes. The silver markings on its body were much more profound as well. Its pupils had transformed into silver pupils. Duan Lingtan took notice of the changes in the two variant little pythons. They were the offspring of the snow python. After a while of probing, Duan Lingtan discovered that even if he fully exploded forth with the entire strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing spirit serpent movement technique, his speed was still far inferior to the two little pythons. Good heavens! Duan Lingtan was shocked ineffably. "Your speed is swift, but I wonder how your strength is." Duan Lingtan brought the two little pythons to a side of the courtyard. There was a whole row of stone pillars there, and they were provided to be used for his usual cultivation. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtan took a few steps forward and punched out. A gust of wind swept by as his fist blasted a stone pillar in half. Hiss hiss. The pupils of the two little pythons shined as they transformed into two bolts of black and white lightning, flashing towards another stone pillar. Duan Lingtan noticed that in the sky, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air. An ordinary martial artist would need to cultivate to the 7th level of the core formation stage before being able to exert such a strength. Glang, glang. The two bolts of lightning immediately pierced straight through the stone pillar, leaving behind two small holes on the stone pillar. Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted. The small holes that the two little pythons pierced through were extremely smooth and did not leave a single crack on the stone pillar. It was imaginable how condensed the piercing attacks of the two little pythons were. They were completely condensed to a single point. This could be said to be perfect. "The two of you are the real freaks." Duan Lingtan's gaze descended onto the heads of the two little pythons. Those two small bulges had already started to blossom. On the little black python's bulge, a trace of a golden horn emerged. On the little white python's bulge, a trace of a silver horn emerged. Their respective strengths are comparable to a 7th level Calformation martial artist. However, even a 7th level Calformation martial artist might not be their match. After all, their bodies are small and they have swift speeds, so they hold a huge advantage. Duan Lingtan exhaled a breath of cold air. Luckily, these two variant little pythons weren't his enemies. If he had such enemies, just thinking about it caused Duan Lingtan's scalp to go numb. Ka, who was watching from the side, had long since been struck dumb. Little white, so it turned out to be that you're so formidable. Ka had a light smile on her face as she rubbed the small head of the little white python. The little white python seemed to have noticed that Ka was praising it, as it complacently lifted its small head up and playfully flicked its tongue. That night, Duan Lingtan passed down a top-tier cultivation method to his mother. This cultivation method was called Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had gathered during his first lifetime, and it was the cultivation method cultivated by the Demonic Beauty Martial Emperor of that time, thus it could be cultivated until the Martial Emperor stage. This cultivation method. After Lyra grasped the Demonic Beauty Divine Technique, she realized how terrifying this cultivation method was. She felt slightly numbed. Her son truly had too many secrets. The Frost God's Sword technique that Kerr cultivated seems to not be inferior to this Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. Mom, patiently comprehended once more. I'll go buy medicinal materials tomorrow and refine a spirit containment pill for you. At that time, the spirit containment pill will absorb all of your origin energy and contain it within. Once you've completed your change of cultivation method to the Demonic Beauty Divine Technique, you can release the origin energy that was contained within the spirit containment pill, allowing you to recover your full strength or even become stronger in half a month's time. Good. Good. Lyra looked at Duan Lingtan dotingly as she nodded continuously. In the morning the next day, Duan Lingtan took Kerr along as he left the Li clan estate and arrived at the trade market. First, he collected his account balance from the medicine store manager and once again concocted 2 crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Only after finishing did Duan Lingtan proclaim the reason he came. The medicinal materials for the spirit containment pill were all quite ordinary. After a short moment, the medicine store manager finished preparing them for Duan Lingtan. Manager, how much are all these medicinal materials? Duan Lingtan asked. Customer, the total for all these medicinal materials are only just a few hundred silver. You don't have to pay for them. The medicine store manager's face was filled with smiles. Since Duan Lingtan started to consign his 6 treasures body tempering liquid for sale at this medicine store, his medicine store could be considered to be raking in money. God knows how many medicine stores were filled with envy and jealousy. Then I'll help myself. Duan Lingtan nodded. After giving the manager a deep glance, he left with Kerr. Originally, Duan Lingtan thought that the manager would meet with some trouble from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's huge sale. After all, there were surely many people who coveted it. But up until now, the manager didn't face a sliver of trouble, meaning that he obviously wasn't as simple as he seemed to be on the surface. But this didn't have anything much to do with Duan Lingtan. After he and Kerr arrived home, he entered his room and prepared to refine the spirit containment pill. Whoosh! With but a thought, he withdrew a cauldron from his spatial ring. The cauldron had an exquisite look. It had 9 extremely lifelike 5-clawed divine dragons carved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Leaf's grandfather gave him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away the old man's prized possession. But the old man persisted, so in the end, even Leaf persuaded him to take it. Looks like grandfather's teacher from all those years ago was remarkable. This cauldron already has a trace of a grade 7 spirit weapon's aura. Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted and briefly flashed with a slight surprise. The material of this cauldron. FK. It can't be. 1000-year dark iron. After a short moment, Duan Lingtan's hands trembled and he spouted out vulgarities in pleasant surprise. The 1000-year dark iron is a type of extremely valuable weapon crafting material. Its limit is being able to withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, the 1000-year dark iron was sufficient to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of 1,000-year dark iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as a foundation, in the future, even when I become a grade 6 alchemist, I won't need to change to another cauldron because I can directly refine this one into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtan's eyes shone with a brilliant light. After merging with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he was now not only an alchemist with abundant experience, he was also a weapons craftsman with abundant experience. Before long, Duan Lingtan started refining the medicinal pill. When compared to the phosphorus flame pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was much simpler. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtan completed the spirit containment pill refinement and had refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother to consume. The other, he planned to keep it for Leaf. After passing the spirit containment pill to his mother and informing her of the method to consume the pill and its necessary precautions, Duan Lingtan returned to his room. He started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Raging Python form. At present, Duan Lingtan had already developed his origin energy and became a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage. If he was cultivating an ordinary cultivation method, the next step would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage. However, due to the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, what he needed to do now was use his origin energy to further temper his fleshly body and increase the limits of his fleshly body, thus allowing the strength of his fleshly body to increase from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering is completed, he will have an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. At that time, even though he will still be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage, he will be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage that possesses the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, he will be superior to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the cal formation stage and inferior to one at the 4th level. An ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the cal formation stage possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Like the former Fresh Breeze Town branch family's 7th elder, Li Kun, a martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage, on the other hand, possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Like his mother, tempering the fleshly body with origin energy, it's really exciting. In accordance with the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtan started tempering his fleshly body with origin energy for a short moment before his body trembled, causing him to immediately stop. His face emitted a bitter smile. Contrary to expectations, tempering the fleshly body with origin energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of numbness, itchiness, and limpness he felt in his entire body caused him to feel extremely distressed. If an example was really given, it would be similar to thousands of ants crawling around inside his flesh. This type of feeling caused suffering that was even worse than direct pain. Bring it on. Gritting his teeth, Duan Lingtan had a resolute gaze. As a result of the origin energy's tempering, the fleshly body became even more condensed. The lifeblood and fleshly body that originally were at the threshold were now unendingly growing and undergoing transformations at an extremely fast pace. No pain, no gain. Duan Lingtan deeply understood this logic. After continuously cultivating until noon, Duan Lingtan was drenched in sweat and his clothes were soaked through, slimy, and extremely uncomfortable. After taking a bath and changing into some clean and dry clothes, only then did Duan Lingtan walk out of his room. At noon, while Duan Lingtan was eating with his family, an unexpected guest arrived. Guildmaster Su, Duan Lingtan stays here. Outside the courtyard, a respectful voice sounded. "Dan, someone's looking for you." Lyra glanced at Duan Lingtan. "It's nothing, let him wait. Let's have lunch first." Duan Lingtan had a tranquil expression, continuing to clamp food with his chopsticks naturally and smoothly. "Duan Lingtan, I'm the inner court's manager, Li Qiang. Guildmaster Su wants to see you." Outside the courtyard, a shout echoed out and entered the courtyard. "Ask him to come in himself." Duan Lingtan was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Qiang was struck dumb. This Duan Lingtan was really unruly. Who was this old man that stood beside him? This was a figure that even their Li clan's patriarch would have to greet in respect. He was Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's Guildmaster. Sumo. Su, Guildmaster Su, Duan Lingtan is young and inexperienced. How about? Cold sweat poured out of Li Qiang as he gazed at the old man with a bitter smile. deeply afraid that the old man would be enraged because of this. But in the next moment, he was completely stupefied. "You can leave, I'll go in myself." Sumo nodded to Li Qiang and flicked out a medicinal pill towards him. After Li Qiang caught the medicinal pill, he that noticed Sumo wasn't angry nor irritated, so he slowly walked into Juan Lingtan's house courtyard. Origin increasing pill. When he clearly saw the medicinal pill in his hand, Li Qiang's gaze shone. This origin increasing pill was worth 5,000 silver. As expected of the Alchemist Guild's guild master, he's really generous. All I did was show him the way, and he gave me an origin increasing pill. Li Qiang took a deep breath, slightly excited. Even though he was the Li clan's inner court manager, his monthly pay was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he loathed buying himself some origin-increasing pills to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, a voice sounded from the courtyard behind him, causing his expression to freeze. He was nearly scared shitless. "Geezer, you've come so early. It can't be that you came here to get a free meal, right? Let me tell you first, I didn't prepare any tableware for you." This Duan Lingtan is a complete madman. Even if I wanted to invite Guildmaster Su for food, he might not even do me the favor, but he actually directly asked Guildmaster Su to not think of getting free food. Li Qiang had a strange expression as he pricked up his ears and listened. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtan was going to get into trouble unexpectedly. "Kid, don't worry, I've already eaten. You take your time and eat, I'll wait for you." Sumo's calm voice sounded, causing Li Qiang to be thunderstruck. How could this be possible? Instantly, thousands of questions arose in his heart. This Duan Lingtan, wasn't he just a branch family disciple? Why would the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, be so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out. But he had already come to a decision in his heart. No matter what, he would absolutely not offend Duan Lingtan. After Duan Lingtan finished eating, he started guiding Sumo. An afternoon passed, and the shocked expression on Sumo's face had never ceased. He noticed that this 16-year-old youth knew more than him, and his understanding towards a grade 7 alchemist was even at a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for him being a youth, Sumo would probably plan to directly take him as his master. Although it was only an afternoon, Sumo benefited greatly. He was convinced that so long as he came here for a few more days, the threshold that had bewildered him for so long would undoubtedly be broken, enough for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Before leaving, Sumo had a serious expression as he asked Duan Lingtan, "Kid, what grade is your teacher?" In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtan had such vast knowledge was surely because of the great teacher he had. Moreover, this teacher was far from being someone a grade 7 alchemist could compare to. No, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even a grade 4 alchemist, they might not be able to educate such a disciple. In his heart, an insane guess arose. But he still wanted to double-check. "Even I don't know what grade my teacher is. I was lucky to see him refine a medicinal pill. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet flame. Right, surrounding the violet flame, there was a strand of silver edging intertwined," Duan Lingtan said in all seriousness, as if it was all true. "Violet silver pill fire?" Sumo's pupils constricted. He had once gone through some ancient records in County City's Alchemist Guild. On it was a record of the various grades of an alchemist in Cloud Continent. The pill fire of a grade 3 alchemist was violet and its surroundings were intertwined with copper edges. It was called violet copper pill fire. Whereas a violet pill fire with its surroundings intertwined with silver edges, that would be violet silver pill fire. It was the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist. Grade 2 pill fire. Instantly, Sumo felt as if the sky was about to fall. Grade 2 alchemist. "Kid, are you certain your teacher's pill fire is violet, and its surroundings has silver edges?" Sumo's chest was rising and falling like bellows. Even at the time he condensed his pill fire when he was young and became an alchemist, he wasn't this excited. "Of course I'm certain." "Oh, right. Teacher told me once that he came from some foreign lands and that he happened to come here to relax, and it so happens that he noticed my natural talent was good, thus he took me as a disciple." Duan Lingtan seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. "Foreign lands?" Sumo's pupils constricted. As expected, he had already guessed it earlier, but after hearing what Duan Lingtan said, he confirmed his suspicions. He was confident that the term foreign lands, not to mention Duan Lingtan, even the supreme elders of the three great clans of Aurora City knew nothing of it. The only reason he knew was that he had read some ancient records in the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtan being able to speak of the term proved that he wasn't lying. In this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth who stood before his eyes seemed to become incomparably noble. The disciple of a grade 2 alchemist. He was confident now. If this matter were to be spread, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would probably have to go out of his way to build a good relationship with this youth. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist liked. His future accomplishments would certainly be extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Sumo was slightly perturbed as he asked, "Kid, where's your teacher? I wonder if I can have the fortune to meet him." "My teacher is away for the time being. He asked me to patiently gain experience by myself and said that he would come back to visit me every now and then. If you want to meet him, when he comes the next time, I'll ask him to meet you." Duan Lingtan's brows slightly twitched. "Thank you, little brother." Sumo had an expression filled with excitement. Even the way he addressed Duan Lingtan changed. Duan Lingtan continued, "It's a small matter. My teacher dotes on me the most. He said that out of all the disciples he took in this lifetime, my natural talent was the best. He also said that those other senior brothers and senior sisters that are at that foreign lands, they can't even compare to a finger of mine." Hey! At that time, the way he spoke even made my face red. Sumo's expression froze, but he deeply agreed. What a joke. In terms of natural talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, would still be a rare existence. Sumo, however, didn't notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth were slightly twitching. He seemed to be forcefully holding back a smile. "Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild. I guarantee that once you join, you will certainly get the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, wouldn't dare to even breathe loudly in front of you," Sumo said to Duan Lingtan, his tone filled with temptation. "Seems to be not bad." Duan Lingtan lightly muttered. Sumo's eyes shone. "It looked like it might be possible. But my teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his identity to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path because only then will I have the qualifications to be a true powerhouse." Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh. "I've told you so much. It's already considered as violating my teacher's orders." "Geezer, you better not tell another soul of what I told you just now, or else I'll tell my teacher that you forced me to tell you everything the next time he comes." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtan's eyes emitted a trace of a cunning smile. Whoosh! Sumo's face turned completely green. "Little brother, don't. Please don't. Just take it as I never asked. Since your honored teacher said so, you must honor and respect his teachings, and please don't get me into trouble." Sumo was slightly struck with panic. Sumo was crystal clear of what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Besides having superb medicinal refining skills, alchemists were also extremely formidable powerhouses of the martial Tao. These powerhouses were omnipotent. At this moment, he had a lingering fear in his heart. Because before today, a thought once momentarily appeared in his mind. After Duan Lingtan assists him to become a grade 7 alchemist, he would take care of Duan Lingtan and seize back his alchemist guild points. But when he looked at it now, he felt lucky that his reason and conscience had defeated this crazy thought. Or else, once something happened to Duan Lingtan, no matter how he cleaned up after himself, with the resources of a grade 2 alchemist, it would exceedingly easy for his teacher to get to the bottom of things. At that time, he could imagine what his end would be like. "Don't worry, little brother, I will absolutely not tell another soul of what you've told me today. Also, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly not refuse." Sumo had a serious expression as he pledged sincerely. "Geezer, you're too courteous. But since you're so enthusiastic, then I'll be candid. I really do require some materials lately. These materials aren't available in Aurora City. I wonder if you can help me obtain some." Duan Lingtan wrote it all down in a piece of paper before handing it over to Sumo. Sumo lowered his head and read a total of 5 materials, 2 of which he had heard of, and they were both medicinal materials that were very rare and extremely valuable. He had no clue about the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials as fast as possible and I'll send them to you as soon as they're gathered, Sumo assured Duan Lingtan in a serious manner. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Lingtan lightly smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Only after Sumo left did Duan Lingtan have a broad grin on his face. Everything he made up earlier were measures he used to protect himself. As for foreign lands and the Pilfire of a Grade 2 alchemist, they were all things he found out of from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Using it to intimidate people, there would utterly be no one that would doubt it. After all, it was impossible for even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City to know of these things, let alone a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan. Sumo knew of it only because he was a part of the Alchemist Guild. The main branch of the Alchemist Guild was in the foreign lands. I hope that Giza can gather those 5 materials as soon as possible, because only then can I inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Although it isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription on the spirit weapon of Aquamist City's He clan's Supreme Elder, it is nearly comparable. Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. An inscription master, however, was different compared to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. The latter 2 required their cultivation to attain a certain level before being able to condense origin energy into a Pilfire or a weapon flame to refine medicinal pills or spirit weapons. The former only had a requirement towards spiritual force. As long as the inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain the materials required, no matter how formidable the inscription may be, he would be able to inscribe it. Origin energy, in the eyes of inscription masters, was only a tool to inscribe and activate inscriptions. The spiritual force stemmed from the soul. Maybe it was due to him having traveled through to this world, or maybe it was because he had merged with the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Duan Lingtan's soul was terrifyingly strong. By means of estimation, based on Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Lingtan could almost be sure that his current spiritual force was sufficient to be compared with an origin core martial artist's. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only Martial Emperor stage powerhouses were able to fight using spiritual force. Or else, with Duan Lingtan's current spiritual force, it would be sufficient to easily pulverize any martial artist below the origin core stage. It was precisely because of Duan Lingtan's shocking spiritual force that as long as he had sufficient materials, he could inscribe inscriptions that only an origin core stage inscription master could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the strongest might among the inscriptions he was currently capable of inscribing. It'll be different now that I broke through to the core formation stage and developed origin energy. I can now use origin energy to inscribe, so as long as my spiritual force can fulfill the requirements of the inscription, I can easily inscribe it. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth. In a vast courtyard, an old man stood at a side, his face gloomy. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A white-clothed youth walked out of his room. The old man frowned as he slowly said, "That Duan Lingtan seems to be related to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Sumo." "How could that be possible? He's a branch family disciple and a disciple with another surname at that. How could he strike a relationship with the Alchemist Guild?" Li King shook his head continuously, unwilling to believe it. For some unknown reason, in these last few days, Sumo would go look for Duan Lingtan at noon every day. Li Tai was slightly fearful for a brief moment. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Sumo, he was nothing. Not mentioning that Sumo's strength was above his, solely based on Sumo's identity as a grade 8 alchemist. If Sumo wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even need to do it himself. Only a single word from Sumo would cause a group of people to come for his life, just to kill him as a favor to Sumo. This was precisely the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. "Grandfather, could it be that the enmity for my crippled finger will just be let go like this?" "I'm not resigned." Li King's expression was gloomy and his breathing became hurried. "King, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely help you take revenge." Now, since Sumo and Duan Lingtan are related, I cannot get involved directly, so I will have to ask someone else to deal with him. Li Tai's face emitted a cold smile. "Grandfather, What do you mean? Li King was puzzled. Money makes the world go around. Li Tai's brows furrowed. Grandfather, you mean we should hire Ghastly Shadow? Li King's eyes shone. Ghastly Shadow, the top organization of assassins in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They rose like a hurricane 20 years ago and swept through the kingdom. As long as Ghastly Shadow accepted the assignment, the rate of success was 100%. Of course, this was closely linked to the rules of Ghastly Shadow. If one wanted to post an assignment in Ghastly Shadow, a deposit must be paid and the target identified. 3 days later, one needed to reconfirm with Ghastly Shadow to see if Ghastly Shadow was willing to accept this assignment. If they were unwilling, the deposit would be refunded. If they were willing, the balance fee must be paid. Ghastly Shadow only accepted assignments that they were confident about. As far as Li King was concerned, Ghastly Shadow was an organization with such formidable assassins that killing Juan Lingtan would be a piece of cake. Deep in the night, in the Li Clan estate, a robust figure flashed out. Before long, the figure arrived at a secluded old building in Aurora City and walked in. The hall was very vast and had dim lighting. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face sat there. When he noticed movement, he raised his head and looked with an icy cold gaze at the figure who arrived. I want to post an assignment. Li Clan, Duan Lingtan. This is the deposit. The figure was straightforward. He withdrew a stack of silver and slapped it on the counter, then turned around and left. Li Clan, Duan Lingtan. The young man registered. Dawn. When the first light of morning illuminated the earth, Duan Lingtan walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Huh? Duan Lingtan looked forward only to notice 2 young girls happily chatting in the courtyard. Little F, you're here so early. Did you miss me? Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed, greedily sizing up the hot, devilish body of the young girl. Leaf glared at Duan Lingtan and angrily said, I didn't come to look for you, I came for little sister Kerr. Duan Lingtan made nothing of it. As he ate his breakfast, he pricked up his ears to overhear what the 2 young girls were chatting about. In the end, he realized that the 2 young girls were chatting about interesting stories from their childhood. After he finished his breakfast, Duan Lingtan went out alone and left the Li Clan estate. Sumo had brought him good news yesterday. Out of the 5 rare materials that the Blood Crescent inscription required, 2 would arrive in Aurora City within the next 2 days. As such, he started to prepare the other materials. Inscribing the Blood Crescent inscription required a total of 11 materials. 6 of them were comparatively ordinary. Arriving at the large trade market of Aurora City, Duan Lingtan entered the medicine store he sold the 6 treasures body tempering liquid at. Out of the 6 materials, 3 were ordinary medicinal materials. Manager. Duan Lingtan greeted the manager as soon as he entered. Before long, under Duan Lingtan's puzzled gaze, the manager brought him into a small room in the medicine store. Manager, what is it? Duan Lingtan inquired. Someone wants your life. The manager gazed fixedly at Duan Lingtan as he said this in a straightforward manner. Huh? Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted. At this moment, Duan Lingtan even had a misconception that the manager's disposition had changed. If the past manager was only a completely sordid merchant, then the current manager vaguely emitted a sense of unfathomableness. It looked like his suspicions from earlier were correct. This medicine store manager was definitely not simple. The Li Clan's Grand Elder, Li Tai, posted an assignment in Ghastly Shadow last night. The target is you, the manager bluntly said. Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted. He had heard of this assassin organization that was famous throughout Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're from Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtan abruptly laughed. Yes, in the daytime, I'm the manager of this medicine store, but at night, I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The manager slowly nodded. Manager, doing thing like this, I bet it's against the rules of Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Lingtan's gaze slightly twitched. Rules are dead, but people are living. I don't wish for my business partner to be killed because of some people. That would mean losing my road to riches for no reason. The manager was extremely frank. As far as he was concerned, the little amount of silver that Li Tai paid for the assassination wasn't even enough to be considered spare change compared to the profit he gained from Duan Lingtan's 6 treasures body tempering liquid. He naturally knew how to choose between the 2. Then what you mean now is, you're refusing his assignment? Duan Lingtan asked. Of course, the manager nodded. If I post an assignment targeting Li Tai now, would Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Lingtan asked again. Of course. Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money. But the Li clan's Grand Elder's price is extremely expensive, the manager answered. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive? Of course. Li Tai is the Grand Elder of the Li clan after all, an existence at the 8th level of the origin core stage. If you really want to post this assignment, since we are business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount. Even then it would be 800,000. You Ghastly Shadow people are really greedy. You can owe a debt without interest, and it would be deducted from the profit of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Forget it. 800,000 silver, I'd loath to part with it. I'll just do it myself. You? What? Doubting me? Slightly. How about this? I don't need Ghastly Shadow to kill him, but help me with a small matter. After getting the agreement of the manager and buying the medicinal materials he required, Duan Lingtan left the medicine store satisfied. 800,000 silver to kill Li Tai. To Duan Lingtan, it was really not worth it. But Li Tai had actually posted an assignment to kill him. Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. After buying the remaining materials, he returned home. At noon today, Sumo didn't come. Duan Lingtan had already taught him everything he could teach. The remainder was something he could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later, deep in the night, in the point of operations of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City, Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter as he asked, "How's the confirmation of the assignment I posted 3 days ago?" For killing a first-level core formation martial artist, 100,000 silver should be enough, right? 100,000 silver? Customer, are you joking? The pale-faced young man's eyes flickered with a cold light that would cause chills to run down people's spines. What? Li Tai's heart jerked and he had a bad premonition. According to the information our Ghastly Shadow collected, this Duan Lingtan is the first-ranked youth genius in Aurora City's hidden dragon list for this year. Just this point alone would require a fee of at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said, 300,000 silver? Okay. Li Tai grit his teeth. Although it pained him, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished. The young man frowned. What else do you have to say? Li Tai questioned. The young man continued. We also discovered that Duan Lingtan is close to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Sumo. Sumo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, and killing someone close to him is very risky for us. Thus, combining the above facts, the price for this Duan Lingtan's head is 1 million silver. 1 million silver? Li Tai was stupefied. Even though he guessed the assignment wouldn't be possible when the young man mentioned Sumo, he didn't expect that Ghastly Shadow would set the price at 1 million silver for Duan Lingtan's head. Not to mention he didn't have so much silver on him. Even if he had brought out that much, he wouldn't be willing to spend it. A mere first-level Cal formation kid, even if his strength was bizarre, he was only comparable to a third-level core formation martial artist. To him, killing such a kid was as simple as cutting grass. The young man looked at Li Tai as he asked, Customer, may I ask if you still want to post this assignment? No, return the deposit to me. Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. 1 million silver. This amount of money was enough to even post an assignment in Ghastly Shadow to kill an origin core martial artist. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from an inner chamber. Manager. The young man hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man. If Duan Lingtan was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this middle-aged man was precisely the medicine store manager. I'm curious though, how will he kill this Li Tai? The middle-aged man thought in his heart. The corners of his mouth had a trace of a smile. Li Clan Estate. Grandfather, how is it? Li King hurriedly asked as soon as he noticed that Li Tai had returned. He knew what Li Tai had gone out to do, so he was waiting all along for the result. I cancelled the assignment. Li Tai shook his head. Huh? Li King was dumbstruck. Grandfather, why? Humphrey. That Ghastly Shadow actually asked for 1 million silver. Li Tai's expression sank. What? Killing a mere core formation kid for 1 million silver? Are they conducting daylight robbery? Li King had an expression of disbelief. They discovered the relationship between Duan Lingtan and Sumo, so they were slightly afraid and thus asked for such a high price. King, don't worry, even though Ghastly Shadow won't accept this assignment, Grandfather will still not allow that Duan Lingtan to continue living. Li Tai looked at Li King as he guaranteed this. Thank you, Grandfather, Li King said excitedly. If Duan Lingtan didn't die, he couldn't eat nor sleep in peace. In a quiet room, Duan Ling Tan sat cross-legged. In front of him lay a cauldron and a pile of materials. Besides that, there were two violet flexible swords that were as thin as a cicada's wing. It was precisely the violet meteorite flexible swords. Refine 3 spirit swords first. Duan Ling Tan's gaze flickered, then he raised his hand and took hold of the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords. Whoosh! Burning with his weapon flame, it didn't take long for the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords to transform into liquid. The liquid formed a violet meteorite. Subsequently, another few types of metal materials were melted by the weapon flame in Duan Ling Tan's hand. Their impurities were extracted and they were transformed into puddles of liquid that jumped about in the air as they boiled. Under Duan Ling Tan's control, the violet meteorite liquid and the other liquids from the other few metal materials fused together, accompanied by Duan Ling Tan's profound movements. The fused liquid eventually separated into 3 balls. Finally, they transformed into 3 dark violet flexible swords. The 3 flexible swords were almost identical to the violet meteorite flexible sword from before, similarly thin as a cicada's wing. Success! Duan Ling Tan finished up and the 3 flexible swords entered his hands. Grasping one of the flexible swords, his origin energy flashed out as the strength of 4 ancient mammoths poured in the flexible sword. A sword cry echoed out. Not bad. Compared to an ordinary grade 9 spirit weapon, the amplification is over 10%, and the strength has increased by 5,000 or so pounds, comparable to the strength of half an ancient mammoth. Duan Ling Tan smiled in satisfaction. A spirit weapon refined by a grade 9 weapons craftsman would mostly only have a strength amplification of nearly 10% only. A grade 9 spirit weapon that could provide a 10% amplification was considered to be top quality. The grade 9 spirit weapons that Duan Ling Tan refined on his first try had obviously surpassed top quality. From now on, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. The corners of Duan Ling Tan's mouth curled into a smile as he stared at the dark violet flexible sword in his hand. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tan put the remaining materials to use. He started inscribing inscriptions on the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords. Presently, all of the 5 materials that he asked Sumo to get were here. Adding on the materials that Duan Ling Tan bought himself, he had everything he needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Duan Ling Tan only spent 2 hours to refine 3 grade 9 spirit weapons. Inscribing the 3 Blood Crescent inscriptions, however, used half of an entire day. He didn't even have time to go have lunch. Done. Looking at the blood-red glow emitting from the blades, Duan Ling Tan heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 violet myrtle flexible swords had all been inscribed with blood crescent inscriptions. At this moment, he felt an exhaustion invade his body and a drowsy feeling crept over him. After asking Kerr to heat up the food and eating, Duan Ling Tan fell dead asleep before the sky was even dark, and he slept all the way until the next morning. After awakening, he still felt slightly dizzy and overwhelmed. The inscribing of inscriptions really drains spiritual force. Duan Ling Tan laughed bitterly. But when he saw his works from yesterday, he felt it was all worth it. Out of the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords, Duan Ling Tan kept 1. As for the other 2, he gave 1 to both Kerr and 1 to his mother. Young master, I felt that when I cultivated my sword skills using the violet myrtle flexible sword, its might seemed to have increased considerably. Is it my misconception? The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tan with a puzzled expression. Whoosh! Liru swung out the sword as well. Spirit weapon. Liru had more experience than the young girl, and she couldn't stop herself from exclaiming in a low voice. Then she looked at the youth at the side with a dull gaze. "Dan, this is Mom, besides being a grade 9 alchemist, I'm now also a grade 9 weapons craftsman." Duan Ling Tan lightly smiled as he said, "Also, on the violet myrtle flexible sword, I've inscribed the blood crescent inscription. You just need to control your origin energy and fuse it into the inscription to activate it. This blood crescent inscription, if you're able to use it unexpectedly, even an origin core martial artist will have only a slim chance of survival once hit. Blood crescent inscription, able to kill an origin core martial artist." The 2 beauties were stupefied, taking a long time before finally being able to regain their senses. "Young master, you're so great." The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tan in a gaze of adoration. causing Duan Lingtan to feel elated. Li Ru's gaze became slightly dazed and her heart trembled. Brother Feng, can you see it? Our child is extremely talented. Even without the Duan clan to rely on, he isn't one bit inferior to his Duan clan peers. A tall and robust figure seemed to appear in front of Li Ru's eyes. That figure was her everything once upon a time. Right, then, she moved her home a few days ago. What happened? I haven't seen you two with She lately. Did you three bicker? Li Ru suddenly asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtan shrugged. He had an innocent expression. That day, after he admitted defeat to Li King during the clan martial meet, Li Shi started to avoid him. After that, he occasionally met Li Shi a few times, but Li Shi had a very unfamiliar gaze when she looked at him, even having a trace of contempt mixed within. He didn't expect that Li Shi would actually move away from him. I don't know either. Kerr lightly shook her head. In a court, at a large courtyard extremely far away from Duan Lingtan's home. Whoosh! The young girl's sword moved with her body. She was drenched in sweat. The corners of her mouth had a pained expression that was faintly mixed with a trace of self-mockery. It was precisely Li Shi. For this past period of time, Li Shi's state of mind was filled with a sense of loss. Since she witnessed Duan Lingtan's formidable strength, she started to have a type of infatuated feeling towards him. But when Duan Lingtan admitted defeat during the clan martial meet and submissively gave away the championship to Li King, the lofty image of Duan Lingtan in her heart crumbled. Because of this, she started to dislike Duan Lingtan and intended to keep her distance from him. However, just at this moment, a shocking piece of news caused her to feel as if she had dropped into a pit of ice. During this year's youth gathering, Duan Lingtan cut off Li King's finger and defeated in succession the Xiao clan's and Lin clan's top disciples in the younger generation, and he was placed at the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. At that moment, she felt terribly ashamed in her heart. The youth she looked down upon had used his strength and proved everything. Of course, all of this, in her opinion, seemed to be mocking her short-sightedness. It was because of this that she didn't have the courage to face Duan Lingtan and directly went to see the inner court manager to move. If I hadn't kept my distance from him at that time. Maybe. Li Shi's heart was filled with agony. Unfortunately, in this world, there were no ifs, and there was no regret medicine to consume either. Duan Lingtan had just arrived at Leaf Store when he heard a hearty laughter sounding from within, full of confidence. Duan Lingtan's eyes shone. He knew that the old man had surely broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. While walking in with large strides, Duan Lingtan said, in a loud voice, "Congratulations, grandfather." At this moment, the old man also walked out of his room, his face glowing. Seeing Duan Lingtan was like seeing the future husband of his granddaughter to him. Kid, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, even if I had forcefully broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, my old life wouldn't have lasted much longer. Grandfather, you're welcome. We're all family anyway. Duan Lingtan smiled as he spoke. Leaf had walked out of her room when she heard the sound of the old man's laughter. Upon hearing what Duan Lingtan said, her face blushed slightly as she angrily said, "Pay. Whose family with you? You little girl, last night you kept talking about this kid Lingtan, but now you deny it." "Okay, grandfather needs to make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Lingtan is grandfather's guest, and also my benefactor, so you need to treat him well," the old man said to Leaf before leaving. "Grandfather, what are you talking about?" Leaf, who was sold out by the old man, was slightly embarrassed and angry. "Little what were you saying about me?" "Also, you need to listen to your grandfather and treat me well." Duan Lingtan walked in large strides, bluntly walking into her room. You actually entered my room." Leaf's beautiful eyes glared at him as she angrily followed. "So what if I enter your room? I even want to sleep on your bed." Duan Lingtan laughed slyly as he directly fell onto Leaf's bed. Leaf flared and was about to extend her hand and pull Duan Lingtan up. But how could her strength compare to Duan Lingtan's? Duan Lingtan pulled her straight into his embrace and they both fell onto the bed. "Little cut it out." Leaf still tried to struggle but was unable to break free of Duan Lingtan. Her pair of clear eyes had tears within as she said, "Bully. Okay, I'll stop teasing you." Seeing this, Duan Lingtan's heart softened and he let go of Leaf. "You're a rascal." Leaf angrily said, "Didn't you know of this since long ago?" Duan Lingtan laughed. Humphrey, stinking rascal. But, thank you for helping my grandfather. As she finished speaking, Leaf's voice was no different from the sound of a mosquito. What's there to thank? You're my wife, and your grandfather is my grandfather, Duan Lingtan said brazenly. Right, little tell me about you. Where are your parents? Duan Lingtan abruptly asked. Parents? Leaf took a deep breath. They met with an accident before I was old enough to understand anything and they passed away. Duan Lingtan found out about Leaf's parents from her. It turned out that many years ago, the Li clan once met with a calamity. During that period, many people died, and Leaf's parents were among them. Although the Li clan got their revenge later on, it was impossible for the dead to come back again. I really miss my father. I really miss my mother. According to grandfather, they loved me dearly. Leaf's delicate body started trembling as tears poured out of her like the rain. Little it has passed. Don't be upset. Duan Lingtan extended his hand and pulled Leaf into an embrace as he consoled her. In the end, maybe because she was too tired from crying, Leaf directly fell asleep in Duan Lingtan's embrace. I didn't expect this little girl to have such a past. Duan Lingtan stared fixedly at Leaf's exquisite cheeks as he sighed in his heart. At this moment, although a beauty was in his embrace, he didn't have any other thoughts. All he had was pity. Bad guy, all you know is to bully me, all you know is to bully me. Abruptly, Leaf extended out her fist and started hitting Duan Lingtan in a violent flurry as she spoke. In the beginning, Duan Lingtan thought that Leaf had woken up. But when he looked closely, he realized that Leaf was sleep-talking. Duan Lingtan, you big rascal, you're not allowed to look at Xiao Lan. If you continue, I'll dig out your eyes. Leaf seemed to be dreaming and muttered to herself for a while before finally recovering into a calm state. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth twitched. What sort of dream of this little having? After around 1 hour, Leaf woke up. You. Only now did she realize that she had actually fallen asleep in Duan Lingtan's embrace. She blushed immediately. Little I didn't think you would have the habit of talking in your sleep. But when did I look at Xiao Lan? You actually want to dig out my eyes? Too ruthless? Duan Lingtan looked as if he had a lingering fear. You heard everything? Leaf's angel-like face was red as an apple. Duan Lingtan's hand slowly rubbed the young girl's lovely hair as he said, in a gentle voice, Little I will take good care of you in the future. If you dare bully me in the future, I'll snip it off. Leaf glared at Duan Lingtan, assuming a posture of cutting off Duan Lingtan's little brother. Who did you learn that from? Duan Lingtan's face was pale. This was no joke. Scared. Leaf laughed complacently. Why do I feel like a sheep that entered the den of a tiger? Duan Lingtan laughed bitterly. Looking at Leaf's pair of beautiful eyes and feeling the warmth of her body, Duan Lingtan's lower regions started to burn. Just when he was about to do something. Has Lingtan left? The old man's voice sounded from outside. When the old man saw the youth and young girl that came out of the room, he had a weird expression. Grandfather, nothing happened between us. Leaf explained in panic. Right, there's nothing. Grandfather, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtan was like a kid who was caught stealing candy, hurriedly fleeing. While he left Leaf's home, Duan Lingtan's mood was elated. After today's events, the relationship between him and Leaf was completely obvious. At the same time, he had no choice but to be on alert. After all, there was still someone that was waiting for a chance to take his life. Maybe it's time to take care of this, Duan Lingtan muttered to himself. He then directly left the Li clan estate and entered the misty forest inner area by himself to hunt fierce beasts. For the next few days, he left the Li clan estate at around the same time. He can really maintain his equanimity. In the misty forest inner area, after killing a fierce beast, Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered. But what he didn't lack was patience. Deep at night, in a vast courtyard, Li King greeted the old man who had just returned. Grandfather, that Duan Lingtan has been continuously going to the misty forest by himself for a few days now. Are there any results from your secret observations in these past few days? I was originally worried that Sumo would trail behind and protect him, but I noticed that when Duan Lingtan went to the misty forest, Sumo always stayed in the Alchemist Guild and didn't go out. Since a while back, he seemed to have cut off all relations with Duan Lingtan. Li Tai's brows jerked lightly. He was slightly puzzled. Maybe they never had any relationship all along, and it was just us overthinking things, Li King said. Maybe. Li Tai nodded. The next day, dawn. Success. Looking at the 5 ancient mammoth silhouettes that floated above him, Duan Lingtan had a smile on his face. After days of effort, he had finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the first level of the core formation stage, allowing his fleshly body's strength to increase by the strength of one ancient mammoth. Now he was confident that even if he fought a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage, he would be capable of dominating his opponent. After having his breakfast, Duan Lingtan once again went out by himself. This time, when he entered the misty forest, he started to enter even deeper inside the inner area, as the fierce beasts on the outskirts of the inner area were unable to pose a threat and pressure him at his current strength. After a short moment, Duan Lingtan bumped into a fierce beast that had a savage appearance. Growing on its body were tumor-like spikes, and it had a pair of eyes that flickered with a green light. It appeared to look somewhat similar to a wolf but entirely larger by a whole size. Aroo! The fierce beast let out a howl and pounced towards Duan Lingtan. Instantly, above the fierce beast, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, this fierce beast's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage. But fierce beasts were naturally able to precisely control their strength and could even be considered to have reached the acme of perfection. Its strength even surpassed an ordinary martial artist's that was at the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage. Bring it on. Duan Lingtan's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even plan to use his violet myrtle flexible sword. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtan's entire body flashed out, his speed far surpassing that of the fierce beast that was pouncing towards him. He exploded forth with his full strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Collapsing fist. Drawing his body back like a heavy bow, Duan Lingtan swung out his fist, smashing straight upon the fierce beast's head and blasting it flying. Bang! The fierce beast's enormous body caused dirt to suffuse in the air when it hit the ground. Satisfying. Exhaling a breath of pent-up feelings, Duan Lingtan quickly walked up towards the fierce beast. The fierce beast's pupils that flickered with a green light had a trace of fear flash past as it slowly stood up and growled at Duan Lingtan before turning around and fleeing. Duan Lingtan was briefly stunned before he was able to react. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth had curled into a smile as his body jerked. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtan's speed was greatly superior to the fierce beast's, so he caught up to it in the blink of an eye. Aroo! Maybe it knew that it wouldn't be able to escape today. As the fierce beast's eyes emitted a fierce light, it desperately pounced towards Duan Lingtan. This time, Duan Lingtan seized the opportunity, and shattered the fierce beast's skull with a few punches. I wonder what type of fierce beast this is. Its fur and skin should sell for some money, Duan Lingtan muttered to himself. That is a spike wolf. Its fur and skin combined can be sold for 1,000 silver. Just at this moment, an elderly voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtan, answering his question. Duan Lingtan slowly turned around. Standing in front of him was a tall old man. On the old man's clothes, there was a Li clan crest as well. A member of the Li clan. Duan Lingtan thought in his heart as he vaguely guessed the identity of this old man. Only 16 years old, the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. I have to say, your natural talent, not to mention in Aurora City, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it is sufficient to be in the top of first-rate natural talents. The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Lingtan as he said, with slight pity, unfortunately, today you will surely die. Grand Elder, are you so sure that I'll surely die? Duan Lingtan laughed. You recognize me? Li Tai's pupils constricted. In his memories, Duan Lingtan should have never seen him before. Among the old men of the Li clan who want to kill me, besides you, the grandfather of Li King, I really can't think of a second person. Duan Lingtan laughed as he spoke. You're about to die and you can still laugh. Li Tai's expression turned grim. At the same time, he couldn't help himself from looking at the surroundings in vigilance. His first thought was that there was a high possibility of someone protecting Duan Lingtan nearby. Otherwise, Duan Lingtan wouldn't dare be so unperturbed. Grand Elder, you don't have to continue looking. No one followed me here. Duan Lingtan smiled indifferently. No one followed you? Li Tai's brows knit. Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid. No one is able to be unafraid of death, Duan Lingtan said truthfully. Then you still have the mood to continue laughing? Li Tai asked, in a grim voice. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed as he asked, Grand Elder, I'm really curious though, could it be that if I don't laugh now, you will let me go? Of course not. Today, you must die. Li Tai grunted coldly, whether I laugh or not doesn't make any difference, so why should I put on a wailing expression? The smile on Duan Lingtan's face grew more and more wide. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Die. Li Tai's gaze turned cold as he stepped out, pulling forth a line of after images at extreme speed. Above him, nearly 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed forward, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. Bang! Li Tai slapped out his palm, bringing a vast amount of origin energy with it. Immediately, the sounds of air exploding continuously rose and fell, and a shapeless gust of wind whistled as it swept through the surrounding bushes. A jet of pressure enveloped Duan Lingtan. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Under Li Tai's briefly stunned gaze, Duan Lingtan directly rushed towards him as if moving forward to receive his palm strike. Is this kid mad? Duan Lingtan's hand grasped onto the violet myrtle flexible sword's hilt on his waist. Sword drawing arts. His sword moved like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Tai's chest. It flashed straight out as if transforming into a violet, venomous snake. Child's play. Li Tai sneered. His descending palm spun around and instead slapped towards the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Duan Lingtan's origin energy started trembling violently and poured into the violet myrtle flexible sword's blade. Instantly, on the blade, a bloody gleam jumped about. Whoosh! A bloody gleam that looked like a waning crescent moon flashed straight towards Li Tai's chest. At this moment, Li Tai's palm strike descended, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtan's hand was slapped flying. Duan Lingtan's hand shook as his palm split open, bleeding profusely. Inscription. Li Tai exclaimed in a low voice. Glang! The blood-red waning crescent moon shattered Li Tai's defensive chi barrier. Just when Duan Lingtan thought the force from the blood crescent inscription was going to pierce through Li Tai's body, the pendant on Li Tai's neck flickered with a strand of a dark blue brilliance, condensed into a dark blue crystal wall, and blocked the force of the blood crescent inscription. Caca. The pendant shattered after completing its mission. Crystal wall inscription. Duan Lingtan's face distorted. After all the planning and calculations, he never expected that Li Tai would have a crystal wall inscription on him. The crystal wall inscription was a defensive inscription. In terms of grades, it even was not a bit inferior to the blood crescent inscription. Duan Lingtan felt a wave of powerlessness. He had entered the misty forest daily in these past few days just to use himself as bait and attract Li Tai into his trap. He was confident he could kill Li Tai if used the blood crescent inscription. But how could he have known that this Li Tai would actually have a crystal wall inscription? It had blocked his only resort. Bang! The force of two inscriptions collided together. Li Tai's body was affected by the force and flew out more than 10 meters away. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. Duan Lingtan, I didn't expect you to have such a formidable inscription. Li Tai's face was extremely gloomy. Today, he nearly failed miserably in such an easy task. Just now, if it wasn't for him activating his defensive inscription in time, he would have died without a doubt. In his heart, a coldness emerged. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath, and said, slightly helplessly, even I didn't expect that you would actually have a defensive inscription. Inscriptions. There were various kinds. There were offensive inscriptions, defensive inscriptions, and assistive inscriptions. The blood crescent inscription belonged to the offensive inscriptions type. Li Tai took a deep breath, and said, word for word, today, if it wasn't for me having a defensive inscription, I would have surely died. No wonder you weren't one bit surprised you saw me, you already knew I was coming and planned to kill me with that inscription, right? At this moment, the 16-year-old youth in front of him caused him to have a slightly frightened feeling. Being able to think things through so thoroughly at such an age, once he grows up in the future, he will undoubtedly be a great figure. He even couldn't stop himself from thinking that if his grandson Li King had even half of what this youth had, he wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. Yes. At this point, Duan Lingtan wasn't afraid to admit it. A wave of bitterness flashed through his heart. It wasn't f***ing easy for me to get the chance to cross over to this world and achieve rebirth. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Duan Lingtan felt regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have saved 800,000 silver. But now, for the sake of 800,000 silver, even his life was going to be lost. Little f***er, we haven't even done it yet. I don't want to die. Duan Lingtan, looks like even the heavens want you dead. You didn't even do your homework, and you wanted to use an offensive inscription to kill me. My defensive inscription, Crystal Wall Inscription, was granted to me by the former Li Clan patriarch years ago. Who among the older generation of the Li Clan doesn't know of this? Li Tai stepped forward. Every step he took seemed like an approaching death warrant to Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan lifted up his sword once again and stood ramrod straight, staying completely silent as he awaited Li Tai's arrival. Even though he wasn't a match, he would still put up a fight. Death, even death needed to be a heroic death. On his body, a fearless aura stretched out. That was the manifestation of his unyieldingness, to die rather than to submit. Li Tai was moved once again. The coldness in his eyes grew even deeper. If this kid doesn't die, he will surely be a great disaster to me. Bang! Li Tai's palm strike moved like a shadow as it flashed towards Duan Lingtan. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtan's hand swept out, moving to intercept Li Tai's palm. Li Tai's palm descended and slapped the sword flying. Its momentum didn't not lessen one bit as it smashed towards Duan Lingtan's chest. Above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, their might like thunder, fully exploding forth with the strength of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Feeling the pressure that was approaching in the form of a suffocating aura, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth had a bitter smile. Am I going to die again? But in the next moment, the ear-piercing cry of a saber, accompanied by Li Tai's shrill cry, caused Duan Lingtan to feel as if he awoke from a dream. Instantly, he felt a hand being placed on his shoulder and pulling him aside. He focused his eyes to look. Presently, the hand that Li Tai was using to execute the strike was completely cut off at the wrist, spouting out a steaming stream of fresh blood. His body was carried away by the force of inertia for more than 10 meters. Duan Lingtan looked towards the person who saved him. Clothed in a black garb that stuck tightly to his body and with a ghost mask on his face, the crescent saber in his hand was still dripping with Li Tai's blood. Grade 8 spirit weapon. With just a glance, Duan Lingtan discerned the crescent saber's grade. Suddenly, Duan Lingtan noticed that the eyes behind the ghost mask had a smile flash within. So it was him. Duan Lingtan's heart trembled. You're from Ghastly Shadow? At this moment, after stopping his bleeding, the pale-faced Li Tai looked at the black-clothed person with a fearful expression. The black-clothed person ignored Li Tai. Instead he looked at Duan Lingtan and asked, "Now, do you want to post the assignment to kill Li Tai? If there's no need, I'll leave." Duan Lingtan rolled his eyes at the black-clothed person as he angrily said, "Of course I'm posting it. You were concealed at the side and watching the show, right?" The black-clothed man laughed dryly and stepped out. Above his head, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared instantly like nimbus clouds covering the sky. Their imposing manner shot up into the heavens. Ninth level of the origin core stage. Li Tai's face distorted. 1 million silver. I'll pay 1 million silver to buy Duan Lingtan's life. Li Tai said in panic. A powerhouse at the 9th level of the origin core stage, not mentioning how he had lost the use of his prominent arm. Even if he was at full strength, he would still not necessarily be the black-clothed man's match. As far as I'm concerned, his life is far more valuable than 1 million. The black-clothed man gave Li Tai a reply. Li Tai's face turned grim. Flee. He didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and fled, transforming into a string of afterimages as he executed his movement technique to its limits. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, seeming like a ghost as he caught up in the blink of an eye. A white light flashed past. Li Tai's body jerked before flying out. His hand grasped his throat but was unable to stop his blood from spouting out. The dignified Grand Elder of the Li Clan, his life ended in such a way. Only now did the black-clothed man remove his mask. It was precisely the medicine store manager. Seeing the face of the black-clothed man, Duan Lingtan wasn't one bit surprised, as he had long ago noticed his identity. But he was still shocked at his cultivation level. 9th level of the origin core stage. Such a cultivation, it was comparable to the Li Clan's patriarch, Liao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to not know your name. Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered as he stared fixedly at the black-clothed man. In the day, I'm called Bull Tang 1. At night, I'm Tang Ying. codenamed Blood Crescent. Tang Ying laughed. Bull Tang. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth twitched. No matter what, it was difficult for him to compare the decisive and ruthless ghastly shadow assassin from before with this name. Abruptly, Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtan and asked, "The inscription you used before, was it the Blood Crescent inscription?" "Yes." Duan Lingtan nodded. "You inscribed it yourself?" Tang Ying asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtan nodded once more. Tang Ying gave Duan Lingtan a deep glance, and sized him up. "I really want to take you back, cut you open, and see what other secrets you have." Duan Lingtan's face froze. "That's unnecessary. I want some Blood Crescent inscriptions," Tang Ying abruptly said. "Sure, but you prepare your own materials. Also, I'll be taking 100,000 silver per Blood Crescent inscription as my inscribing fee." Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. "You? So ruthless?" The corners of Tang Ying's mouth twitched, but he still said, "Agreed." Before Tang Ying left, Duan Lingtan couldn't help himself from asking, "In these past few days, were you always following behind me?" Tang Ying rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtan as he said, in an angry tone, "Did you think I'm you? Someone with so much free time? I still have to take care of my shop in the day. I ordered my men to surveil Li Tai, and when he left Aurora City, I followed him. I was curious about why you were so confident in your ability to kill Li Tai. In the end, someone actually failed miserably." Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Tang Ying couldn't hold back his laughter. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth twitched. "No matter what, I still owe you my life, so I'll do the first 10 inscriptions for free." Duan Lingtan wasn't one who liked to owe people. "So generous? Then I won't be stingy either. The assignment fee for killing Li Tai, consider it free." Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtan with a slightly surprised gaze, then his body moved like a ghost, disappearing from Duan Lingtan's field of vision in a few movements. "Looks like when it relates to my life, I can't be too stingy." This lesson was something Duan Lingtan remembered deep in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Lingtan's ears slightly moved and his face turned grim. He noticed that a group of people was moving towards here from afar. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai's body. He flew up onto a tree and concealed himself there, overlooking what happened below. After a short moment, 7 youths walked over in large strides. Crests were pinned on the clothes of these youths. Wang Clan. Could it be the members of Triumph City's Wang Clan? Duan Lingtan thought in his heart. Around the Misty Forest, there were 3 cities, namely Aurora City, Aquamist City, and Triumph City. The nascent soul powerhouse he met earlier in the Misty Forest, He Zudao, was precisely from Aquamist City's He clan. A young man noticed Li Tai's body and exclaimed, "Hey, there's a corpse here." "Humphrey, you don't have enough strength, but you dared to enter the inner area of the Misty Forest. Serves you right that you died," one of the people who walked over said disdainfully. "No. He wasn't killed by fierce beasts. Look, the place where his arm was cut off is smooth, and his throat was cut by a weapon," one of the more careful young women said. "It really is true. Hey, there's a crest on his clothes." One of the young men walked up and wiped clean the crest on Li Tai's body. Immediately, many of them exclaimed, "Li Clan." These people noticing the identity of Li Tai didn't cause Duan Lingtan to feel panicked. No one would think that he had the strength to kill Li Tai. Humphrey. So it turned out to be a member of the Li Clan. Serves him right. A blue-clothed young man seemed to be enraged when the Li Clan was mentioned. Yeah, the members of the Li Clan are so detestable. Wang Huai's younger brother, Wang Zhen, came to the Misty Forest to hunt a black python the other time. At the critical juncture, it was a Li Clan youth and young girl who took their gains from behind them. Not only did they take all the benefits, they even killed a few out-to-court disciples of our Wang clan that were still alive. Luckily, Wang Zhen was born with a heart that was inclined sideways, otherwise, I'm afraid he would have become another wandering ghost of the Misty Forest. Even then, Wang Zhen's internal organs were still pierced through, and he is still recuperating. If it wasn't for Wang Zheng's current body circumstances being unsuitable to travel, the patriarch would have long since brought Wang Zhen to the Li clan to identify the murderer and denounce his crimes. Once Wang Zhen recovers, I want to go to the Li clan as well. I want to see who is so vicious. The group of Triumph City's Wang clan disciples discussed their casual discussion, however, entering Duan Lingtan's ears, causing him to be slightly moved. Black Python stealing gains from behind them? The Li clan youth and young girl these people were talking about. Wasn't it Kerr and him? I didn't expect that I'd have such good luck. Who would have thought that I'd bump into a person who had an inclined heart? Duan Lingtan had the desire to spit blood. According to his knowledge, a person who was born with an inclined heart was 1 in 10,000. Although he had killed many people during his previous lifetime, he had not even once bumped into a person with an inclined heart. In this lifetime, altogether, he had only killed just a few people, but he actually bumped into this type of a person. Such lousy luck. What should we do with this old guy from the Li clan? I think we should send him back to the Li clan. Like this, the Li clan would owe our Wang clan a favor, and maybe when the patriarch takes Wang Zhen to identify the murderer, the Li clan will look upon this favor and be willing to hand the murderer over to us. You have a point. Seeing the Wang clan group of young men and women taking Li Tai's corpse away, Duan Lingtan jumped off the tree and left the misty forest. After returning to Aurora City, he didn't return to the Li clan straight away. He instead went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. So anxious to see me. Did something happen? Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtan arrive. I want to post an assignment. Duan Lingtan went straight to the point. Target? Tang Ying asked. Wang Zhen. A member of the Triumph City's Wang clan, Duan Lingtan said slowly. As far as he was concerned, Wang Zhen staying alive was a potential threat to him. He had to be removed. Triumph City? Tang Ying frowned slightly. In Triumph City, our ghastly shadow has another person in charge. That person doesn't have a very good relationship with me, so I'm unable to cross my boundaries for this matter. But you can sneak into Triumph City yourself and go post an assignment at the Ghastly Shadow's point of operations in Triumph City. 1 TL note. I know I've always been TLing names in Pinyin and this is slightly inconsistent, but I feel it sounds better than calling him Tang Anu, which is the Pinyin of his name and means cow, bull. BTW small note. To make the next few lines make more sense, the name Anu is a common name people use in villages. Okay then, I'll take care of this myself. After hearing Tang Ying's misgivings, Duan Lingtan lightly nodded, indicating he understood. After saying goodbye to Tang Ying, Duan Lingtan returned to the Li clan estate. Everything was as normal. However, at noon, the Li clan estate was in a complete uproar. The Li clan's grand elder had died in Misty Forest. Duan Lingtan originally didn't plan on going to watch the scene, but Leaf dragged him and Kerr over. The Li clan estate, outer court martial arts practice field. It was filled full of people. Noticing Duan Lingtan walking over, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Regarding Duan Lingtan, who was ranked at the top of the Hidden Dragon list and was the Li clan's future pillar of support, anyone would give him some face. Little f, it can't be that you dragged me here just so I can open a path for you, right? The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth twitched as he asked with slight suspicion. I didn't. Don't tell me you don't want to come watch the scene? I heard it was Triumph City's Wang clan members that found Grand Elder's corpse. Grand Elder's death will cause Li King to completely lack anyone to rely on. As she finished speaking, Leaf's gaze was slightly complicated. What? You're worried about him? Duan Lingtan's brows slightly twitched. No, I'm just musing. Li King is the same as me. His parents died in the calamity that year as well, and he lived together with his grandfather since he was small. Leaf shook her head. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtan nodded. Meanwhile, he had brought Kerr and Leaf to stand at the front of the crowd. In the martial arts practice field, besides Liao, the group of Li clan elders was present and stood behind him. Opposite them, there were 7 young adults standing, both men and women. Between the two groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai lied there in a wretched state. Besides his right hand being broken, his throat was sliced open by a weapon as well. Liao and the group of Li clan elders didn't have very good expressions on their faces. Liao looked at the 7 Wang clan members and asked, young men and young woman of the Wang clan, when you found the Grand Elder's corpse, did you notice anything else in his surroundings? Patriarch Li, we examined the surroundings, but we didn't discover anything. One of the Wang clan disciples said. Thank you for your troubles. Since it's a matter of great importance, the Li clan is unable to entertain everyone at the moment. Consider these origin-increasing pills a gift from me. Liao withdrew a bottle of origin-increasing pills and passed it over. The Wang clan disciples received the medicinal pills with delighted expressions. Patriarch Li, we understand. Farewell. The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. Grandfather. Suddenly, a shrill and sad cry sounded from outside the crowd. A youth in white clothes rammed straight through the crowd and knelt down beside Li Tai's corpse. His body trembled as he cried his heart out. It was precisely Li King. Li King, don't grieve too much and accept the inevitable changes. Our Li clan will surely spare no efforts to investigate and get to the bottom of this matter. We will give Grand Elder justice. Patriarch Liao consoled. Investigate? You don't have to investigate. I know who the murderer is. Li King's eyes were crimson red as he lifted his head up with a vicious expression. You know? Liao was stunned. Li King, if you know, you can speak out. I want to know who is so bold to dare kill our Li clan's Grand Elder. Does he really think our Li clan is easy to bully? An old man behind Liao said, in a low voice which had infinite rage mixed within. Yes, killing the Grand Elder is no different from slapping our Li clan in the face. Li King, you don't have to be afraid, you can speak out. I want to know as well, who the hell has such tremendous bravery? If we can find this person, we must shred his body into 10,000 bits. Each and every Li clan elder was filled with fury. The gazes from the surrounding crowd all descended upon Li King. They all wanted to know who the murderer Li King spoke of was. Eventually, Li King's gaze swept through the crowd. In the end, it fixed itself on a violet figure. Patriarch, it's him, Duan Lingtan. Li King pointed towards the violet-clothed youth with a face full of rage. Noticing Li King pointing at him and even proclaiming him as the murderer, Duan Lingtan's facial expression remained unchanged as he looked Li King in the eye calmly in a very tranquil manner. After hearing what Li King said, everyone present followed Li King's finger and their gazes all descended upon the violet-clothed youth. For a moment, the entire scene lost control. Is Li King mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Lingtan. What a joke. Even if Duan Lingtan consumed a spirit fruit once and his fleshly body has an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths compared to ordinary martial artists, even though he has broken through to the core formation stage, his strength is merely compared to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage. Killing Grand Elder, who was at the 8th level of the origin core stage, with the strength of a 3rd level core formation martial artist. To think Li King is able to say such a thing. He couldn't have gone mad from the news of Grand Elder's death, right? Duan Lingtan? How could that be possible? This Li King couldn't be thinking of using the power of the clan to settle a personal grudge, right? I heard that during the Hidden Dragon List competition, because of him being overbearing, Duan Lingtan cut off his finger. Could it be because of this matter? Even if he wanted to use the clan's power to take revenge on a personal grudge, he should at least find a logical excuse. Yeah, actually framing Duan Lingtan as the murderer, who would believe that? The discussions of the crowd entered into Li King's ears and caused his expression to become ghastly pale. I'm not lying. Duan Lingtan is the murderer, he's the murderer. Li King bellowed, abruptly standing up and moving. He exploded forth with his entire strength of 3 ancient mammoths, flashing towards Duan Lingtan like a madman. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. His first move was directly a killing move. His finger went straight for Duan Lingtan's vital points. Li King. Patriarch Liao's expression turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, but how would the current Li King pay attention to Liao? You don't know your own limits. Duan Lingtan's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward. Too lazy to use martial skills. He casually swung his fist out. 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. Bang! His fist flew towards Li King at a speed much faster than his finger and blasted Li King flying. Li King loudly crashed on the floor with an ugly expression. He struggled to stand up and desired to attack once more. Enough! Liao's lofty figure blocked in front of Li King, his gaze cold and indifferent. Li King, if you can bring forth evidence, then speak. If you want to use Grand Elder's death as a means to settle your personal grudges with Duan Lingtan, I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, Grand Elder is your grandfather, his body hasn't even gotten cold, but you're already busy trying to take revenge. How could he die contently in the netherworld? Patriarch Li King knelt down sorrowfully. I'm not using my grandfather's death to take revenge on a personal grudge, and every single word I say is true. Then speak. Why do you say Duan Lingtan is the murderer? Liao asked, in a heavy voice. The gazes of everyone present fell onto Li King. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead now, I won't continue to conceal some matters. Li King took a deep breath as he slowly said, during the youth gathering, Duan Ling Tan cut off my finger and practically crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very furious about this matter, and on many occasions he said that he would find a chance to teach Duan Ling Tan a lesson. Hearing what Li King said, Liao's expression became ugly. Li Tai, no matter what, was still the Li clan's grand elder, but he was such a narrow-minded person. The competition at the Hidden Dragon List Youth Gathering was something that had the unified acknowledgement of the three great clans of Aurora City and was thus extremely fair. Getting injured during a spar was unavoidable. The crowd went into an uproar. So the Grand Elder was this sort of person. I even thought that the Grand Elder was different from us. But I didn't expect him to be the same as us, so much so that his selfishness was even greater. Li King was injured by Duan Ling Tan during the youth gathering. Many people witnessed it, and it was Li King who was overbearing, and Duan Ling Tan is not to be blamed. Think about it, Li King is his only grandson after all. Humphrey. To think that I actually respected the Grand Elder previously, but he was actually this sort of person. Duan Ling Tan had a weird gaze. Was this Li King an idiot? His grandfather was dead, and he actually ruined his grandfather's name like this. He could imagine that if Li Tai rose from the dead, he would probably be angered to death by Li King. However, the current Li King had already lost all reason. He continued, in these past few days, I noticed Duan Ling Tan going to the Misty Forest daily. So I told my grandfather. This morning, my grandfather followed behind Duan Ling Tan. But I never expected that what came back to me was instead my grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, tell me, if the murderer isn't Duan Ling Tan, then who could it be? Li King hysterically asked. He didn't notice, however, that Liao's expression was becoming darker by the second. Practically at the moment Li King finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar once again. He followed Duan Ling Tan into the Misty Forest. This doesn't seem like purely planning to teach Duan Ling Tan a lesson. Once Duan Ling Tan enters the Misty Forest, even if he died, nobody would ever suspect the Grand Elder. Grand Elder is too tyrannical. Li King only had his finger cut off, and it was even reconnected later. For this reason, he actually wanted to kill Duan Ling Tan. Grand Elder is too frightening. All of the Li clan disciples' expressions froze for a moment. He had followed Duan Ling Tan into the Misty Forest purely to teach him a lesson. Only an idiot would believe that. Li King, don't talk nonsense. How could Grand Elder be this sort of person? Liao's face was grim as he shouted in a stern voice. Yes, I believe that with the way Grand Elder has always conducted himself, it's absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. I believe that as well. Li King, don't let revenge blind your eyes. Slandering your grandfather just to satisfy your own selfish desire for revenge is something you really shouldn't do. The Li clan elders voiced their opinions. What a joke. There were so many Li clan disciples present right now. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai had really done this, they would still not admit it, as the Li clan's Grand Elder didn't just represent a person, he represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Noticing that no one believed him, Li King immediately got anxious and howled. Enough! Liao bellowed. Where's the enforcement elder? Patriarch. Among the elders that stood behind Liao, a black-robed old man walked out. Li King slandered our Li clan's Grand Elder. Take him away and give him 30 paddle strikes as a warning to other clan members. Liao ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The enforcement elder walked out in large strides and grabbed a hold of Li King like how an eagle would catch a chick. Patriarch, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. As he was dragged away by the enforcement elder, Li King continued to howl hysterically. Seeing Li King be so obstinate, a wave of condemnation sounded from the crowd. Li King has really gone mad. The Patriarch obviously wanted to keep this matter quiet, but he actually kept endlessly repeating it. Who else would be punished besides him? If the Grand Elder knew that his grandson would do this to him after his death, I wonder what he would think. Yeah, even if the Grand Elder had the desire to kill Duan Ling Tan, it was still for his sake. The Grand Elder having had such a grandson, even in the netherworld, I'm afraid he won't be able to die contently. Kai. To think I used to respect him as my idol. I was really blind. You should instead make Duan Ling Tan your idol. He's the top ranked in the Hidden Dragon list this year. Moreover, he's only 16, so he will surely be the top ranked in the Hidden Dragon list of the next 2 years. As they condemned him, They didn't forget to compare Duan Lingtan to Li King. Everything was still fine before they started the comparisons. But as soon as they compared, Li King was trampled on and torn to pieces. I didn't expect that you'd be so popular now. Leaf looked at Duan Lingtan. That's why being able to become my wife is your fortune. Duan Lingtan laughed slyly. Pay. When Leaf noticed Kerr looking at her with a smile, she instantly blushed. Young master, should I call big sister Leaf young mistress from now on? Kerr lightly smiled. Kerr, he's led you astray. Leaf's cheeks, which were already blushing, now seemed to be so red that blood would drip out at any moment. Duan Lingtan couldn't hold back his laughter. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Duan Lingtan, in 1 hour, I'll come look for you at your home. This was Patriarch Liao's origin energy condensed into sound, so only Duan Lingtan could hear it. Duan Lingtan glanced at Liao before lightly nodding. He was prepared in his heart. Even if Liao thought that this matter wasn't related to him, because Li King had spoken against him to such an extent, the Li clan would start with him to find the murderer. The crowd in the outer court martial arts practice field slowly dispersed. Let's go out for a spin. I need to buy some things, Leaf suggested. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Duan Lingtan smiled apologetically. Leaf's beautiful eyebrows knit as she asked, in an unsatisfied manner, what do you have to do? The patriarch condensed his origin energy into sound earlier and told me that he would come look for me at home in an hour. You can't be expecting me to stand up the patriarch, right? Duan Lingtan laughed bitterly. What? The patriarch is looking for you. It can't be that he really thinks you killed the Grand Elder, right? Leaf was stunned. Kerr had a worried expression as well. Don't worry, the patriarch probably just wants to ask if I have any clues. Even you two didn't believe it when Li King said I was able to kill the Grand Elder, let alone the patriarch, Duan Lingtan said, with an indifferent attitude. 1 hour later, Patriarch Liao arrived at the agreed time. Duan Lingtan entertained him in his house's courtyard. Duan Lingtan, I know based on your strength that it's absolutely impossible for you to be the Grand Elder's murderer, but since the Grand Elder was following behind you, did you see him? Liao went straight to the point. He had complicated feelings towards Duan Lingtan. He originally thought that Duan Lingtan was only slightly stronger than Li King, but who would have known that during the youth gathering, he would have actually defeated both the Lin clan's Lin Zhao and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu. Forget Lin Zhao, Xiao Yu was not only the Xiao clan's top genius in the past 100 years, he was Aurora City's top genius in the past 100 years. Even he, the Li clan's patriarch, would frequently sigh. If Xiao Yu was a member of the Li clan, how nice would that be? And now Duan Lingtan had defeated Xiao Yu, truly giving him an extremely pleasant surprise. Most importantly, Duan Lingtan was only 16, younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. He could imagine that when Duan Lingtan is 18, his strength will certainly be even stronger, leaving his peers far, far behind. Patriarch, I know what you mean. I entered the misty forest to wholeheartedly hunt fierce beasts, but I didn't find anything amiss, nor did I see the Grand Elder. Moreover, with the Grand Elder's strength, if he wanted to follow me, it would be impossible for me to notice. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtan had a self-mocking expression. I understand this. I was just asking a routine question. Even if you couldn't notice the Grand Elder, you don't have to care about it. He was an origin core martial artist after all. With your natural talent, you can certainly surpass him before the age of 30. Liao lightly nodded and consoled at the same time. I'll work hard. Duan Lingtan nodded, his gaze firm as steel. Liao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Also, about the other time, I hope you don't mind. I only did that for the sake of the Li clan's face. As far as he was concerned, the current Duan Lingtan was no longer the Duan Lingtan from before. Able to climb to the top of the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 16. Since the appearance of the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list, this was a first. Duan Lingtan could be considered to have made history. Presently, even if Duan Lingtan was only a branch family disciple, and only a disciple with another surname, he was still worthy of the Li clan's attention. Patriarch, you worry too much. Duan Lingtan shook his head. Liao withdrew a stack of silver bills and put it on the table as he said, with a light smile, this silver is a small expression of goodwill from the clan. Patriarch, this Duan Ling Tan was stupefied. These silver bills were all of the largest denomination. One bill was worth 10,000 silver. This thick and heavy stack would probably be around 1 million silver. You brought honor to the clan during this year's Hidden Dragon list, and this is the clan's reward to you. I've already spoken with the 3 alchemist elders of the clan. If you need anything to be refined, you can buy your own materials and ask them to refine it for you. They won't ask you for any money. Liao lightly smiled. Being placed first on the Hidden Dragon list was an honor no one in the Li clan had achieved in the past 10 years. This time, Duan Ling Tan had brought great face to the Li clan, recalling back to when he met with the Xiao clans and the Lin clan's patriarchs and saw their envious and jealous expressions. He felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Ling Tan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. If you want to refine weapon, you can look for Elder Leader. You're on good terms with Leaf, so I think that out of consideration towards Leaf, he would be willing to refine a spirit weapon for you. Liao continued. Leader? Duan Ling Tan was dazed. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about that. If Ling Tan really wants me to refine a spirit weapon for him, even if I have to risk this old life, I would still help him. Just at this moment, a hearty voice sounded, breaking the momentary silence. Duan Ling Tan saw Leaf supporting her grandfather as they slowly walked over. Duan Ling Tan finally realized. So it turned out that Leaf's grandfather was the elder leader that the patriarch spoke of. His eyes flashed with a trace of being emotionally moved. He knew that it was surely Leaf being worried that he would suffer a loss. So she had brought the old man over to help take care of him. Elder leader. Seeing the old man, Liao hurriedly stood up. His tone was filled with respect. The Li clan had 3 grade 9 alchemists. However, after his father, the previous patriarch, left, there was only Leader as the sole grade 9 weapons craftsman. Patriarch, you don't have to stand on formalities, Leader said indifferently. Suddenly, Liao's pupils constricted. His gaze fell upon the Weapons Craftsman Guild crest on Leader. The piercing red grade 8 on it caused his heart to tremble. Liao took a deep breath as he asked, in a slightly discomposed manner, Elder Leader, you've broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman? Patriarch's eyes are sharp indeed. Leader lightly nodded. Gaining confirmation, Liao's breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellow. According to what he knew, within Aurora City in the past, only the Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master was a grade 8 weapons craftsman. But now their Li clan actually had a grade 8 weapons craftsman as well. This was a piece of shockingly good news. Congratulations, Elder Leader, on achieving your wish of becoming a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Leader has matters to discuss with Duan Ling Tan, I'll take my leave first, Liao said to Leader. Then he nodded to Duan Ling Tan and Leaf before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Leaf asked concernedly. No, the patriarch came to gift me some money. Duan Ling Tan looked towards the stack of silver bills on the table. Leaf went and looked through it for a moment before exclaiming, 1 million silver. The patriarch is really generous. Ling Tan, your current net worth will probably soon be higher than mine. Leader laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? You only refined weapons for people inside the clan use and didn't really take any fees for your work. Otherwise, your wealth would probably be innumerable since long ago. Duan Ling Tan shook his head. These were things he had found out from Leaf. Looks like F sold me out long ago. The hearts of girls need to reside with their men. As he finished speaking, Leader heaved a sigh. A grown girl can't be kept at home anymore. Leaf hurriedly grabbed Leader's arm as she said, in a spoiled manner, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your lovely granddaughter. Elder Leader. Hearing activity. Liru walked out of her room and looked at the old man in a slightly respectful manner. You're Ling Tan's mother, right? You have a good son. Leader nodded to Liru and smiled, his expression amiable. Elder, you're too kind, Liru modestly said. Leader lightly smiled as he asked, I came here today because I wanted to ask your opinion on a matter. Look, Ling Tan and my granddaughter can be considered to be in love with each other. So why don't we set a marriage for them? How about it? Grandfather. Leaf blushed. She was unaware of Leader's decision. What? You don't want to marry Ling Tan? Leader teased. Grandfather, you're bullying Leaf lowered her head, not daring to look at Liru or Duan Ling Tan. Elder, I naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. As far as I'm concerned, it's fine as long as Tan is happy. But I still have to let Elder know. My son has already set another marriage previously, Liru said. I know of this, it's that girl Kerr, right? Leader nodded. Greetings elder. At this moment, Kerr had heard the voice and came out as well. She bowed to the old man. As expected, a good girl with a beautiful appearance and clever in mind. Ling Tan has really good fortune. Leader sized up Kerr for a moment, and under Kerr's delicate and perturbed gaze, he emitted a satisfied smile. After the parent and grandparent fixed Duan Ling Tan and Leaf's marriage, they gathered together for dinner that night. After dinner, Duan Ling Tan accompanied the grandfather and granddaughter pair back home. The old man was sensible and returned to his room first. Little F, from today onwards, you're my fiancé. Duan Ling Tan laughed slyly. Pay. It's only a fixing, we haven't really gotten married yet. Leaf rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tan. Duan Ling Tan's eyes burned as he sized up Leaf's hot body, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said greedily, Grandfather has already said that in 2 years, once I'm 18, we'll get married. Little F, why not sleep here tonight? You wish. Leaf had a vigilant expression, moving gracefully as she rushed into her room, and shut the door with a bang. Duan Ling Tan could only leave while laughing bitterly. When he returned home, Duan Ling Tan noticed that Kerr was still waiting for him. Silly girl. Duan Ling Tan extended his hand and wrapped it around Kerr's waist as he pulled her into an embrace and carried her off back to her room. Young master. Just when Duan Ling Tan was about to leave, Kerr called him lightly. What's the matter? Duan Ling Tan wondered. Young master, accompany Kerr tonight, okay? Kerr said, in a delicate and touching manner. After taking off his outer garments and getting on the bed, Duan Ling Tan embraced Kerr in his arms as he asked, in a gentle tone, Silly girl, what's wrong? Young master, when you have big sister F in the future, will you not want Kerr anymore? The young girl voiced out her worries. Silly girl, remember this, you're mine for your entire lifetime, no one can change that. Your place in my heart is something no one can replace, understand? Duan Ling Tan hugged the young girl and comforted her lightly. It was unusual that he didn't do anything else to her. Young master. The young girl tightly hugged Duan Ling Tan as she sank into a deep slumber. Early morning the next day, during breakfast. Mom, Ka, I'm going out for a few days. Don't wait for me at night these next few days and sleep early, Duan Ling Tan said in advance. Be careful. Liru nodded. Although Duan Ling Tan didn't say what he was going to do, she knew that he definitely had something to deal with. Her son had grown up. He wasn't the baby eagle that used to be curled up under her wings anymore. Young master, when will you be back? Kerr asked. Duan Ling Tan pondered for a moment before saying, in 4 days. If Little F comes looking for me, let her know. He was planning to head to Triumph City. The current him had a standing in the Li clan. He had even obtained the protection of the Li clan's one and only grade 8 weapons craftsman, meaning that he didn't have to be afraid of Triumph City's Wang clan bringing the fish that escaped the net to come denounce his crimes. Nevertheless, he didn't want to expose himself in front of the Wang clan. Once he was exposed, the Li clan could protect him for some time, but it couldn't protect him for an eternity. He had to eradicate the source of his problems to prevent any future troubles. After exiting the Li clan estate, Duan Ling Tan removed the Li clan crest from his clothes and placed it inside his spatial ring. The spatial ring had been covered with a dark grey-colored metal layer by Duan Ling Tan using his refinement methods. It now looked like it was an ordinary ring, and as such he conveniently wore it on his hand. After going to the trade market and buying a horse and some dry rations to eat on the way, Duan Ling Tan departed Aurora City. Aurora City, Aquamist City, and Triumph City were in a triangular position surrounding the misty forest within. The distance from Aurora City to Triumph City was not one tad shorter than the distance of a round trip to the misty forest and back to Aurora City. Even if he galloped all the way to Triumph City with his horse, it would still take him 8 or 9 hours. Duan Ling Tan departed in the morning and passed the misty forest at noon, then headed towards the other side of the large road swiftly. Dusk. The outline of Triumph City appeared before Duan Ling Tan's eyes. Under his agitated mood, he spurred his horse to go even faster and galloped onwards. Go, go. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tan heard 2 voices come from behind him, one male and one female. Turning around to take a look, he noticed a youth and young girl galloping their horses. They were running madly, their speeds extremely swift. The youth and young girl were around the age of 17. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously having an extraordinary background. Fergana horse. Duan Lingtan's gaze quickly descended upon the fine steeds beneath them. He could see the two steeds sweat out drops of blood as they galloped. In terms of speed, they were completely incomparable to the horse under him. Fergana horse, one is worth 10,000 gold, and they are extremely rare. Duan Lingtan thought in his heart. In the Cloud Continent, 1 gold would be equal to 100 silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1 million silver. Even the patriarchs of Aurora City's 3 great clans went so extravagant. He guessed that this pair of youths weren't from the 3 cities that surrounded the Misty Forest. Could it be that they are from County City? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties. These 18 counties had 18 respective county cities at a scale only inferior to the Imperial City, and below every county city, there were 81 smaller cities. Halt. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtan stopped his horse and made it leap to the side of the road. He wasn't willing to get into any unwanted trouble. But sometimes, even though he didn't want any unwanted trouble, it didn't mean others wouldn't provoke him. Sistru, do you see that commoner ahead? Scared to the side of the road just by noticing us. The youth who was madly galloping his horse laughed loudly. He's afraid he will be knocked flying by our Fergana horses. The young girl laughed as well. The youth's gaze flickered as he asked, Sistru, why don't we have a competition? How will we compete? The young girl was interested as well. We'll see who can reach the commoner's side first and be the first to hit him off his horse with their horse whip. How about it? The youth laughed. Okay, go. The young girl replied as her horse whip descended onto her Fergana horse. Immediately, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. Sistru, you're being shameless, the youth exclaimed before following her. Duan Lingtan naturally didn't hear their conversation. Duan Lingtan looked from afar at the youth and young girl who were galloping over and planned to continue his journey after they passed, as he wanted to avoid any unwanted troubles. Unexpectedly, whoosh! The young girl was in the lead as she passed by Duan Lingtan first, giving rise to a surge of fierce winds. Suddenly, Duan Lingtan's expression turned grim. He noticed the horsewhip in the young girl's hand jerk as it was suffused with origin energy. It was actually whipping down towards him, flashing straight for his face. Above the young girl, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed. A 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! The horsewhip hadn't arrived in front of him yet, but he could already feel the sharp breeze hitting his face as the whip approached, causing him to feel a slight pain. Duan Lingtan's expression sunk. In the blink of an eye, his hand grabbed out, exploding forth with a strength close to the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed above Duan Lingtan. Pa! Duan Lingtan easily caught hold of the horse whip. The young girl obviously didn't expect Duan Lingtan to be able to catch her whip. At the same moment that she was stunned, she unconsciously tried to pull the horse whip out of Duan Lingtan's hand. Humphrey! Duan Lingtan's gaze turned cold as he exerted force with his hand. Bang! The Fergana horse continued to gallop on by itself, but the young girl, however, was pulled off her horse by Duan Lingtan and emitted a shrill cry. Sisteru, halt! The expression of the youth that was following from behind distorted as he stopped his horse, quickly flashed to the side of the young girl, and supported the young girl up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Commoner, do you know who we are? The youth's face was grim and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Duan Lingtan frowned and indifferently said, I don't know and I'm not interested to know. You're courting death. The youth's face distorted and his body jerked, flying straight out. Instantly, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth, revealing his cultivation. Third level of the Cal formation stage. Duan Lingtan was slightly moved. Third level of the Cal formation stage at an age around 17. His natural talent was even more abnormal than Xiaoyu's. Bang! The youth dashed forward, his speed like lightning, and slapped out a palm that hit the steed under Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan's face twitched as he kicked on the steed's body and jumped off. The steed emitted a shrill cry as it flew out and then lied there without a sound. Dead. Die. The youth's icy cold gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtan. Whoosh! His body flew like the wind as his palm slapped out once again. More than 10 palm images condensed from origin energy formed into a line in the air, whistling as they descended, and enveloped Duan Lingtan. A high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtan's heart skipped a beat. The youth's offensive martial skill was not one bit weaker than Xiaoyu's sleeve dimension. Combined with the youth's cultivation being a level higher than Xiaoyu's, even Xiaoyu would find it difficult to take a palm strike from the youth. You can consider bumping into me or bad luck. Duan Lingtan's eyes were cold as he moved forward and intercepted the attack, exploding forth with the strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! A dark violet sword shine was like a shadow that followed his hand. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body was blasted flying. He crashed on the ground afar in a sorry state and rolled on the ground in pain. An arm that was sliced off at the shoulder dropped on the ground. Third brother. The young girl was muddled. Grandpa Hui. The young girl called out in sorrow, her voice spreading far away. Instantly, Duan Lingtan clearly saw that far away behind on the road, there was an elderly figure galloping over. In Duan Lingtan's field of vision, this figure started off at the size of an ant, became the size of a fist, and was still becoming larger as time went by. Closer and closer. Not good. Duan Lingtan's expression turned gloomy as he realized how formidable this figure was. He stomped on the ground and dropped onto the youth's Fergana horse. Flee. Duan Lingtan's legs clamped onto the steed's waist as he galloped forward, dashing like the wind. Looking at Triumph City, which was nearby, and then turning around to look at the old man that was getting closer, Duan Lingtan's expression sunk. Now he only hoped that the old man would take time to attend to the youth's injuries and help the youth connect his sliced-off arm, or else he would surely die. The speed of this old man was far swifter than the Li clan's Grand Elder, Li Tai, to the extent that his speed wasn't inferior to Aquamist City's Supreme Elder, He Zidao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul powerhouse. As he galloped his horse and flew forward, Duan Lingtan's heart filled with a sense of uneasiness and anxiousness. What he was afraid of the most was the old man abandoning the youth to chase after him. With the old man's strength, once he caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Faster, faster! Duan Lingtan's legs unceasingly pressed upon the Fergana horse's waist to urge it forward. His heart was burning with anxiety. Even though the Fergana horse's speed was doubled the speed of his previous horse, at this moment, he still felt it to be too slow. Faster, faster, faster! At this instant, Duan Lingtan wished he could attach wings to himself and fly straight into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Eventually, under Duan Lingtan's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Who? Duan Lingtan heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his clothes had long been drenched with cold sweat. At this moment, he felt like he had abruptly risen to the heavens from hell. Even though the old man didn't continue to pursue him, Duan Lingtan didn't dare to hesitate as he rode his Fergana horse directly into the city. He heard the exclamations of bystanders the instant he entered the city. Look, another Fergana horse. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his? Duan Lingtan heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned as he directly jumped off the steed, and while everyone present had their gazes on the Fergana horse, he seized the opportunity and left. He concealed himself inside the crowded streets and vanished. Could it be that the trend nowadays is to throw Fergana horses about? This is a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold. But that youth seemed to throw it away like throwing trash. Many people were dumbstruck. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the gazes of everyone present moved towards the direction of the city's gate. An elderly figure dragged out a string of after-images as he instantly arrived before the Fergana horse. Did anyone see the violet-clothed youth that galloped into the city? The old man's eyes were like lightning as they swept past the crowd, causing them to feel chills running down their spines. He went that way. Someone pointed out the direction that Duan Lingtan left in. Whoosh! The old man's figure disappeared into the crowd. So fast. Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist, but I couldn't even catch the shadow of his figure. Probably an origin core stage powerhouse. I've seen the Zong clan's second elder, Zong Ying, battle. Zong Ying is a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage, but his speed didn't seem to be as fast as this. The crowd was in an uproar. Duan Lingtan twisted and turned, circling around more than half of Triumph City, until night fell. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtan glanced at the clothes on his body as he said to himself, Now I need to change my clothes, or else it will be too obvious. Huh? Suddenly, Duan Lingtan noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a youth that had a similar height as him. Mom and Dad will surely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be a servant of the Zong clan, and my monthly pay will be 10 silver, the youth muttered to himself, and then he started humming a song as he walked into the alley. But he quickly quieted down because his throat seemed to be gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark violet sharp sword flickered with an icy cold brilliance. The youth was so scared that he shut his eyes and fearfully said, "Spare my life, sir. I don't have any money, I really don't have any money." Duan Lingtan was slightly speechless. "Who wants your money? Take off your clothes," Duan Lingtan said. "Ah, sir, you want to." The youth's body shivered, even his voice started to tremble. "Cut the crap. Take off your clothes," Duan Lingtan said slightly impatiently. "Yes, yes." The youth nodded as he quickly removed his clothes. Duan Lingtan removed the clothes on his body and changed into the youth's clothes. But when Duan Lingtan finished changing, he noticed that the youth had removed his own pants and was leaning against the wall with his bare butt facing him. The youth's body was incessantly trembling. "Sir, you must be more gentle. I'm still a virgin." Duan Lingtan was utterly dumbfounded. This guy, what did he take him for? Even if he wanted to rape someone, he wouldn't need to go to the extent of finding a man, right? FK off. "I only want your clothes." Duan Lingtan withdrew his sword and gave the youth a kick on the butt. The youth cried out in pain and said, with a wronged expression, "Sir, why didn't you say that earlier? You woo. My innocence. Do I look like that sort of person?" Duan Lingtan muttered to himself while giving the youth a glare. He then left the alley. The night market of Triumph City was similar to Aurora City, bustling with noise and excitement. After buying a mask at one of the night market stalls and putting it on in a secluded place, Duan Lingtan headed to Ghastly Shadow's point of operation in Triumph City. Tang Ying had told him beforehand of the location of Ghastly Shadow's point of operations, so he quickly located it. He walked in with large strides and arrived before the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around the age of 22 or 23. Her seductive body, which was like a water serpent, a pair of magnificent jade hills that seemed ready to burst out at any moment, combined with her icy cold face, it formed a striking contrast. Noticing Duan Lingtan wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised. It was as if it was a common occurrence. "Wang Clan, outer court disciple, Wang Zhen." Duan Lingtan looked at the young woman, suppressed his voice to a low degree, and faked a husky voice as he spoke. 10,000 silver deposit, confirmation after 3 days. The young woman's voice was incomparably icy cold without a shred of feeling. Duan Lingtan laid on the counter the silver bills he withdrew from his spatial ring before coming here. He then turned around and left. He had already been informed by Tang Ying about the Ghastly Shadow's rules. After leaving Ghastly Shadow's point of operations, Duan Lingtan took a few circles in the surrounding area. After confirming that he wasn't followed, he took off his mask and shattered it to pieces. Subsequently, he returned to the noisy night market and had some barbecue. Only then did he look for a nearby inn to stay at. 2 Fergana horses and a nascent soul powerhouse. Recalling the incident that took place this morning, Duan Lingtan's heart sunk. To have a nascent soul stage powerhouse as an escort, the youth and young girl's identities would certainly not be simple. It was extremely likely that they were members of one of the large clans in the county city. But only the youth and the young girl can recognize my appearance. Thinking up to this point, he heaved a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, he went out once more and bought some makeup. In his previous lifetime, as a mercenary, Duan Lingtan was skilled in various concealment and infiltration techniques, and that included disguising. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtan's handsome cheeks had undergone a change, becoming extremely ordinary. "Not bad, my skills haven't deteriorated." Looking in the mirror, Duan Lingtan nodded in satisfaction. With these ordinary cheeks, no matter how one looked at them, it was utterly impossible to notice any traces of having put on makeup. This face was one of those faces that if thrown into a crowd, no one would be able to find it anymore. Now, even if they see me once more, it will be impossible for them to recognize me. After he finished putting on his makeup, Duan Lingtan felt at ease for the moment. At dawn the next day, seizing the opportunity of when the manager was still in a daze from drowsiness, he directly checked out. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, then he must not leave any trace behind. This manager had seen his real appearance. After walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtan went to a restaurant for breakfast in the open. The steaming hot breakfast allowed him to enjoy it to his heart's content. I wonder who it was. So ruthless. Swallow Mountain County is above our Triumph City, and he even dared to cut off the arm of the county governor's son. I heard the patriarch say that they went to the Wang clan and Bazong clan early this morning, probably wanting to use their power to find the assailant. Allegedly, the assailant is a sword-cultivating youth around the age of 16 who is at the third level of the Cal formation stage. He was wearing violet clothes, and had a handsome appearance. But how would they search for him based on only that? Duan Lingtan was just gulping down some milk and eating his breakfast when he heard the discussion from the nearby table. That were three 20-over-year-old young men. Duan Lingtan's heart shook. He naturally could figure out that the assailant they were speaking of was none other than himself. But even though he guessed that the three people from yesterday had prominent background, he didn't expect it to be that prominent. Swallow Mountain County, its lands were vast, encompassing 81 cities. Among them were Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aquamist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the governors of the 18 counties were figures that held the power to wield large numbers of troops. They had a decisive position in the kingdom. Allegedly, the 18 governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses. They were existences that were above nascent soul martial artists, also known as immortals of the land, as they could use the strength of their fleshly bodies to control the air and fly. That youth is the son of Swallow Mountain County's governor. Duan Lingtan realized that he had gotten into trouble, and it was big trouble. But he didn't regret it. Even if he could turn back time and be in that position once more, he would still do it the same way. Duan Lingtan's heart jerked as he thought to himself, luckily, this is Triumph City, and it is far away from Aurora City. There shouldn't be anyone who would think to suspect me. For the next 3 days, the entirety of Triumph City was startled by the large movements of the three great clans. They only had one objective: find the assailant that cut off the arm of the county governor's son. During this time, Duan Lingtan saw that young girl once again. The young girl had an icy cold expression and was following the crowd as they searched for his tracks. But even when he looked at the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Lingtan was confident that besides Kerr and his mother, no one else, not even Leaf, could recognize the current him, even if they met face to face. He was extremely confident in his disguise techniques. Deep in the night, Duan Lingtan once again bought a mask in the night market before putting it on and once again arrived at the Ghastly Shadows point of operations in Triumph City. It was still that seductive and icy cold young woman that attended to him. Wang Clan, Wang Zhen, how's the confirmation? Duan Lingtan went straight to the point. 200,000 silver, the young woman said, in an icy cold voice. A mere body tempering martial artist is so expensive? Duan Lingtan was stunned. Based on the prices Tang Ying informed him of, a 9th level body tempering martial artist would at most cost 100,000 silver. Infiltrating deep into the Wang clan estate has a high risk. The young woman's icy cold voice sounded once more. This is 190,000 silver. Duan Lingtan didn't ask any further. He withdrew the silver bills he had prepared earlier and passed them to the young woman. The young woman received the silver bills and nodded. When will the mission be conducted? Duan Lingtan couldn't stop himself from asking. Tonight, the target will surely die. Hearing what the young woman said, the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled into a smile, but it was concealed under his mask. He left the Ghastly Shadows point of operations and found another inn to stay in. He had already made a decision in his mind. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Lingtan found a restaurant to have some breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some news, but he didn't expect that the hot topic currently was still the matter regarding the county governor's son. According to Tang Ying, as long as it's an assignment accepted by Ghastly Shadow, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. After eating and drinking his fill, Duan Lingtan prepared to leave the restaurant. Duan Lingtan had just walked out of the restaurant when the conversation of two youths that passed by him entered his ears. Ha! I didn't think that Wang Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on. Yeah, even the patriarch can't figure out why his injuries abruptly relapsed. He's gone now. and thus Wang Wen and the others can be considered to have died for nothing. Although we know it was someone from Aurora City's Li clan that did it, we don't know who exactly it was. Humphrey, that guy from the Li clan really got lucky. Duan Lingtan started laughing. Got lucky? Nevertheless, the movement of Ghastly Shadow was really swift. He couldn't help but be amazed by the methods of Ghastly Shadow. According to what he heard from the conversation of the two Wang clan disciples, it was extremely obvious that even the Wang clan patriarch didn't notice that Wang Zhen was murdered. He believed that it was only his injuries relapsing. Duan Lingtan bought a horse and galloped towards the city gates. At the Triumph city gates, there were 3 groups of people that had joined together to inspect the people that were leaving. And from the crests on the clothes of these people, he could make out that they were members of the Triumph City's 3 great clans. The Zong clan, the Wang clan, and the Liu clan. Duan Lingtan saw that young girl once again. The young girl was helping inspect the people in the queue to leave the city. After a short moment, it was Duan Lingtan's turn. The middle-aged man beside the young girl looked at Duan Lingtan as he asked, "Young lady, is it him?" "Young lady?" Duan Lingtan was stunned. The middle-aged man's clothes displayed a Liu clan crest on it, so he was obviously a member of Triumph City's Liu clan. In other words, the young girl that swung her horsewhip towards him the other day was the Liu clan's patriarch's daughter. Like this, everything seemed to be easily explainable. Earlier, Duan Lingtan felt that it's strange that the dignified son of the county governor would come to such a small city like Triumph City. Compared to Swallow Mountain County's county city, Triumph City was merely a small countryside city. So it turned out to be because of this young girl. It isn't him. Liu Ru's gaze scanned Duan Lingtan for a few moments before shaking her head. Move. The middle-aged man swept Duan Lingtan with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Lingtan didn't take any offense. As he galloped his horse out of the city, leaving Triumph City behind, his face slowly emitted a smile. Even though he had been met with unexpected complications that came out of nowhere, his affairs could still be considered to have been concluded satisfactorily. His return journey went quite smoothly, so he arrived at Aurora City before dusk. Although he had only left for a few days, Duan Lingtan still felt eager to return home, so he directly went home, embraced Kerr, and spun in circle. Duan Lingtan let the young girl, whose face was completely red, down, and said, in a gentle voice as he smiled, "Ka, I missed you so much. Got a wife and forgot the mother." Unknowingly, Liru had also come out of her room. She shook her head and sighed. Duan Lingtan was slightly embarrassed as he hurriedly went to hold Liru's hand and tried to remedy it by saying, "Mom, I really missed you too." "Enough. Stop being mushy. You probably haven't eaten a proper meal throughout your journey. Mum will go prepare some food for you." Liru shook her head as she entered the kitchen. "Madam, I'll help you." Kerr wanted to enter the kitchen as well, but she was instead held on to by Duan Lingtan. "Ka, didn't you miss me?" Kerr nodded her head like a chick pecking grain off the ground. "Of course I missed you, but big sister missed young master as well." "Young master, you go see her, and when young master returns, I and madam will have finished preparing the food." "Silly girl." Duan Lingtan's heart was warm as he pulled the young girl into his embrace. Kerr was always like this, always putting him before everything. When Duan Lingtan arrived at Leaf's home, she said, "You actually know how to return." The moment Leaf saw Duan Lingtan, she directly glared at him. "You didn't want me to return? Then I'll leave." Duan Lingtan was dazed for a moment before turning around and walking away with a smile on the corners of his mouth. "You're not allowed to leave." Leaf quickly walked forward and blocked Duan Lingtan from leaving. Unexpectedly, at the instant she blocked Duan Lingtan, he seemed to be able to predict the future, because he opened his arms wide and pulled her into his embrace. Leaf's delicate figure trembled. Duan Lingtan's mouth was snuggled up to her earlobe. He gave it a lick and quietly said, "I missed you." The young girl's figure was as if struck by lightning, and her body became stiff. Cough cough. Just at this moment, a cough sounded from behind him, causing Duan Lingtan's face to freeze. He even felt that the old man had done it on purpose. "Grandfather." Leaf's face was red from embarrassment, and thus she kept her head lowered, not daring to look at the old man. "Grandfather." Duan Lingtan turned around and smiled slyly while greeting the old man. Leader's eyes narrowed, lightly smiling as he asked, Ling Tan, I heard you left for a few days. Where did you go? Nowhere. I just went to take a spin around Misty Forest. I wanted to see if I could find another one of the spirit fruits that could increase the strength of the fleshly body. Duan Ling Tan made up an excuse. Do you think those types of spirit fruits fall from the sky? Leader was speechless. He had heard of the story of Duan Ling Tan consuming a spirit fruit that caused his fleshly body to undergo a metamorphosis, gaining an additional 2 ancient mammoths of strength. But as far as he was concerned, these types of spirit fruits were things one came by with luck and not by searching for it. Grandfather, that spirit fruit I got that time really did fall down from the sky. It even knocked a bump on my head. Duan Ling Tan continued to speak drivel. Leader's face froze and he was slightly embarrassed. That's a coincidence. Absolutely a coincidence. Leader quickly changed the subject. Ling Tan, I've seen the spirit sword you refined for Kerr. It's really not bad. It surpasses regular grade 9 spirit weapons. But it's still quite far away from being a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you need grandfather to help you increase the grade of the spirit sword to a grade 8 spirit weapon? Grandfather, you must not only want to simply help me increase the grade of the spirit weapon, right? Duan Ling Tan saw through Leader's intention, so he teased him a bit. Leader's face turned red. Rascal. Grandfather wants to ask you for some violet meteorite so he can help me increase the grade of my spirit weapon to the 8th grade as well. Leaf rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tan. I'm just joking. Since grandfather wants it, I naturally wouldn't refrain from giving it to him. Grandfather, I'll go get my mother's and Kerr's swords for you right now. Duan Ling Tan quickly took a trip home, brought the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords, and passed them to the old man. Extravagant, too extravagant. The old man looked at the 3 flexible swords and was slightly amazed. Ling Tan, where did you get this violet meteorite from? When I was at Fresh Breeze Town, I bought it from a weapon store. I think I spent around 200 silver. 200 silver? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and he was only able to say 2 words after a long time. Lucky bastard. The old man was overjoyed as if a precious jewel had fallen into his hands as he took the 3 swords back to his room and started getting busy. Duan Ling Tan sneak attacked Leaf once again and pulled her into his embrace. Little did you miss me these past few days? I didn't miss you. Leaf blushed. Really, you didn't miss me? Duan Ling Tan's hands mischievously moved around Leaf's hot and delicate figure. Stop that. Then tell me the truth. Did you miss me or not? Yes. I didn't hear you clearly. Yes. That's enough, right? Stinking rascal. Hee. Then I'll be a rascal for you to see. The wolf one is coming. Ah, no. Duan Ling Tan and Leaf both didn't notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a white-clothed youth that had been standing there for a long time walked away in large strides. Duan Ling Tan, even if the clan doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later. You just wait. Li Qing's eyes were crimson red, filled with hatred and envy. His heart was close to warping. Oh, isn't that Li Qing? Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from nearby. The grey-clothed youth in the lead had eyes that contained a smile as he looked towards Li Qing. Li Qing's face turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, Leon, you better FK the hell off. Don't provoke me. Li Qing, do you really think you're still the you of before? The current you is just trash to me. Li An sneered as he said in disdain, now, in the Li clan younger generation, only Duan Ling Tan can be my opponent. You are not worthy. You're courting death. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his body moved, pouncing towards Lian. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing pointed out with his finger and flew straight towards Lian, fully exploding forth with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Humphrey. It isn't only you who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Lian sneered as he took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! Lian directly moved to intercept and blocked Li Qing's finger strike with a single punch. The forward force of his punch didn't decrease as it blasted onto Li Qing's body and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if you broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, it would still be impossible for me to be your match. Unfortunately, trash is trash. So don't even think of rising for the rest of your lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and laughed coldly. Li Qing's face turned green. He was angry to the extent that he spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes even emitted a dense hatred. Lian, Duan Ling Tan. He wouldn't let any one of them go. Remember, your grandfather is dead, and you don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan. Next time, don't be so arrogant to me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you." Lian threatened him before leaving. Li King struggled to stand up, then he took a deep breath before making a decision. Return home, pack his bags, bring along his grandfather's inheritance, and leave the Li clan. He was leaving with hatred. When Duan Lingtan heard that Li King had left the Li clan, even he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have any favorable impression of Li King, he couldn't deny that Li King's actions still made him feel a sense of respect in his heart. Leaving the Li clan's protection and venturing out in the world wasn't something that anyone would have the courage to do. Once one did this, it would mean that everything would need to start from the beginning. He would be without anything to rely on, and everything could only be done by himself. He didn't know, however, that where Li King left to was, as luck would have it, Triumph City. So much for that. 5 days ago, our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son's arm was cut off by someone outside of Triumph City. A violet-clothed youth. Sword cultivation. 16. Duan Lingtan just so happened to not be at the Li clan during that period. I can be sure that there's an over 90% probability it's him. After leaving the Li clan, Li King galloped without direction, coincidentally arrived at Triumph City, and thus heard of the latest news that was raging in Triumph City. Maybe this is a chance for me. Li King's eyes shone. After a short moment, Li King arrived at the Liu clan's estate. "I know who cut off the county governor's son's arm." A single sentence allowed Li King to be unobstructed in the Li clan. He smoothly met with the person he wanted to meet. In a vast audience hall, a youth in fine clothes sat at the head seat with a slightly pale face. On the sides of the fine-clothed youth stood a young girl and an old man. "You know who injured my young master?" The old man's gaze was like electricity as the imposing manner of a nascent soul stage powerhouse swept across, pressing onto Li King's body. 1 TL note, just to clear things up, the wolf the author is referring to here is the Chinese saying which directly translates to color wolf, or its real meaning, pervert, a nascent soul martial artist. How formidable. The old man's imposing manner descended upon Li King, pressing down until Li King's body trembled and his face turned pale. But Li King still grit his teeth and persevered. How could this little bit of pain compare to the humiliation that Duan Lingtan and Lian had inflicted upon him? Not bad. Second level of the core formation stage and able to withstand my imposing manner head on and not take a step back. Moreover, not considering natural talent, just this unyieldingness is extremely hard to come by. "What's your name?" The old man glanced deeply at Li King. "I'm called Blood Enmity One." According to the plan in his heart, Li King made up a name. From today onwards, he would be Li King no more. Instead, he was Blood Enmity. Blood Enmity. He would use this to remind himself that he carried with him a bloodthirsty enmity. Blood Enmity. "I'm the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei-san. You really know who cut off my arm?" The youth that sat at the head seat looked down towards Li King in a condescending manner. Although his arm had been connected with great difficulty, it no longer possessed the nimbleness of before, and it was even unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these few days to feel like years to him. Living wasn't better off than dying. He wished he could immediately uncover the assailant and dish out a capital punishment to him. Li King looked at Pei-san as he asked, "Third young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that cut off your arm." The speed of his sword was extremely fast, swift as lightning. The sword entered its sheath almost immediately after attacking. "Was it like this?" "Who is he?" Pei-san's eyes shone and his face was flushed from agitation. "As long as you tell me who he is, no matter whether it's 10,000 gold, a group of beautiful women, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation techniques, or martial skills, I can bestow them all upon you." "Third young master, I don't want all of these things." Li King shook his head slowly. "Then what do you want?" Pei-san suppressed the agitation in his heart and his expression turned grim. "I want to follow beside the third young master and return to the county city together. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage, I will undoubtedly personally tell the third young master who was the person who cut off his arm and where he is from." Li King's gaze flickered as he stared fixedly at Pei-san. "HMPH, what a nice scheme you have there. You see that I'm desperate to seek revenge, so you believe that I would spare no efforts in assisting you to step into the origin core stage, right?" Pei San's face turned cold as he saw through Li Qing's intentions. Li Qing kept silent. This was exactly his plan. As far as he was concerned, as long as he followed beside this county governor's son, with his full support, he would certainly be able to step into the origin core stage within the shortest time possible. In Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's estate. If he had the full support of the country governor's estate, stepping into the origin core stage was only a matter of time. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and cruelly murder Li Yan. As for Juan Lingtan, he would shame him violently and torture him for a while before handing him over to be dealt with by Pei San. Impudent. The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. You can kill me, but then your young master can forget about finding the assailant to take revenge in his lifetime. Facing the old man's imposing manner, Li Qing had a calm expression and was fearless. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The old man walked forward. A palm strike with immense force and radiating origin energy slapped onto Li Qing, blasting Li Qing away. Li Qing crashed onto the floor and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. But the corners of his mouth still had a smile. I really am sure that you won't dare kill me. HMPH. The old man's face sunk and he looked towards Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San smiled out of extreme anger and said to the young girl beside him, Sistru, arrange for people to take him to heal his injuries. Yes, third brother. The young girl replied before going to arrange it. A few moments later, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, you're really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned. Grandpa, why, when dealing with desperate people like blood enmity, even if you interrogate him under torture, it will still be impossible to make him talk. Instead of that, why not make use of this opportunity and take him back to the county city? Once we've returned to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the assailant through this, then he won't be of any more use to me. If we can't find the assailant, then we follow his wishes. Once he steps into the origin core stage and uncovers the assailant for me, that day will be the day he loses his life. Pei San's eyes flickered with a cold light as he spoke of his plans. He was the dignified son of the county governor of Swallow Mountain County. How could he tolerate being threatened? In his heart, Li Qing was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was indeed the best method. Aurora City, Li Clan Estate. In a room within a large courtyard. Behind the screen, a completely naked youth stood up from within the bath barrel. On his body, a defensive chi barrier raged like a gust of strong winds whistling by. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The youth's face emitted a satisfied smile as he walked out of the bath barrel and put on a set of dry clothes before walking out of the room. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the youth's figure started flashing about as if he had transformed into an agile spirit serpent, incomparably swift. In an instant, he wound around the large tree, rapidly rising to the top. In the next instant, he flashed onto the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss. On the trunk of the large tree, one white and one black, two little pythons watched the youth's figure flashing about. Their sharp eyes emitted a sense of meekness and infatuation. Abruptly, the youth stopped and stood there before taking a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In a blink of an eye, the youth's hands danced about like the wind, either forming a fist or forming a palm. As his origin energy whistled, it was difficult to distinguish which movement was the true attack. Whoosh! Just after his thousands of movements, a finger attack condensed from origin energy was instantly shot out. A piercing, whistling sound sounded through the air and descended upon a stone pillar. Bang! Immediately, the stone pillar exploded from the point of impact, causing stone chips to swirl out into the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill that matches the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. This dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, is even stronger than Li Qing's Dark Nether Finger and not one bit inferior to Xiaoyu's Sleeve Dimension. As Juan Lingtan stood with his hands behind his back, a smile appeared on his face. The dragon's finishing touch stressed upon the usage of a howling flurry of fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's field of vision as if painting a dragon that didn't have the final touches to make it lifelike. Lastly, a finger attack with an extremely formidable might to directly attack the vital points of the opponent was used. This act was like the finishing touch to the drawing. Thus, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Rebirth Martial Emperor. Dragon's Finishing Touch includes the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Cloud-Piercing Finger, that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated during his second lifetime. Since I've merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, I have thus inherited Rebirth Martial Emperor's comprehension towards the Cloud-Piercing Finger. In those years, Rebirth Martial Emperor's Cloud-Piercing Finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. As such, I only used half a month's time to cultivate the Dragon's Finishing Touch, which surpassed the Cloud-Piercing Finger, to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtan smiled in satisfaction. Now the might of the Dragon's Finishing Touch completely surpassed the might of the Formidable Boxing's Collapsing Fist, which he was the most skilled at. At present, it was once a month after the youth gathering was held. Currently, the three high-grade profound rank martial skills that I cultivate, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent's Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage, but among them, I've only felt the threshold to the perfection stage for Dragon's Finishing Touch. After thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtan started to cultivate the Dragon's Finishing Touch even more painstakingly. Striking when the iron was hot would certainly result in a miraculous effect. Duan Lingtan, you really are hardworking. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Just at this moment, a hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtan looked towards the source of the sound. What he saw was a figure walking into the courtyard. The figure was precisely Lin Chi. Duan Lingtan welcomed Lin Chi into the courtyard and asked curiously, "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Duan Lingtan, a few days ago, our Lin clan welcomed a guest from Aquamist City's He clan. Among them was the He clan's #1 disciple in the younger generation. At the beginning, everything was fine, but after he won in a spar against my big brother, he started boasting without restraint, saying that there were no worthy figures in the younger generation of our Aurora city. Afterwards, he even arrogantly established an arena at the north area of the city and is currently challenging all of the younger generation martial artists of Aurora city. Even Meng Quain was defeated by him. Lin Chi proclaimed the reason he had come. "I came here today because I hoped you would help teach him a lesson and let him know that no matter how great he may be, there will always be someone greater. Could it be that even Xiaoyu wasn't a match for him?" Duan Lingtan was stunned. Lin Chi laughed bitterly. "Xiaoyu left half a month ago to go afar and visit some relatives. Let's go." Duan Lingtan nodded and left the Li clan estate with Lin Chi. If he had just accidentally heard of this matter, he wouldn't care about it, nor would he fight for the sake of the so-called honor of Aurora city. The reason he was going was out of his friendship with Lin Chi. Upon arriving at the north area of the city, Duan Lingtan saw a simple martial arts combat arena. Presently, the arena was fully surrounded by people. Among them were many Li clan youth martial artists. Duan Lingtan. Before long, many people recognized Duan Lingtan and their gazes shined brightly. Duan Lingtan has arrived. He can certainly defeat that guy from Aquamist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan seized the opportunity that our Aurora City's Xiaoyu wasn't around and is so arrogant. Now that Duan Lingtan is here, I want to see how he continues to be arrogant. Duan Lingtan, I support you, FK him up. The surrounding crowd was incomparably fervent, causing Duan Lingtan to feel slightly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Duan Lingtan noticed that on the martial arts combat arena, a person was blasted flying from the arena, hurtling down towards him. Li Zong. When Duan Lingtan recognized the youth that was hurtled down, he lifted his hand and caught onto the youth's shoulder, allowing him to firmly descend onto the ground. Li Zong was in a slightly sorry state. When he saw that the person who saved him was Duan Lingtan, his gaze was complicated. After taking in a deep breath, Li Zong sincerely said, "Thank you." Duan Lingtan lightly nodded and baited Li Zong's shoulder. "You're okay, right?" "I'm fine." Li Zong shook his head. At this moment, a blue-clothed youth on the combat arena looked at Duan Lingtan and asked in a scornful manner, "You're Duan Lingtan?" The youth genius ranked at the top of this year's Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list. But Duan Lingtan, however, ignored him. "You." The blue-clothed youth got angry from embarrassment. "Duan Lingtan, Aquamist City's He clans He Jun, formally challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The surrounding crowd had their gazes all descend upon Duan Lingtan. HMPH. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed, then he stomped his legs on the ground and used the force to fly up onto the martial arts combat arena. Duan Lingtan, fight. Duan Lingtan, show him what you've got. Duan Lingtan, I love you. Dash. 1 TL note, I could have gone with the usual Pinean way of TLing names, but I felt it should be made English as the name he chose has such an obvious meaning and all. Well, leave a comment in the review comments section if you have any opinions about this, and depending on the way the comments side, I might make a poll to let you guys decide on it. Kai He Jun sized up Duan Lingtan for a moment before he sneered. Is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old little kid is capable of being placed in the top of the hidden dragon list, idiot. So what if he's 16? Say that again if you can defeat Duan Lingtan. Yeah, if you're unable to even take a single move from Duan Lingtan, that would really be an extreme disgrace. Bystanders in the crowd ridiculed him. He Jun's face turned grim instantly. Looks like they're very confident in you. He Jun glanced at Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan still did not reply. It was as if he hadn't heard He Jun speak at all. Kid, I'm talking to you. He Jun had a grim expression. This was the first time he was ignored by someone in this way. Although they haven't fought, their states of mind are already on different levels. Duan Lingtan is worthy of being the first in the hidden dragon list, as he's able to be unfazed no matter what. Yeah, unlike this He Jun, who's getting so flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearings, he isn't even on the same level as Duan Lingtan. Not on the same level? You're thinking too highly of him? I think he's miles away from Duan Lingtan. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, He Jun's expression got uglier as time passed by. I'll see how long you can continue acting for. He Jun was enraged. His body jerked like a rock, spreading its wings as he flew towards Duan Lingtan. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a martial artist at the second level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! Seeing He Jun flying out towards him, Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat even Lin's. He did really have some ability. He Jun's movement technique was similar to his, also a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage. See how I blast you flying with a single punch. He Jun bellowed. His fist seemed like a launched cannonball as it whistled through the air and blasted towards Duan Lingtan. From start till finish, Duan Lingtan stood on the spot, unmoved like a mountain. Even when He Jun arrived in front of him, Duan Lingtan still had a tranquil expression. Eventually, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtan made his move. Dragons. Duan Lingtan's hands danced about, suffused with origin energy. In the eyes of everyone in the surroundings, including He Jun's, Duan Lingtan's hands movements weren't random. They seemed to be following some sort of profound trail. Break for me. He Jun's gaze turned cold and his fist exerted force like a landslide as it smashed towards the palm and fist silhouettes that appeared from Duan Lingtan's hand movements. Before long, his expression distorted. He noticed that his fist had actually hit nothing but air, and it didn't touch a hair on Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan's eyes focused. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Finishing touch. Duan Lingtan's finger strike flashed out. As it penetrated through the flurry of fist and palm silhouettes, an ear-splitting howl sounded. His finger touched upon He Jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. He Jun emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out, crashing onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped the right as soon as he noticed that one of his finger bones had cracked apart, and a heart-wrenching pain caused his body to start trembling. Only after hastily consuming a grade 8 gold injury pill did He Jun look at Duan Lingtan with an expression of dread. This 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon to him. Too terrifying. Duan Lingtan is so strong. Allegedly, when Duan Lingtan defeated Xiaoyu, he event used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he instead only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He Jun. Duan Lingtan obviously held back. This He Jun probably can't even defeat Xiaoyu. The #1 martial artist in the younger generation of Aquamist City is merely so mediocre. The crowd was in an uproar. You should keep a low profile and not establish arenas everywhere when you don't have any ability. Duan Lingtan paid no attention to He Jun. Under the gazes that were filled with veneration and adoration, Duan Lingtan jumped off the arena and swung a kick at one of the support pillars on the side of the arena. Bang! Immediately, the martial arts combat arena collapsed with a loud crash, burying He Jun within. He Jun crawled out in a sorry state with a face full of dirt, looking like a refugee. Ha 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 ha! Instantly, the crowd burst into a wave of laughter. Amongst the laughter, He Jun's expression turned ugly and he swiftly fled. Ha ha! Duan Lingtan, nice. Lin Chi arrived beside Duan Lingtan and gave him a big thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than if it was himself who beat He Jun. Duan Lingtan. Meanwhile, two more people arrived beside Duan Lingtan. Li Zong, Li Xiao. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtan looked at Li Zong as he questioned. Hurry up and say it. Li Zong glared at Li Xiao as he scolded him. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtan in terror. Duan Lingtan, I apologize for what I did in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Li Zong grunted coldly towards his little brother. He didn't care about his little brother's feelings at all. It's fine, just let the past matters vanish into the void now. Duan Lingtan waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zong's character wasn't bad. Recalling the conflict between the two of them, it was all because of his little brother, Li Xiao. Slap. Li Zong swung his palm onto Li Xiao's head. What are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Li Xiao had a bitter smile on his face as he hastily thanked Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan indifferently swept Li Xiao with his gaze before walking away with Lin Chi. The crowd automatically opened up a path. The gazes that descended upon Duan Lingtan from the surroundings were all filled with veneration. After watching Duan Lingtan and Lin Chi's figures disappear in the distance, only then did everyone present come back to their senses. Too formidable. He annihilated Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Jun with just a single move. As expected of the young genius who defeated Xiaoyu to be placed in the top of the Hidden Dragon list, Duan Lingtan is only 16. I'm certain that the first ranked in the Hidden Dragon list for the next 2 years will undoubtedly be him. Nonsense. Even I can be certain of that. In a restaurant, Duan Lingtan and Lin Chi sat facing each other. Duan Lingtan originally intended to return home but was forced by Lin Chi to come here, his reason being having something to discuss with him. What do you want to discuss, even coming to a restaurant? So solemn. Couldn't you have just told me on the way? Duan Lingtan looked at Lin Chi. Duan Lingtan, what's your plan? Lin Chi went straight to the point. What plan? Duan Lingtan was dazed. What I'm asking you is, what are your plans for the future? Lin Chi smiled wryly. I don't know for now. Duan Lingtan shook his head and his heart slightly jerked. Hearing Lin Chi speak about this, Duan Lingtan couldn't help himself from thinking about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp he had heard of the other day. The exact date of the Genius Camp test was 5 months from now. Lin Chi continued. Duan Lingtan, even though you're a member of the Li clan, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li clan, you'll become an elder at most. You're destined to have no fate with the patriarch's seat. Can't you just say what you want to say and stop beating around the bust? Duan Lingtan derided. Then I'll be frank. Lin Chi took a deep breath before slowly saying, half a month ago, my aunt made a trip back here and heard about you from me. She's very interested in you. PFFT. After hearing what he said, Duan Lingtan's face trembled and the food that he hadn't swallowed yet was spat all over Lin Chi's face. FK. Lin Chi, although I'm not against being together with a slightly older woman, I'm really not suitable to be together with a cougar. Ask your aunt to look for someone else, Duan Lingtan said in all seriousness. Lin Chi was dumbstruck. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chi wiped off the food that was spat on his face before deriding, can you stop thinking of everything in that way? My aunt's been married for years, even her son is over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said your aunt was interested in me? Duan Lingtan was slightly speechless. Was it he who overtaught things? She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability. Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtan. Say it earlier. Duan Lingtan shook his head and continued to eat. He was like a whirlwind sweeping away everything on the plate. My auntie's the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's branch in Swallow Mountain County, Lin Chi said. So what? Duan Lingtan asked as he ate. You've heard of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, right? Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtan as if he was looking at an alien. When he saw Duan Lingtan shake his head, he was utterly speechless. This guy's really ill-informed. The Violet Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Its properties can be found all over 6 counties out of the 18 counties in Crimson Sky Kingdom, and Swallow Mountain County is one of them. Lin Chi explained. Wait, you said the Violet Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 out of the 18 counties of Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties? Yes. Lin Chi had a face full of pride. Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Dao is average, she is really business-minded. She was already thought highly of by the president of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in her early years, and she advanced step by step to obtain her current position. This restaurant that we're eating in is one of the properties of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Besides that, the properties of the Violet Tulip Trading Company can be said to have a finger in every pie, to the extent that it can be found even in remote, small towns, as long as it has the prefix of Agarwood, Golden Adonis, or Violet Cauldrop. They are all properties belonging to the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Lin Chi continued to speak of the Violet Tulip Trading Company with great familiarity. Agarwood. Duan Lingtan suddenly realized that the Agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town turned out to be a property of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. I'm not interested in conducting business. Duan Lingtan shook his head. Who's asking you to conduct business? Lin Chi angrily said, my aunt took an interest in you because she highly regards your natural talent in the martial Dao and your comprehension ability. While the Violet Tulip Trading Company is rich enough to rival a kingdom, it naturally has many people who are watching it secretly and are looking for an opportunity. Therefore, the Violet Tulip Trading Company has fostered many powerhouses to be in charge of protecting the trading company's properties. My uncle is precisely the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County, and he is a void stage powerhouse. Even the county governor of Swallow Mountain County is respectful when dealing with my uncle. Lin Chi finished saying this within a single breath. Your aunt wants to make me a guard for the Violet Tulip Trading Company? Duan Lingtan had a weird gaze. My aunt said that as long as you're willing to join the Violet Tulip Trading Company, the Violet Tulip Trading Company will spare no effort in fostering you. In the future, you will even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtan with a face full of envy and jealousy. In other words, once I join the Violet Tulip Trading Company, even if I stay there till I die, I will only be a head bodyguard. Duan Lingtan had eaten his fill and put down his cutlery. Head bodyguard. Lin Chi didn't understand what Duan Lingtan had said. Means the same as guard commander. Duan Lingtan explained. Do you even know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Li Qin was slightly exasperated. What does it represent? Duan Lingtan was slightly curious. There were only a total of 7 guard commanders in the entire Violet Tulip Trading Company, and every single guard commander is a void stage powerhouse. While they guard the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they also obtain the various resources of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as grade 7 medicinal pills, grade 7 spirit weapons, and a wealth that they and their families can't spend within their lifetime. Lin Chi was slightly agitated as he spoke. Are you finished? That's all? Duan Lingtan asked. That's all? Noticing Duan Lingtan's unperturbed expression that seemed like he wasn't one bit concerned made Li Chi unable to help himself from glaring. Don't you realize that all of these things aren't something you can get from being a Li clan elder for your entire life? What? Even this doesn't attract you? Tell your aunt I'm not interested. Duan Lingtan shrugged with a light smile. You really plan to be a Li clan elder for the rest of your life? Lin Chi was astounded. Who said I want to be a Li clan elder? Duan Lingtan shook his head as he slowly walked away, only leaving behind a single sentence to Lin Chi. My ambitions aren't within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ambitions not within the boundaries of Crimson Sky Kingdom. Li Qin was dumbfounded. He dreamt occasionally, and in those dreams he would always see himself becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, or the county governor of one of the 18 counties in Crimson Sky Kingdom before laughing himself awake. As far as he was concerned, these were all his wild wishes. Duan Lingtan, however, actually said his ambitions weren't within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was an utter disregard to all the things he dreamt of. Maybe it was precisely his broad ambitions that allowed him to achieve his current cultivation level at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm virtually an ignorant fool. A bitter smile filled the corners of Lin Chi's mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. Duan Lingtan, however, didn't know that Lin Chi's entire life would change tremendously just because of that single sentence he spoke. Of course, this was a story for some other time. Duan Lingtan's life gradually quieted down. His days were spent routinely cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Dragon's Finishing Touch, and Spirit Serpent Movement technique, as well as concocting medicinal liquids and refining medicinal pills. In private, Duan Lingtan flirted with Kerr on one day and Little on the other. His days passed by in a leisurely fashion. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtan's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. His cultivation had advanced a stage to step into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Furthermore, the process of tempering his body with origin energy had already been completed, and he was in the progress of charging towards the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage. Dragon's Finishing Touch was officially cultivated to the perfection stage. With the assistance of large quantities of medicinal liquids concocted from Bloodling Sea, greater teleportation also officially stepped into the perfection stage. However, Duan Lingtan seemed to have been trapped in a bottleneck that seemed nearly impossible to break through, and thus his Spirit Serpent Movement technique had not improved after so long. As for Kerr, her cultivation had already stepped into the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage half a month ago, and she cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Freezing Sword, that supplemented the Frost God's Sword technique to the mastery stage. Besides that, her defensive martial skill, Stealth Substitution, and her movement technique, Profound Rippling Steps, both had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Kerr's natural talent in the martial Tao once again astounded Duan Lingtan. As for Leaf, Duan Lingtan gave her the 2nd spirit containment pill he refined that day and let her cultivate a new top cultivation method after dispersing her origin energy into the spirit containment pill. The cultivation method he passed on to Leaf was called Galactic Star Technique. It was a cultivation method that was cultivated by one of Rebirth Martial Emperor's best friends, Stellar Martial Emperor. Its might was on par with Frost God's Sword technique and the Demonic Beauty Divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Leaf had already been cultivating high-grade profound rank martial skills since the beginning, and as such, Duan Lingtan didn't pass anything on to her. After dispersing her origin energy and recultivating the new cultivation method, her cultivation stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and was on the verge of breaking through into the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtan had once asked his mother about her cultivation, but she would always smile it off while emitting a sense of mysteriousness, causing Duan Lingtan to have no way of knowing. However, Duan Lingtan was convinced that his mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed her previous cultivation. Duan Lingtan sat in the courtyard as he teased the 2 little pythons on the table beside him. In the past 3 months, the 2 little pythons had swallowed down plenty of medicinal pills that Duan Lingtan refined, allowing their strengths to improve and step into the 9th level of the Cal formation stage. They were now only a step away from the origin core stage. 2 little freaks. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he looked at the 2 little pythons. Who would have thought that in Duan Lingtan's house, the strongest wasn't him nor Kurt, and even wasn't his mother, but instead it was these 2 variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtan took the 2 little pythons deep within the misty forest as a means to probe their strength, and with great difficulty he finally found a fierce beast at the 9th level of the core formation stage that wasn't afraid of the snow python's aura that lingered on the 2 little pythons' bodies. To his surprise, however, the 2 little pythons easily penetrated the fierce beast's body and killed it. The horns on their heads utterly ignored the tough and tensile leather on the fierce beast's body. Rascal! Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. The hot-bodied young girl was wearing a light violet dress as she quickly walked into the courtyard before sitting opposite Duan Lingtan. She teased the 2 little pythons as she said, "Rascal, make a trip to the misty forest with me." "Why?" Duan Lingtan's gaze was utterly fixated on the young girl's well-developed pair of jade hills as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Stinking rascal, what are you looking at? Leaf glared at Duan Lingtan before continuing. I just broke through and want to try out my strength on some fierce beasts. You've broken through? Duan Lingtan was stupefied. Yes. Leaf nodded with a smile. Grandfather said that my fast progress was all thanks to the high-purity origin-increasing pills you refined, and if it was origin-increasing pills refined by ordinary alchemists, even if I cultivated the galactic star technique, I would still need another half a year before being able to break through. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Lingtan smiled complacently. In terms of medicinal effect, my origin-increasing pill with over 90% purity is at least twice as effective as the origin-increasing pills sold in Aurora City's trade market. Under the same absorption circumstances, compared to others who consume ordinary origin-increasing pills, your cultivation speed should be twice as fast. I know you're great, egomaniac. Leaf rebuked. She could still remember how upon learning of the medicinal effect of Duan Lingtan's origin-increasing pill, her grandfather was dumbstruck for a long time before finally regaining his senses and actually swearing. That was the first time in her life that she saw her grandfather so discomposed. When she finally found out from her grandfather about what a purity of over 90% really represented, even she was shocked. According to her grandfather, an origin-increasing pill costed 5,000 silver in Aurora City's trade market. However, the origin-increasing pill Duan Lingtan refined would easily be able to go over 100,000 silver for merely one pill. Cause cultivating, so let's not disturb her and go ourselves, Duan Lingtan said to Leaf. After notifying his mother, Duan Lingtan glanced at the two little pythons that were looking at him with anticipation and said, while glaring, you two little guys behave yourselves and stay at home. If you dare to follow me, I'll cook the two of you in a pot of snake soup. As long as he brought the two little pythons along into the misty forest, it would be nearly impossible for him to encounter any fierce beasts. Unless it was a high-ranked fierce beast, other fierce beasts would hide the moment they noticed the aura emanating from the two little pythons. The two little pythons nodded their heads with wronged expressions, seemingly beginning to be able to understand what Duan Lingtan meant. They then coiled up the large tree in the courtyard and looked on at Duan Lingtan and Leaf's disappearing figure with eager eyes. Hiss hiss tilde. It wasn't long before they forgot their worries and were happily coiling about the large tree. Misty forest. Duan Lingtan had already come here at least 10 times, and thus was extremely familiar with it. Rascal, let's go slightly deeper in this time. Leaf was slightly excited, even her face was flushed. Going in deep is fine, but you must not leave my line of sight. After entering the misty forest, Duan Lingtan's expression became more serious. I know. Leaf rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtan. In the beginning, it was hard for her to understand how the youth usually was fearless and did whatever he wished without restraint, but after entering misty forest, he would instead advance gradually and carefully. Now she had become accustomed to Duan Lingtan's vigilance. She didn't know, however, that it was utterly Duan Lingtan's instinct. An instinct he developed from his years of life as a member of the Special Forces and a mercenary. Once he entered Misty Forest, his nerves would be slightly tenser as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings for safety's sake. In his previous life, this instinct had saved his life not less than 10 times. Something's not right. After being in the inner area for some time, Duan Lingtan and Leaf didn't encounter not one fierce beast. Duan Lingtan's expression became heavy. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two incomparably fast figures flew down from the sky and floated above Duan Lingtan and Leaf. These were two middle-aged men that seemed to be worn out from a journey. The middle-aged men wore black clothing. One of them had a stiff expression. The other middle-aged man had a hideous appearance and was emitting an evil and greedy gaze as he stared at Leaf. Void stage martial artists. Duan Lingtan's heart trembled. He was unable to comprehend why a void stage powerhouse would appear in Misty Forest. A void stage powerhouse was an existence that surpassed the nascent soul stage. Flying. People can really fly. Leaf was dumbstruck. Although she had heard of void stage martial artists and even knew that they had the ability to control the air and fly, when she really saw it, she still couldn't help herself from being shocked. In the next moment, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the middle-aged men, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtan took a step forward and stood in front of Leaf. fearlessly looking the void stage martial artist in the eye. "A mere ant dares to stop me from looking at a beauty, HMPH." The void stage martial artist grunted coldly, condensing his sound into a line and blasting it into Duan Lingtan's ears. Instantly, Duan Lingtan's eardrums quaked. Duan Lingtan's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only a mere cold grunt was already enough to injure Duan Lingtan. "Rascal." Leaf's expression turned pale as she hurriedly went to support Duan Lingtan. "I'm fine." Duan Lingtan took a deep breath as he continued to protect Leaf behind him before once again looking at the void stage martial artists with a ghastly and firm gaze. "You're courting death." The void stage martial artist's expression changed as the terrifying aura on his body swept out in the form of an imposing manner and pressed down upon Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan's gaze turned slightly cold and his body trembled as he forcefully withstood the middle-aged man's imposing manner. He didn't dare to move, or else Leaf would surely be affected. "Humphrey, let me see how hard the bones of this ant is." The void stage martial artist sneered. The imposing manner that pressed down upon Duan Lingtan increased in intensity. The pressure on Duan Lingtan's body doubled, but only Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted before he grit his teeth and endured. His will was firm like a mountain. The void stage martial artist's gaze turned cold and a killing intent arose within him. Just at this moment, the other void stage martial artist frowned as he said in a cold and indifferent manner, "Enough, Sunru, don't create unnecessary problems. If you delay our true purpose, the sect leader won't forgive you." "Kid, remember that in front of me, you're just an ant. If I desired to kill you, it would be no different than killing an ant. I disdain to kill you." The void stage martial artist tried to smash Duan Lingtan's pride with his words. Duan Lingtan's body lightly trembled and his eyes emitted a ghastly brilliance as if ready to swallow someone up. "Let's go." The two void stage martial artists rose into the air before flying into the distance. Bang! In the end, Duan Lingtan couldn't persist any longer. He limply fell on the ground and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The imposing manner of a void stage martial artist wasn't something that the current him could withstand. Earlier, he was forcefully withstanding it and was on the verge of collapse. "Rascal, you're injured." Leaf's face was pale and her eyes went red from anxiousness. She withdrew a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and gave it to Duan Lingtan to consume. After consuming the medicinal pill, Duan Lingtan slightly recuperated. His eyes still gazed with a strong killing intent at the far-off spot that the two void stage martial artists' figures disappeared. He wasn't a person that liked to cause trouble, but if someone tried bully him, he wouldn't easily let it go. Currently, his strength was inferior, but he was still young and full of ability. That combined with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor that he had merged with, as far as he was concerned, he would catch up sooner or later and even surpass the void stage martial artist from before. At that time, Duan Lingtan would make him regret his actions today. Sunru, I'll remember it. Duan Lingtan deeply committed this name to memory. This was the second person since he arrived in this world that made his heart emit a monstrous killing intent. The first was Imperial City's Duan clan's Duan Ling crossing. Duan Lingtan's incomparably strong fleshly body, which could exert a force of 5 ancient mammoths, allowed him to quickly recover his injuries after consuming a grade 8 gold injury pill and absorbing its medicinal effect. At this moment, Leaf stood at Duan Lingtan's side and stared fixedly at him with a gentle and affectionate gaze. Earlier, when facing the two void stage martial artists, she was extremely scared, to the extent that her legs seemed to be as heavy as lead and unable to move a single inch. At the moment she felt the most helpless. Duan Lingtan stood out and shielded her behind him, like a fearless guardian angel that shielded her from everything. He would rather get injured himself than allowing anyone to injure her. Her heart started trembling lightly. At this moment, she felt that this man was worthy of her entrusting her life to. Huh? Suddenly, Duan Lingtan's nose jerked as if he had smelled something. His gaze focused slightly as he looked into the distance before flashing over. Leaf had a puzzled expression as she followed him. Duan Lingtan noticed that behind the nearby bushes was a man lying on the floor, or more accurately speaking, a corpse. This was a young man with a body full of injuries, and in his hand was a jade slip. Origin energy could be vaguely seen dissipating from his body, and the injuries on his body that were temporarily patched up with origin energy started to have fresh blood that was unpleasant to the eye flow out all over the ground. and it was precisely this that allowed Juan Lingtan to smell the scent of blood and notice him. Seeing the bloody scene, Leaf turned her head away and her expression turned ghastly white. This jade slip seems to be. Juan Lingtan picked up the jade slip and, thanks to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, recognized what it was and thus poured his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Juan Lingtan's ears. Fated one, I'm the young sect leader of Boundless Sect, Shangguan Yu. Please be sure to properly put away the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you can one day cultivate to the void initiation stage, you may head to Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Once all 9 jade swords are gathered together, you can all head out to find the Sword Monarch's treasure. With these 8 jade swords, you will be able to open the treasure and obtain a great fortuitous gain. My Boundless Sect suffered complete annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance of traveling to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, out of the fate between us when you received my jade sword, I hope that you send the voice transmission jade slip within my spatial ring to the solitary summit and pass it to a reclusive old man by the name of Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yu expresses his thanks. After Juan Lingtan finished listening, a light flashed within his eyes and he was slightly excited. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Juan Lingtan had heard of it. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he was currently residing in was precisely a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, some martial monarchs and martial emperors liked to place some of their treasures at certain locations. Then they would put restrictions in place and distribute keys for the future generations to fight for to them. This was a game. This sort of game was something Rebirth Martial Emperor had played on countless occasions. The treasures that Rebirth Martial Emperor originally planned to use in his third lifetime are all concealed in the foreign lands and are currently unreachable to me. However, this Sword Monarch's treasure is at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a very realistic and readily available location. Juan Lingtan inhaled deeply. An existence called Sword Monarch would undoubtedly be a Martial Monarch stage sword cultivator. Although the Martial Monarch stage was a stage inferior to the Martial Emperor stage, the treasures he left would certainly be extremely valuable. Juan Lingtan removed the spatial ring from the young man's hand and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. He was pleasantly surprised at what was inside. I didn't expect that he would also be an alchemist. By the looks of the pile of rare materials he collected, he should be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad. These materials can save me a huge sum of money. Is this jade sword one of the keys to the Sword Monarch's treasure? And this voice transmission jade slip? Juan Lingtan withdrew the jade slip and poured origin energy into it. A voice once again entered into Juan Lingtan's ears. Great-grandfather, the Boundless Sect is no more. Father and all the elders all died in battle. It was the Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless Sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Juan Lingtan to pass to the old man in Solitary Summit. Looks like that Sunru is from the Black Fiend sect. Juan Lingtan's eyes flickered as a cold light flashed through them. In his opinion, Sunru and the other Void Stage martial artist were undoubtedly chasing after Shangguan Yu to kill him and seize the jade sword. Rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Leaf's voice caused Juan Lingtan to regain his senses. The sound from the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who poured origin energy into it, and as such Leaf wasn't aware of what had happened. Nothing, I feel he's quite pitiable. Juan Lingtan shook his head. After a while, he started a fire and burned away the young man's corpse. Little do you want to return and rest? Such an incident caused Juan Lingtan to be slightly worried about Leaf. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, then we can head home, Leaf said lightly. Juan Lingtan noticed the change in attitude Leaf had towards him. Looks like being a hero and saving the beauty would forever be the most formidable method of chasing girls. I'm fine. Let's go look ahead and see if there's any suitable fierce beasts to hunt. Juan Lingtan and Leaf continued to go deeper into the misty forest. During this period of time, they encountered many fierce beasts. The stronger ones were taken care of by Juan Lingtan, only leaving some fierce beasts at the 4th level of the core formation stage or below for Leaf to deal with. Leaf enjoyed herself as she continued hunting, but unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. Looks like we will have to spend the night here, Juan Lingtan thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright in the starless sky. Duan Ling Tan and Leaf leaned shoulder to shoulder on the trunk of a large tree as they gazed into the sky. Rascal, even though I had heard before that a void stage martial artist was able to control the air and fly, I only thought it was just an exaggeration. Never did I think that it was real. Leaf's tone sounded slightly complicated. Some things aren't always groundless rumors. Duan Ling Tan lightly smiled. Weren't you afraid of the two void stage martial artists from today? Leaf asked. Of course I was. Duan Ling Tan truthfully replied. A void stage martial artist could kill the current him with but a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, that would be a lie. Leaf gazed at Duan Ling Tan as she asked, in a light voice, then you still protected me. Isn't a man protecting a woman a principle of heaven and earth? Moreover, don't you forget, you're my fiancé, so of course I would protect you. Not to mention void stage martial artists, even if it was a martial monarch or martial emperor, I would still protect you at the first instant. Duan Ling Tan smiled. Martial monarch, martial emperor? Leaf was phased, obviously having not heard of such terms before. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the void transformation stage powerhouses, and a martial emperor is an existence that surpasses a martial monarch, an existence at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent, Duan Ling Tan explained. How do you know all this? Leaf was slightly surprised. I read a few books. Duan Ling Tan smiled. What a joke. He was the inheritor of the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. He naturally was clear of all this. You mentioned void transformation stage powerhouses. What stage is that? Leaf felt slightly curious. Little commit this to memory. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage. The void stage is separated into 4 stages, namely the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage, Duan Ling Tan slowly explained. So that's how it is. Leaf lightly nodded. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you actually knew so many things. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Ling Tan was slightly complacent. I only slightly praised you and you're already floating. Leaf rebuked. Little don't call me rascal anymore. It sounds so bad. Then I'll call you scoundrel from now on. Scoundrel? Did you actually call me a scoundrel? Then I'll let you see how much of a scoundrel I am. Ah, what are you doing? I'm proving that I'm not a scoundrel, of course. Scoundrel, stop. Little I want you. No, you're not willing to give it to me. You're not allowed for these few days, that thing has arrived. FK. After hearing this, Duan Ling Tan dispiritedly climbed off Leaf's hot and delicate body, but of course not before stealing a good feel of it. In the end, he embraced Leaf and fell into deep sleep. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tan accompanied Leaf on her hunt for fierce beasts the entire morning. Only at noon did they leave Misty Forest and return to Aurora City. After selling away the pile of fierce beasts' fur, skin, and body parts, Duan Ling Tan asked Leaf to head home first while he went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. It's good that you came. I've been wanting to go look for you these past few days. Noticing Duan Ling Tan, Tang Ying's eyes shone. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid is out of stock. No, I just concocted 2 large crocks of them for you half a month ago. Duan Ling Tan's brows slightly jerked. It isn't the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, but the blood crescent inscription. Tang Ying smiled. Blood crescent inscription? I don't think Ghastly Shadow had any big movements in Aurora City lately, right? Duan Ling Tan had a face full of vigilance as he looked at Tang Ying. You couldn't have been selling off all the blood crescent inscriptions I inscribed for you, right? Tang Ying laughed embarrassedly. It's up to you how you deal with them, but you better not drag me into it. Duan Ling Tan frowned. Don't worry, I've only sold it to some of the people in charge within Ghastly Shadow. As for you, I have never once mentioned your existence, said Tang Ying. How many do you want this time? Duan Ling Tan knit his brows as he asked. Tang Ying pondered for a moment before speaking. 30. Duan Ling Tan shrugged and said indifferently, you really know how to ask for exorbitant amounts. But forget it, it's the last time I inscribe for you anyway. The last time? Tang Ying was dazed momentarily, as he was unable to understand what Duan Ling Tan's words meant. 1 month from now, I'll be leaving Aurora City. Duan Lingtan said. 1 month from now. Tang Ying's eyes flickered as his gaze descended upon Duan Lingtan. You plan to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp to participate in the Paladin Academy's test. You've guessed it. Duan Lingtan was slightly surprised. It really wasn't that difficult. Since you plan to leave, it would surely mean you weren't resigned to continue staying in Aurora City. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, entering Paladin Academy would undoubtedly be your best choice. Adding on the fact that you will leave in a month's time, it would surely be for the Iron Blood Army's genius camp without a doubt. Tang Ying lightly smiled. Aren't there other tests available to enter Paladin Academy? How do you know I'm not going to participate in the other tests? Duan Lingtan asked, in a questioning manner. Yes, there are other tests, but those tests are all held in the other 17 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In our Swallow Mountain County, there is only one choice, Iron Blood Army's genius camp, Tang Ying said. Duan Lingtan suddenly understood. So that's how it is, right? How much do you know about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? I heard it's very brutal inside, even to the extent of being called a place where one only has a 10% chance at survival. Duan Lingtan asked curiously. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is indeed brutal, but that would be towards ordinary youths. Freaks like you only need to know their place and mind their own business. As long as you don't offend the instructors there, surviving a year can be done easily. Tang Ying was extremely confident of Duan Lingtan. Instructor? Could it be the officers of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Lingtan was slightly curious. You're right, it's indeed those madmen from the Iron Blood Army. Tang Ying nodded. Madmen? Duan Lingtan was puzzled. You'll know why I call them madmen once you're at the genius camp. Even Tang Ying was rather fearful when mentioning the Iron Blood Army. I actually slightly look forward to it now that you've put it that way. Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered. Duan Lingtan would definitely be able to rise to the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom no matter what path he took by relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories. But Duan Lingtan still chose the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Besides stemming from a sort of persistence from his previous life towards a military career, there was still another reason. Once he passes the test, which was the genius camp itself, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy. The Paladin Academy was situated in the Imperial City. Duan Lingxing was at the Imperial City as well. Duan Lingtan's eyes emitted a dense killing intent as the aura on his body involuntarily swept out. Tang Ying's face was filled with shock as he felt the icy cold killing intent that was coming off Duan Lingtan. This type of killing intent was something even he didn't possess. His hands had at least a few hundred lives on them after all, but even he hadn't developed such a terrifying killing intent yet. I've only felt this type of killing intent on one person before. However, how could this kid compare to that person? This kid is merely 16 years old. How could he possibly have this type of killing intent? At this moment, Tang Ying felt his scalp go numb. Even though Duan Lingtan's current strength was far inferior from his, Duan Lingtan was still able to make him feel a pressure that stemmed from the bottom of his heart by relying solely on his killing intent. Even in the entire Ghastly Shadow, there was only one person capable of making him feel such pressure by relying solely on killing intent. That person was precisely the #1 assassin in Ghastly Shadow, Demon. It's time for me to go. Duan Lingtan looked towards Tang Ying and faintly smiled. The reason he came to look for Tang Ying was to ask him about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and now his objective had been reached. Wait. Tang Ying however stopped him. Yes? Duan Lingtan questioned. Duan Lingtan, how about you don't go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and instead let me recommend you to our Ghastly Shadows headquarters. With your natural talent combined with my recommendation, you will undoubtedly be one of the main targets of fostering within the organization, and you would soon become a trump card assassin of Ghastly Shadow. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed as he made this suggestion. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Lingtan joined Ghastly Shadow, him surpassing the current #1 assassin, Demon, would only be a matter of time. Duan Lingtan shrugged as he said in a disapproving manner, be an assassin? Not interested. Kid, you haven't felt that sort of pleasure yet. Think about the day when even His Majesty, the Emperor of Crimson Sky Kingdom, will experience a change in expression when speaking of you. How satisfying will that feel? It would absolutely be the best spiritual indulgence. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, I'm confident it won't be long before you can become a top assassin within our Ghastly Shadow. Not interested. Duan Lingtan shook his head. You have such an icy cold killing intent on you. You're simply born to be an assassin. Not being one would be such a waste. Tang Ying had an expression that seemed to show that he was eager due to him cherishing geniuses. Killing intent? Are you talking about this? At the moment Duan Lingtan's voice faded, an even more terrifying killing intent swept out from his body, pressing itself onto Tang Ying. Tang Ying's face turned slightly pale as he suffused his origin energy around his body. Only then was he able to withstand the bloodthirsty killing intent that was roaring out of Duan Lingtan's body. Tang Ying was dumbstruck. This killing extent even surpassed the ghastly shadow's #1 assassin, demon. Tang Ying, only now did I realize that you were actually so senseless. You concluded that I was born to be an assassin by merely relying on this. All you need to do is go kill a few more people and you will naturally be tainted with this kind of killing intent. Duan Lingtan glanced at Tang Ying in disdain. You kid, I'm curious, how many people have you killed to dare to be conceited in front of me? The person in charge of the Ghastly Shadows operations in Aurora City. Tang Ying was slightly angry from embarrassment. I don't remember anymore. In total, it should at least be over 10,000 people. Duan Lingtan's gaze seemed to drift, as if drifting away into the distant past. Only when Duan Lingtan left did Tang Ying come back to his senses. This kid really dares to talk nonsense. Over 10,000? Who would believe a little ass kid like him? Tang Ying didn't take it seriously and only thought Duan Lingtan was bragging. But it still couldn't stop him from sighing. The Ghastly Shadow organization had lost a promising youth. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtan was slightly speechless as well. Born to be an assassin, the killing intent that stemmed from his soul was something that was accumulated from the bloodshed he experienced as a mercenary in his previous lifetime. Every time he took on an assignment, if it was an assassination, the head count on his hands would be relatively small. If he ever conducted a large-scale deal in a region and used a weapon of mass destruction, the number of casualties would at least amount to tens of people, and on occasion amount of hundreds and even thousands. Saying that he had killed more than 10,000 people was actually him holding back on the actual numbers. Duan Lingtan noticed two people coming towards him at the moment he entered the Li clan estate. One was a youth around the age of 18 and the other was a young man over 20 years old. The youth was a familiar face, Li Yuan. As Li Yuan saw Duan Lingtan, a trace of fear was emitted from his brows and he lowered his head. Obviously he was afraid of Duan Lingtan. Huh? The young man beside Li Yuan noticed his movements. Then his gaze descended upon Duan Lingtan. Little brother Yuan. Who is he? You seems to be afraid of him. Brother Guang. He is Duan Lingtan. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth were filled with a bitter smile. If it was said that he still had the confidence to battle Duan Lingtan before the clan martial meet took place, then after seeing Duan Lingtan defeat Li Qiang with his own two eyes, and even defeating the core formation stage disciples of the inner court, from that moment onwards, he knew that he had already lost the qualifications to compare himself with Duan Lingtan. Even when he encountered Duan Lingtan later on, he chose to directly admit defeat. Duan Lingtan, this year's top ranked on the hidden dragon list. Li Guang's eyes constricted as an interest rose within him. Duan Lingtan. Li Guang walked up quickly to block in front of Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtan frowned and his gaze descended upon Li Yuan. What, Li Yuan? What do you want? He naturally thought it was Li Yuan who asked this person to block his path. After all, he didn't recognize this person. Li Yuan had a face full of a bitter smile, as he knew that Duan Lingtan had misunderstood, and thus he hurriedly said to Li Guang, I don't want anything. Brother Guang, let's go. I heard you snatched away my cousin's woman. Li Guang paid no attention to Li Yuan and instead looked at Duan Lingtan, his eyes flickering with a fierce light. Your cousin's woman? Duan Lingtan hadn't reacted to what was being said. Li Yuan is my cousin. Li Guang grunted coldly. Li Yuan, when did I snatch away your woman? Duan Lingtan was stunned. Brother Guang, what nonsense are you speaking of? Li Yuan's face flushed red. Little brother Yuan, when did you become such a puwai? This isn't how you used to be. Li Guang frowned once again before glancing at Duan Lingtan and sneering. Isn't there a young girl called Kerr at your side? She's the woman my cousin took a fancy to. If you're sensible, then hurry up and leave her side. or else don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Yuan was stupefied. When did he ever say that the young girl at Yuan Lingtan's side was his woman? He had only just casually praised her, and said her beauty was not one bit inferior to Leaf's. Yuan Lingtan's pupils constricted and his piercingly cold gaze descended upon Li Yuan. "Yuan Lingtan, I never said such a thing." "I really didn't." Li Yuan became afraid and had a bitter smile on his face. "You've never said such a thing." "Then it's him who's talking nonsense and slandering my Ke?" Yuan Lingtan's fierce and sharp gaze descended upon Li Guang. "Every dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and one will absolutely die." Ke was precisely Yuan Lingtan's reverse scale. Noticing Yuan Lingtan's gaze, Li Guang's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a low voice, "Yuan Lingtan, so what if I'm talking nonsense? Do you really think that just because you're the leading figure in Aurora City's younger generation, you can look down upon me? I'm not sure about others, but I really do look down upon you." The corners of Yuan Lingtan's mouth curled into a sneer. "You're courting death." Li Guang's expression greatly distorted as he roared. Bang! He swung out his fist that was filled with raging origin energy, and it flashed in full fury straight towards Yuan Lingtan while whistling through the air. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level Cal formation martial artist. Li Guang attacked with full force right at the get-go. His attack was utterly ruthless. 4th level of the core formation stage. "No wonder you're so arrogant." Yuan Lingtan's gaze slightly focused as he took a step forwards before sweeping his hands out. Whoosh, 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 dot. Instantly, fist and palm silhouettes suffused with origin energy swept out, seeming to transform into layers of mist. Abruptly, whoosh, dragon's finishing touch. Yuan Lingtan's finger tore through the air accompanied by a piercing howl as it descended upon Li Guang's fist, which was approaching in full fury. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Yuan Lingtan. Crack! The clear sound of a bone breaking sounded. Instantly, Li Guang emitted a shrill cry, then his body trembled and flew out 7 or 8 meters like an arrow that had left the bowstrings, before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Subsequently, Li Guang clasped his finger bone that had shattered and rolled on the floor while emitting heart-rending cries. It was as if he would never feel exhausted. Li Yuan was dumbstruck. Yuan Lingtan had stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. As far as he knew, the reason Yuan Lingtan had a fleshly body that possessed an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths in the past was because of him consuming a spirit fruit. At present, Yuan Lingtan was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. There was only a single possibility. Yuan Lingtan had stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. "Brother Guang, are you alright?" Returning to his senses, Li Yuan quickly walked over and supported Li Guang up. Yuan Lingtan walked up with quick strides to arrive in front of Li Guang and looked at him with an icy cold gaze. "Keep a low profile if you're incapable. And remember well what I said today, however strong you are, there will always be someone stronger." After he finished, Yuan Lingtan ignored Li Guang's gloomy expression and eyes that seemed to be emitting flames as he walked off in large strides. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage was nothing to the current him. He, who was currently at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, possessed an entire 7 ancient mammoths worth of strength when fully exerting himself, and was comparable to a 5th level Cal formation martial artist. Earlier, when he blasted Li Guang away, he held back and used 1 ancient mammoth's strength lesser than what he was capable of. Otherwise, Li Guang injuries would only be worse. Yuan Lingtan had only just entered his home when the 2 little pythons flashed over and dropped onto his shoulder, flicking their tongues as they licked his cheeks in an intimate manner. "Little guys, we've only not seen each other for a day and you're already missing me?" Yuan Lingtan's face emitted a smile as he looked at the 2 little pythons. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, because he noticed that the 2 little pythons were staring at his spatial ring. "I even thought that you 2 little guys really missed me. But I didn't expect that all you 2 missed were the origin increasing pills in my spatial ring." Yuan Lingtan derided as he realized what the 2 little pythons really wanted. After withdrawing 2 origin increasing pills and tossing them over to the 2 little guys, Yuan Lingtan let them go play by themselves. Subsequently, Duan Lingtan walked over to Ker's room's door, and after noticing that Ker was still cultivating, he returned to his own room. After consuming an origin-increasing pill, Duan Lingtan started cultivating as well. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. Presently, Duan Lingtan was charging towards the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage. Due to the uniqueness of the Raging Python form, after he stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and finished tempering his body with origin energy, Duan Lingtan's fleshly body's strength had increased to a degree comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Combined with his origin energy, which was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, he possessed a strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. And if he once again completes the body tempering using origin energy for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will be able to possess the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. At that time, his strength would easily annihilate any 6th level Cal formation martial artist and would be approaching the strength of a 7th level Cal formation martial artist. Deep in the night, Duan Lingtan exhaled a mouthful of foul air before ceasing to cultivate. Walking out of his room, he noticed that food was almost ready and thus sat down at the table and waited. After a short moment, the whole family sat around the table and enjoyed a meal. Duan Lingtan gulped down a mouthful of food before saying, with a light voice, "Mom, I plan to head to Iron Blood City with Xiaoyu next month." "Going to the genius camp?" asked Liru. "Mom, how did you know?" Duan Lingtan was stunned. "Young master, big sister F had long since told us about it and asked us to be mentally prepared. She said that during the youth gathering earlier, she noticed you being extremely interested in the genius camp and said you would probably go there." Ker lightly smiled as she spoke. A strand of warmth flashed through Duan Lingtan's heart. Never had he imagined that Leaf had already helped pave the way for him. He originally thought that he would need to take some time and appease the 2 beauties at his home. "Then, you're all grown up, remember to take good care of yourself when you're outside. No matter what happens, you must always put your safety above all else," Liru slowly said. "I know, Mom." Duan Lingtan nodded. The young girl puckered her mouth as she lightly said, "Young master, Ker doesn't want to part with you." "Silly girl, I'm only going for a year. After a year, I will certainly obtain the qualifications to study in the Paladin Academy. At that time, I will bring you and Mom both to the Imperial City." Duan Lingtan smiled as he spoke. All of this was something he had planned since he was leaving next month. Besides cultivating, Duan Lingtan got busy as well. Firstly, he inscribed the 30 Blood Crescent inscriptions for Tang Ying. Duan Lingtan planned to exchange these 30 Blood Crescent inscription for a promise from Tang Ying, a promise that for the year when he left Aurora City and was at Iron Blood City, Tang Ying would ensure his family's safety. Duan Lingtan, we're assassins, not bodyguards. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. "I was originally going to ask you for 3 million silver for these 30 Blood Crescent inscriptions, but now I'm not asking for any payment. Besides this, during the time I'm away, our partnership would still continue as I'll ask Ker to take over and concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for you." Duan Lingtan frowned. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find someone else to partner with and sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. I bet the Alchemist Guild and Weapons Craftsman Guild would be interested in these 30 Blood Crescent inscriptions." "Stop, I'll promise." Tang Ying laughed bitterly. In the end, he still chose to compromise. Only now did Duan Lingtan leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, he went to see the Li clan's patriarch, Liao. He still remembered that Liao owed him a favor. "Patriarch, that day during the clan martial meet, when you asked me to admit defeat to Li King, you made me a promise. Do you remember?" Duan Lingtan didn't beat around the bush. "Of course I remember." "Why? Do you have something you need my help with?" Liao asked. "I will be heading to Iron Blood City to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp next month. I hope that during the time I'm gone, Patriarch can ensure the safety of my family," said Duan Lingtan. "You want to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp?" Liao frowned. "Duan Lingtan, once you enter the Genius Camp, you will only have a slim chance of surviving. Have you thoroughly considered this?" Duan Lingtan nodded. "I promise you." Liao agreed to the promise. "Aurora City, Alchemist Guild." "Kid, I was just about to go look for you." Noticing Duan Lingtan's arrival, Sumo's face was glowing and full of smiles. Duan Lingtan's gaze focused, and he was slightly surprised. Giza, you broke through? Kai. Sumo lifted up his hand with his palm facing up, and a gold pill fire flickered for a moment before vanishing. I just broke through the day before yesterday. Congratulations. Duan Lingtan smiled. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through. After becoming a grade 7 alchemist, I've already applied for being recalled back into the county city. I'll be leaving in a few days, and this mess in Aurora City will be taken over by someone else. When Sumo spoke about the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, his face was filled with dislike. You said earlier that you were about to go look for me. You wanted to say your farewells? Duan Lingtan's eyes flickered. He was slightly surprised. Yes. Sumo nodded before saying, is there something you came to see me for? I came to say my farewells as well. I'll be leaving Aurora City next month. I'll be heading to Iron Blood City to participate in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. And through the Genius Camp's training, I'll obtain the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtan slowly said. Paladin Academy is indeed a good choice. With your natural talent, it won't be hard to become outstanding in Paladin Academy. Sumo nodded. He already knew that everything Duan Lingtan did was to abide by his teacher's instructions to gain experience, and as such he didn't dare throw out the Alchemist Guild's olive branch at Duan Lingtan. Giza, I hope we can meet again in the future. Duan Lingtan said his farewells to Sumo before leaving the Alchemist Guild. Sumo sent Duan Lingtan out the door and watched as his figure slowly faded into the distance. His eyes flickered with heartfelt gratitude. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtan that he was able to become a grade 7 alchemist in such a short period of time. With his departure being near at hand, Duan Lingtan didn't leave the Li clan estate anymore. He only cultivated. He took his time to properly accompany his mother and Kerr. The day of farewell approached and got closer day by day. I'm going out for a while. The old man's voice sounded from outside the room's door. Hearing this, Duan Lingtan's eyes shined brightly as he glanced at the young girl in front of him, sizing up her hot figure. Little you can't escape today. Duan Lingtan grinned widely, causing the young girl to seem nervous, and her face blushed a bright red. A night's time passed quickly. Duan Lingtan only woke up at dawn the next day. Looking at the beautiful red rose that had bloomed on the bedsheets, the corners of his mouth curled into a light smile. And when his gaze fell upon the beauty beside him, the smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. The beauty was still deeply asleep, and her drop-dead gorgeous face was directly facing Duan Lingtan, causing him to be infatuated for a time. Early in the morning, outside Aurora City, 3 large horses galloped out of the city. It was precisely Duan Lingtan, Xiaoyu, and Meng Quain. Once we arrive at Iron Blood City, we will encounter the young geniuses of Swallow Mountain County and the other 80 cities. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. As they galloped on, Meng Quain grinned naively. Yeah, Aurora City is only one of the 80 cities under the rule of Swallow Mountain Kingdom. The other 80 cities of similar size as Aurora City will certainly have outstanding young geniuses as well. As for the county city, it will even have outstanding people appear one after the other. Xiaoyu deeply agreed. No matter what, our objective this time is to stand out of the crowd and become members of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, Duan Lingtan said with a firm gaze. Presently, Duan Lingtan had already tossed all the reluctance from leaving to the back of his head for the moment, as what he wanted to do was enter the Genius Camp, survive, and obtain the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy. At that time, he would be able to bring Kerr, Leaf, and his mother to the Imperial City. Leaf's grandfather also. Xiaoyu had a serious expression as he slowly said, we have a long journey ahead of us, so try your best not to get into any unwanted trouble. Duan Lingtan and Meng Quain both nodded, especially Duan Lingtan, as he couldn't help himself from recalling what happened outside Triumph City the other day. Fortunately, that son of the county governor didn't investigate all the way to Aurora City. After experiencing a long and arduous journey for a month and being careful along the way, they eventually arrived at Iron Blood City. Although it was one of the 81 cities under the rule of Swallow Mountain County, Iron Blood City was slightly different. Iron Blood City was the only city under Swallow Mountain County that wasn't required to pay taxes to the county governor's estate, as the taxes of Iron Blood City were completely taken as the soldiers' provisions for the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtan's pupils constricted as he arrived outside of Iron Blood City and gazed at the city that seemed like a metal drum. For the next year, he would be spending his days here. So many people. Meng Quain's gaze descended on Iron Blood City's city gate, where every path was filled with groups of youths galloping through. Even though the genius camp was brutal, there was still a slim chance of survival. If they could stay alive, then it would be a chance to achieve greatness. In addition to that, there were also plenty of people who wanted to try their luck. Duan Lingtan's group followed the stream of people and galloped into Iron Blood City. The road in front of their eyes abruptly became clear. Streams of people came and went through the streets, bustling with noise and excitement. We've finally arrived. Damn it, an entire 2 months journey. It's the first time I've traveled so damned far. 2 months isn't too bad. Some people even traveled for nearly 3 months. Let's go find a place to have a nice bath first. Damn it, I'm so itchy all over. 2 youths galloped past Duan Lingtan's group. One of the youths grumbled all the way. 2 months. Meng Quain was stunned before laughing bitterly. We only traveled for a month and I already can't take it. I didn't expect there to be people worse off than us. Of course there are. Iron Blood City is situated east of Swallow Mountain County, and our Aurora City is pretty well off as we're only at the southeast of Swallow Mountain County. People from the west of Swallow Mountain County require at least 3 months of travel to arrive at Iron Blood City. Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. After traveling along together with Xiaoyu for this past month, Duan Lingtan noticed something. Xiaoyu had always had an icy cold expression when he faced strangers. But when he faced people he was familiar with, he was instead extremely casual. According to the sayings of his past lifetime, it would be acting cool. In any case, since we have already arrived, let's go look for an inn to stay in first, Duan Lingtan said. Before long, the 3 of them found a relatively clean inn to stay at. After resting for a few hours, when dusk nearly descended onto the land, the 3 of them left the inn and went for dinner at a nearby restaurant. The 3 of them hadn't eaten a proper meal this entire month. The restaurant was entirely filled with people. However, Duan Lingtan's group's luck wasn't bad, as there so happened to be a table beside the window that had just finished their meal and left. There's really so many people. Meng Quain sighed after sitting down. It should be the busiest period for Iron Blood City around this time every year. Duan Lingtan took a look around and noticed that more than 60% of the people dining in the restaurant were youths. Moreover, they were mostly gulping down their food in a hurry as they obviously had not eaten a proper meal in a long time. These people were probably young geniuses that had just arrived at Iron Blood City like the 3 of them. Before long, 2 waiters came over and cleared the used cutlery off the table. Today we can finally eat a proper meal. Xiaoyu smiled. Suddenly, 4 youths arrived at Duan Lingtan's table. A blue-clothed youth among them with big eyes and bushy eyebrows said, with a thunderous voice, "The 3 of you, hurry up and leave. This table is ours." Duan Lingtan indifferently swept the blue-clothed youth with his gaze and ignored him. Xiaoyu was too lazy to pay attention to him either. However, Meng Quain's expression sunk and he said in rage, "Why should we? We've already taken this table. If you want a place, wait for someone else to finish eating." "Kid, do you know who we are?" Another green-clothed youth among them had eyes that emitted a fierce light. "What's that got to do with me? All I know is that this table is ours." Meng Quain argued based on reason. "You 3 really want to oppose our Yu clan? Our Yu clan is one of the 5 great clans in the county city. It isn't something you bumpkins from the small clans of small cities can compare to." A grey-clothed youth snapped. "County city clan?" Meng Quain's face turned slightly grim. Aurora City's 3 great clans were already colossi to Meng Quain, let alone the great clans of the county city. They were practically titans. "Yes, we're precisely disciples of the Yu clan." Noticing Meng Quain's expression, the grey-clothed youth was slightly complacent. "Waiter, get us a table full of the best specialty dishes in the restaurant." Duan Lingtan picked his ears as he looked towards the waiter and placed his order. Xiaoyu had an icy cold expression as he coolly added, "And another 2 jars of wine?" "Yes, customer." Hearing what they said, the waiter hurriedly went to prepare it. "Didn't you hear what I said?" The grey-clothed youth's expression turned gloomy as he angrily gazed at Duan Lingtan. The other 3 youths beside him had ugly expressions as well. "Xiaoyu, why do you think there are such annoying life forms like flies in this world?" Duan Lingtan looked at Xiaoyu as he faked an astonished expression. "Who knows? Maybe they were born wanting to be despised." Xiaoyu went along. "You have a point, Meng Quain. What do you think? Duan Lingtan looked at Meng Quane. Meng Quane was from a small clan after all, and as such couldn't help being dumbstruck for a moment when he heard that the youths were from a large clan in the county city. Now that he saw Duan Lingtan and Xiaoyu being so fearless, even he was influenced, so he took a deep breath and regained his composure. I think so too. You're all courting death. The grey-clothed youth's face distorted and he slapped his palm that flared with origin energy, flashing straight towards the initiator, Duan Lingtan. Above him, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Third-level core formation martial artist. Meng Quane's face became grim. HMPH. Xiaoyu grunted coldly as he swung out his sleeve that was suffused with origin energy to intercept the grey-clothed youth's palm strike. Above Xiaoyu, a similar 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Sleeve dimension. Bang! The grey-clothed youth's body trembled as his hand felt numbed and momentarily even lost all feeling, only to recover after a few moments. Xiaoyu, you've broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage? Meng Quane exclaimed. I broke through a month ago. Xiaoyu nodded. Kill them. The grey-clothed youth's expression was gloomy as he shouted explosively and pounced towards Xiaoyu. Instantly, the other 3 youths attacked at the same time, flashing out with immense force. FK off. The corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth curled into a sneer as he abruptly roared and stood up. He casually swung out his arm, even to the extent of not using any martial skills. It was just like a huge python's tail swinging out. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him, dazzling the eyes of everyone present. A terrifying force poured out of his arm, flying straight towards the 4 youths that were approaching menacingly. Instantly, the 4 youths came and went like the wind and were blasted away before crashing onto the floor in a sorry state. 4th level of the core formation stage. The restaurant was in an uproar. Gazes filled with disbelief descended onto Duan Lingtan one after the other, as their hearts were filled with shock. Oh my god. This youth looks to be around 16 or 17 years old. But he's actually a 4th level Cal formation martial artist. Which city and which clan did this monster come from? Could he be a member of one of the large clans of the county city? Impossible. Didn't you hear what those 4 youths said? They are members of the county city's Yu clan. With his natural talent, if he was from a large clan in the county city, how could these 4 youths not recognize him? County city's Yu clan really lost face this time. The crowd started discussing together. Many people had faces full of mocking smiles as they looked towards the 4 youths that were struggling to stand up. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 4 youths had ugly expressions and their gazes emitted a sense of fear as they looked at Duan Lingtan. If you still don't want to FK off, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Lingtan's gaze went cold as he swept his gaze over the 4 of them. Kid, the Yu clan won't let you off. The 4 youths' faces distorted as they fled the scene in a sorry state, and at the same time they didn't forget to leave a threat. Duan Lingtan paid no attention to their threats and returned to his seat. You too. Duan Lingtan quickly noticed that Xiaoyu and Meng Quane were staring fixedly at him, causing him to instantly feel uncomfortable. Duan Lingtan, you're absolutely a freak. You broke through to the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage as well? As Meng Quane reached the end of what he wanted to say, he suppressed the sound of his voice. He knew that Duan Lingtan's fleshly body had an extraordinary strength, so as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtan being able to exert a strength of 6 ancient mammoths would undoubtedly be because he had broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtan smiled mysteriously. He didn't admit it nor did he deny it. Xiaoyu deeply glanced at Duan Lingtan before saying with certainty, do you even need to ask? He certainly has broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. At this moment, he felt powerless in his heart. He originally thought that he would be able to compete with Duan Lingtan once he broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. But now it seemed like Duan Lingtan had left him even further in the distance. This violet-clothed youth's natural talent is too shocking. Yeah, even our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's 3rd son, Peisan's natural talent is inferior to his. I heard Peisan was planning to participate in this year's Genius Camp test, but he won't be coming because of an accident that happened a few months ago. What accident? Could it be that you didn't hear of it? That Peisan's arm was cut off by a sword cultivating youth outside of Triumph City. Even though it was reconnected later on, He's unable to use martial skills with it, so his strength was reduced drastically. Duan Lingtan's brows twitched. Pei San, the third son of Swallow Mountain County's county governor, his arm was precisely cut off by Duan Lingtan. He didn't expect that the news had already spread. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtan quickly realized something. There wasn't an impermeable wall in this world, let alone one that could block explosive news such as this. Before long, the waiter had brought out and served the dishes and wine. Duan Lingtan's group chatted as they ate. I've heard of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's third son, Pei San. Allegedly he broke through to the third level of the core formation stage before the age of 17 and is a famous youth genius in Swallow Mountain County. Meng Quain's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. Since the arm which he uses to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined, said Xiaoyu. Doesn't he still have the other hand? Asked Meng Quain in a daze. Xiaoyu shook his head and laughed. Meng Quain was puzzled. He turned his gaze toward the violet-clothed youth. Duan Lingtan, what does Xiaoyu mean? Meng Quain. Duan Lingtan looked at Meng Quain as he smiled. Which hand are you skilled in executing martial skills with? Of course it's my right hand, Meng Quain bluntly stated. Then when you eat with chopsticks or right, which hand do you use? Asked Duan Lingtan. My right hand as well. It's been a habit since I was small. Meng Quain didn't ponder and directly answered. That's right, so to speak. If your right hand was crippled as well, and you were unable to execute martial skills, how long would it take you to make your left hand replace your right hand completely? Duan Lingtan threw out another question. At this moment, Meng Quain seemed to have understood. A person's entire life was only for a few tens of years. If the most important arm of Pei San was crippled and he wanted to cultivate his martial arts anew on his left hand, or change entirely to kicking technique martial skills, it would certainly require a huge amount of time. And this would in turn delay the speed at which his cultivation level increased. As time went by, even his peers who had inferior natural talent to him in the past would now throw him off far in the distance. TSK. Meng Quain couldn't stop himself from being astounded. I wonder who was so ruthless to cut off Pei San's arm with a single sword strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor. If they find out who he is, I'm afraid he will die a gravelous death. Xiaoyu made nothing of it. So long has passed, but I've never heard of the governor's estate being able to find the assailant. They probably can't find him. That's true as well. Meng Quain nodded. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed as he took his time to eat and acted as if everything that Meng Quain and Xiaoyu were talking about wasn't related to him. But Duan Lingtan, you were really ruthless earlier. Those 4 youths from the Yu clan were directly blasted away instantaneously by you. This matter would probably spread around the entire Iron Blood City not too long from now. At that time, the Yu clan will have really lost face. Xiaoyu looked at Duan Lingtan as he shook his head and laughed. Even if they lose face, it was something they brought upon themselves. There were so many people eating here in the restaurant, but they just had to come to our table. Duan Lingtan rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. The Yu clan won't cause trouble for us, right? Meng Quain was slightly worried. Meng Quain, you're overthinking things. Even if the Yu clan wanted to cause trouble for us, it would be a year from now. The members of the Yu clan earlier have decent strength and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it isn't even certain if they will still be alive. As Xiaoyu finished speaking, killing intent flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtan's brows slightly twitched. He felt a strand of true killing intent coming off Xiaoyu. This was something that the other youth martial artists he encountered didn't possess. Obviously, Xiaoyu had killed someone before. And it wasn't only 1 or 2 people. After eating their fill, Duan Lingtan's group left the restaurant, but they were still deeply remembered by the crowd of young geniuses within the restaurant. Especially Duan Lingtan, a 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level Cal formation martial artist. It was impossible to wish that he wouldn't be remembered. Duan Lingtan's group went around Iron Blood City before returning to the Interest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's campground to register themselves. Duan Lingtan didn't cultivate tonight. Instead, he lied there on his bed and recalled his experiences this past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now I can be considered to have completely integrated myself into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtan's mouth. He thought of his mother, Ka, and Leaf. They were the people he cared the most about in this world. For their sake, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep in the night, Duan Lingtan fell soundly asleep. He had a very long dream. In this dream, he spent his days with Kerr and Leaf and even had plenty of kids later on. When the 9th child had just been born, Duan Lingtan. A thunderous voice jolted Duan Lingtan awake. FK. Menkwain, you've destroyed my sweet dream. Duan Lingtan casually cleaned himself up and changed his clothes before walking out of his room and shouting the 4-letter word. Menkwain embarrassedly touched the back of his head and laughed naively. Let's go and register ourselves. At this time, Xiaoyu came out as well. On the east side of Iron Blood City, a vast area had been divided. This was precisely the Iron Blood Army's campgrounds. Presently, at the entrance to the Iron Blood Army's campground were lines of queues that were as long as dragons. Plenty of youths had lined up into neat lines. We're still too late. Menkwain was stunned when he saw the packed and dense lines of youths. It doesn't matter if we're late as long as someone wasn't late. As Duan Lingtan looked off into the distance, a smile appeared on his face. Huh? Xiaoyu and Menkwain had puzzled expressions. Let's go. Someone has helped us reserve some places. Duan Lingtan brought along Xiaoyu and Menkwain. He took the lead and walked towards the front of the line. Hey, have a bit of morality and line up. Shame on you for cutting in line. Kid, we're talking about you. Immediately, the crowd of youths that were drenched in sweat from lining up couldn't help themselves from berating Duan Lingtan's group. Xiaoyu and Menkwain were both slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtan, let's just go and queue up, Menkwain said, in a low voice. Duan Lingtan ignored Menkwain and instead looked towards the people who raised a clamor. He frowned as he said, what are you all fussing about? When did you see me cutting the line? We've been here since early in the morning, and our companions have reserved a place for us in the front. Hearing what Duan Lingtan said, the group of people who raised a clamor went silent, but now they had doubtful expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtan. Menkwain and Xiaoyu were both stunned. Companions? Why didn't they know that they had companions? Hey, brothers, sorry for troubling you to line up for us. Lunch is on me. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtan had already arrived at the front of the queue and slapped his hand on the grey-clothed youth's back. Which bastard touched me? The grey-clothed youth roared, but when he noticed Duan Lingtan, he swallowed whatever he was going to say. You, brothers, thank you for all the trouble. Duan Lingtan's eyes narrowed as he smiled and interrupted the grey-clothed youth before looking at the other 3 youths and nodding. Although seemingly friendly, Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a trace of threatening intent. These 4 youths weren't anyone else but precisely the 4 youths that Duan Lingtan taught a lesson to last night in the restaurant. Only now did Menkwain and Xiaoyu get it, and they secretly gave Duan Lingtan a big thumbs up. In this manner, Duan Lingtan's group successfully cut the line. Upon seeing the grey-clothed youth's reaction, the surrounding youths that were glaring fiercely naturally thought that Duan Lingtan and them were really companions. Of course, there were some youths who were coincidentally eating at the restaurant last night and had recognized Duan Lingtan and the grey-clothed youth. But they didn't speak a word of it. They had all experienced Duan Lingtan's strength and were frightened of bringing trouble to themselves. The grey-clothed youth's face was flushed and his heart trembled. Damn it, have I offended the gods in these past 2 days? Why is it that everywhere I go, I meet this bane? Not mentioning yesterday at the restaurant, today I queued up since early in the morning but I still had to let him cut in, he thought, but he just didn't dare to say anything. Or else he could imagine his end would be even more miserable than yesterday. Yuxiao, this guy is going too far. The 3 youths behind the grey-clothed youth were filled with rage, however, they only dared to use a voice that sounded as loud as a mosquito when they spoke. Then tell me, what should we do? Why not you 3 chase him away? Yuxiao rolled his eyes at his 3 companions. Hearing this, the 3 youths immediately acted as if they didn't hear him. They looked around and maintained their silence. Before long, it was the turn of Duan Lingtan's group. After filling in the simple registration form, the 3 of them each obtained a number card. Duan Lingtan's number was 137. Xiaoyu was 138. Menkwain was 139. An Iron Blood Army soldier who wore light armor said, with a cold and unfeeling expression, before noon tomorrow, use your number cards and enter our Iron Blood Army's campgrounds to participate in the test. You'll be a member of the Genius Camp once you pass the test. Duan Lingtan's group of 3 nodded before turning around and planning to leave. Thanks, brothers. In consideration of us having so much fate together, I'll treat you to some tea when we're free. Before leaving, Duan Lingtan patted the grey-clothed youth on the shoulder and grinned, revealing a row of neat and white teeth. Also, your name isn't bad. Yuxiao. It sounds like an extraordinary name the moment you hear it. I've learned some divination in the past. Trust me when I say that you will surely be a great figure in the future. Obviously, Duan Lingtan heard the discussion between Yuxiao and his 3 companions. The corners of Xiaoyu's and Mengquan's mouths twitched, as they forcefully endured the urge to laugh. Yuxiao's face went blank. What did this Spain actually want to do? Duan Lingtan smiled and patted Yuxiao's shoulder as he slowly said, "Okay, brothers, hurry up and get your number cards, or else Mr. Soldier over there won't be too happy." Duan Lingtan walked away with large strides as soon as he finished speaking. Just at this moment, the 4 of you are together? The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sunk as he asked Yuxiao and the 3 youths behind him. Yes, Mr. Soldier. Yuxiao hurriedly nodded. Even though he was a disciple of the county city's Yu clan, the Iron Blood Army inspired awe throughout the kingdom, and the soldiers within the army were said to be extremely cruel and merciless, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. The Iron Blood Army soldier seemed to have transformed into a glaring guardian warrior of the Buddha as he howled, "It's been some time since the 3 people in front of you finished obtaining their number cards, but you 4 only come over now. Are you 4 purposely trying to make it hard on me?" "No. No." Yuxiao hurriedly waved his hand in denial. "Humphrey, in consideration of you 4 delaying the people behind, the 4 of you scram to the back of the line and queue up once more." The Iron Blood Army soldier had an expression that didn't allow any arguments. Mr. Soldier, it had nothing to do with me, it's all. Yuxiao still wanted to argue. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sunk as he roared, "Scram!" A terrifying murderous aura that was attained on the battlefield enveloped Yuxiao, pressing onto him until his face turned ghastly white. Yuxiao's group of 4 could only gloomily run over to the back of the line and queue up once more. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with a wave of mocking laughter. "Hey, brother, how could you let Mr. Soldier wait for you? Mr. Soldier's life isn't easy. He's going to great troubles to help so many people register, so you should properly show understanding and sympathy to him." Maybe it was on purpose. But Duan Lingtan was waiting at the end of the line. He looked at Yuxiao with an expression full of pity while heaving a sigh. Yuxiao's face flushed. He couldn't endure any longer. "Kid, I definitely won't let you off." "Brother, getting angry is harmful to your health. Remember to drink more water after you're done queuing up." Duan Lingtan grinned widely before leaving with Xiaoyu and Mengquan. Ha 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 ha. Mengquan was the first to be unable to hold in his laughter anymore, so he loudly laughed in an unrestrained manner. Even Xiaoyu started laughing. Mengquan once again gave Duan Lingtan a big thumbs up as he said in admiration, "Duan Lingtan, you did that on purpose, right? You didn't even forget to entrap that Yuxiao before leaving. You're really too ruthless. I never noticed in the past that you were so skilled in playing tricks on people." Xiaoyu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough cough. "Don't speak carelessly. Do you two really think I'm that type of person?" Duan Lingtan lightly coughed twice before saying so in all seriousness. "Yes." Xiaoyuan and Mengquan both nodded in tacit understanding. The smile on Duan Lingtan's face completely froze. "Let's go and eat some breakfast while it's still early." After embarrassedly laughing, Duan Lingtan changed the topic. The 3 of them were in elated moods and their meal was especially satisfying. For the remaining of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. At dusk, they had dinner before returning to the inn and waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's test. That night, Duan Lingtan consumed an origin-increasing pill and calmed his mind to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. The Raging Python form was different compared to Spirit Serpent form. If it was said that the Spirit Serpent form stressed on cultivating the fleshly body to become flexible like a Spirit Serpent, then the Raging Python form instead stressed on the fleshly body possessing the strength of a Raging Python. For example, the move which Duan Lingtan used to teach a lesson to those 4 Yu clan youths. His arm seemed to be casually swung out, but it actually contained the force exertion method of a Raging Python. So it was as if a real Raging Python had swung its tail out to attack. It could be considered a group attack method that differed from Dragon's finishing touch. Dragon's finishing touch was developed from the cloud-piercing finger that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated and belonged to a type of extremely formidable single-target attack methods. Although the force exertion method that the Raging Python form endowed upon me isn't a martial skill, its might isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to the method of how a demon beast attacks. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the Raging Python form to the later stages, its might not be inferior to a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. Duan Lingtan's eyes shone. His heart was filled with motivation. So he started even more to painstakingly cultivate the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. He cultivated deep into the night before finally falling into a deep slumber. The next day, because the requirement was to enter the Iron Blood Army campgrounds before noon, Duan Lingtan's group of 3 slept until late in the morning before awakening. They were mentally prepared, because once they become members of the Genius Camp, they will probably never have the chance to sleep in again. After having their breakfast, the 3 of them took their time to walk over to the Iron Blood Army's campgrounds. Arriving at the campground's entrance, Duan Lingtan's group of 3 displayed their number cards before walking in. Before their eyes was a vast drill ground. The surroundings of the drill grounds stood filled with people. They were all youths beneath the age of 19. Duan Lingtan's group of 3 stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan Lingtan. Suddenly, Mengquan looked at Duan Lingtan with a weird gaze before looking off into the distance. Duan Lingtan lifted his head to look over. What he saw was that the 4 Yu clan youths from before had arrived, but this time there was an extra person among them. Yu Xiao's group of 4 followed behind this person in a respectful and reverent manner. This was a youth around the age of 18 who wore black clothes with gold lining and had a face that emitted wildness and hard-heartedness. He was virtually a duplicate of Xiaoyu. Yu Xiao noticed Duan Lingtan and his face turned grim before turning and saying something in a low voice to the black-clothed youth in the lead. After hearing what he said, the black-clothed youth frowned, and his piercing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtan. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Lingtan. It's you who not only injured my Yu clan members, but even played tricks on them. The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His icy cold gaze seemed to be ready to swallow Duan Lingtan at any moment. Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiaoyu and Mengquan's faces turned grim. Duan Lingtan's brows raised, showing that he was slightly surprised. He was pondering earlier about how the Yu clan could be one of the 5 great clans in the county city. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for the members that came to only be Yu Xiao's group of 4. In Yu Xiao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest, but he was far from being Xiaoyu's match. Although both were at the 3rd level of the Cal formation stage, Xiaoyu's sleeve dimension had completely and utterly defeated him. So it turned out to be that the black-clothed youth in front of him was the real number 1 in the Yu clan's young geniuses. 18 years old, 4th level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be pretty good. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed that something was going on gathered around to join in on the fun. It's Yu Xiang, the number 1 in the younger generation of the county city's Yu clan. Allegedly, among the younger generation of the county city, this Yu Xiang was ranked number 2, merely inferior to the Tan clan's Tan Rui. You're right, although Yu Xiang and Tan Rui both at the 4th level of the core formation stage, in terms of martial skills, he was inferior to Tan Rui. But even then they were closely matched. Who's this violet-clothed youth who actually dared to offend Yu Xiang? I recognize him. At dusk the day before yesterday, he beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Xiang is standing up for them. Some of the youths started discussing amongst themselves. You're right, I did injure them, but it was they who provoked me first. As for playing tricks, I wonder where you got that from? Duan Lingtan had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Xiang. He heard the discussions of the surrounding youths. He didn't expect that this Yu Xiang was actually ranked 2nd in the entire county city's younger generation. Yu Xiao's face flushed as he howled, "You caused us to have to line up once again. Isn't this playing tricks? What does your group having to line up once again have to do with me? You should go ask that soldier, right?" Duan Lingtan gazed weirdly at them. "The 3 of you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then this matter will be over. Yu Xiang's gaze swept past Yuan Lingtan, Meng Quane, and Xiao Yu. Even though he had heard from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was at the 4th level of the core formation stage, as far as he was concerned, in terms of combat experience and martial skills, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him? Meng Quane's expression distorted, even his breath became hurried due to anger. Xiao Yu's cold face had an extra icy coldness to it as well. Ha ha. Yuan Lingtan started laughing as he walked forward and looked Yu Xiang in the eye without any fear. The 4 of you kneel down and count out 10 times. Maybe then I will let bygones be bygones and forgive you all. As Yuan Lingtan finished speaking, his body emitted a strand of bloody killing intent. After being hit by the killing intent, Yu Xiao's face instantly turned slightly pale. What are you all doing? Just at this moment, a shout echoed out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked over in large strides. After understanding the cause of events, his face sunk. The robust general shouted in a low voice, "Today is the test day of our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. If anyone dares to provoke conflict before the test, their test qualifications will be directly abolished. My elder brother is a centurion of your Iron Blood Army, Yu Hong." Yu Xiang looked at the robust general and his gaze flickered. Huh? Yuan Lingtan's face turned grim. Meng Quane and Xiao Yu's expressions were ugly as well. This Yu Xiang's elder brother was actually a centurion in the Iron Blood Army? Yuan Lingtan could be unafraid of Yu Xiang, but he had no choice but to fear the centurion brother of Yu Xiang. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Xiang's elder brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp 7 years ago. After that, there was no news of him entering Paladin Academy, so most people thought that he had died. Who would have known that he actually stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became their centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Xiang didn't go line up to register for this year's Genius Camp test at all. So it turned out his brother had long ago arranged everything for him. If his brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, this much special treatment is possible. FK. Then doesn't that mean that during the Genius Camp training, this Yu Xiang will have the care of his elder brother and will have the special treatment to smoothly pass? It's good to have an elder brother as a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Xiang doesn't even have to come at all. All he will have to do is ask his brother to give him one of the places in the quota to study at Paladin Academy. All of the discussion of the youths were pointed at Yu Xiang. Noticing the scene losing control, the robust general's expression turned gloomy. After glaring at Yu Xiang, he said loudly, "Everyone, please do not worry. Our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's training is equal to everyone." Moreover, even if a general had a relative inside the Genius Camp, he would be unable to take part in the Genius Camp training, and he would have to avoid anything that may arouse suspicion. This point is something our Iron Blood Army has strict rules on. If anyone goes against them, they will be punished by martial law. As he finished speaking, he once again looked at Yu Xiang with a piercing gaze. I don't care if your elder brother is our Iron Blood Army's centurion or not. If you're standing here today, then you must abide by the Iron Blood Army's rules. If you don't, I will abolish your qualification to take part in the test. The robust general's voice was like thunder as it echoed out. For a moment, many of the youth's expressions eased up slightly. You're just a Decurion and you dare to have no respect for my elder brother? Yu Xiang's face sunk and his gaze became icy cold. In the Iron Blood Army, military law is enforced strictly. Even if he's a centurion, if he commits an offense, then he will be judged the same way as a soldier. The robust general said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Good. Great job, Sir Decurion. Many of the youths present couldn't stop themselves from praising him. Even Yuan Lingtan gave the robust general a second glance, as he noticed that this was a person who acted on emotion, and his speech didn't have a trace of falseness. Good. Very good. Yu Xiang's expression was ugly as he stared fixedly at the robust general. What's your name? I need to remember it properly so I can let my elder brother remember you properly as well. Do you need to ask your elder brother to properly remember me as well? Just at this moment, a majestic voice sounded from outside the crowd. In the wake of the voice that echoed out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the accompaniment of 2 generals. His gaze descended onto Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang's face went grim. Vice Commander, Sir. Captains, sirs. The robust general respectfully saluted the three people who had just arrived. Vice Commander, Sir. Captains, sirs. All of the surrounding youths, including Yu Xiang, who had an ugly expression, respectfully saluted. Only one violet-clothed youth stood there unfazed. The dignified middle-aged man, or in other words, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply glanced at Yuan Lingtan as he asked, "Why didn't you salute?" Xiao Yu and Meng Qing both broke out into cold sweats, worrying about Yuan Lingtan. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth curled into a sneer, as he felt that Yuan Lingtan was going to have a hard time. "I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army right now. Why should I salute you?" Yuan Lingtan asked indifferently. "Audacious." The two captains behind the vice commander roared. Their expressions went grim. Instantly, two dense murderous auras enveloped Yuan Lingtan, as if wanting to force Yuan Lingtan into submission. However, they were bound to be disappointed. Yuan Lingtan stood on the spot, unfazed. The two captains were stupefied and their expressions froze. Was this really a youth of only 16 or 17 years? To actually be able to disregard the murderous aura they developed on the battlefield. If they knew what Yuan Lingtan did for a living in his previous life, maybe they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice commander glanced deeply at Yuan Lingtan as he asked in interest, "What kind of principle is this? They aren't Iron Blood Army members either, so why did they salute us?" Them? Yuan Lingtan swept his gaze at the surrounding youths before slowly saying, "There are only three reasons why they would have saluted you. The first, they feared you. The second, they admired you. Or the third, following the behavior of the crowd blindly." Fear, admire, follow the crowd blindly? Haha. Interesting, interesting. I must say, what you just said went straight to the heart of the matter. The vice commander nodded as he emitted a rare smile on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Xiang and Yu Xiao's group of youths, however, had ugly expressions. "So you're saying that you don't fear me, don't admire me, nor do you follow blindly with the crowd, right?" the vice commander asked. "Yes." Yuan Lingtan nodded. The vice commander suddenly turned hostile as he roared, "Audacious!" And then an even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Yuan Lingtan. Not only that, but this murderous aura even spread out to the surroundings, causing all the surrounding youths' faces to turn slightly pale. Even Yu Xiang was suppressed to the point that his face flushed. At this moment, among the people present, besides the two captains and the Decurion, only one other person wasn't affected at all by this murderous aura, and it was precisely the person who was at the center of the murderous aura, Yuan Lingtan. Yuan Lingtan stood there unmoved like a mountain, his expression carefree as if even if Mount I were to collapse, it wouldn't cause his expression to change. "Good." The vice commander abruptly started laughing as his eyes emitted a trace of valuing a talent. "Kid, what's your name?" Yuan Lingtan. Yuan Lingtan's eyebrows slightly twitched. Yuan Lingtan. Your name is really arrogant one. Actually daring to rise and place yourself above the heavens. The smile on the vice commander's face didn't disappear as he continued, "I'm the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao King Shan, and the person in charge of the Genius Camp test today. I hope you can smoothly pass the test, as I'm really looking forward to your performance." Yuan Lingtan smiled lightly and said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "I will surely not let Vice Commander Qiao be disappointed." The surrounding youths were completely dumbstruck. When Yuan Lingtan started arguing with the Vice Commander Qiao, all of them thought that he was going to have a hard time. But in the end, seeing Yuan Lingtan actually being able to receive special attention from Vice Commander Qiao caused them to be unable to help themselves from gasping in admiration. If it was them in his place, they would probably have long been scared shitless by Vice Commander Qiao. Yuan Lingtan. They all deeply remembered this name. This youth who dared to confront an Iron Blood Army vice commander who had gone through hundreds of bloody battles. He was bound to be engraved deep within their memories. Yu Xiang's expression became even uglier. This guy. His gaze fell upon Yuan Lingtan and it emitted a trace of maliciousness. Yuan Lingtan frowned. This Yu Xiang didn't know when to cut it quits. Decurion Wang Mang, you did a great job earlier and didn't throw the face of our Iron Blood Army. Meanwhile, Qiao King Shan looked towards their robust general and nodded. Wang Mang stood ramrod straight as he loudly said, "Vice Commander, sir. This is my duty. Very good. Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to the rank of Centurion. Yu Hong privately obtained test qualifications for his brother, and that is considered to be exploiting his power for his brother, so he will be demoted to the rank of Decurion. Kiao King Shan had a tranquil expression as he slowly gave his orders. Yu Xiang's expression distorted greatly. Never would he have expected that he actually indirectly caused harm to his own elder brother. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtan with became even more filled with malice. As far as he was concerned, all of this was because of Duan Lingtan. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtan, Wang Mang wouldn't be drawn over, and the matter wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Thank you, Vice Commander, sir. Wang Mang had a pleasantly surprised look on his face as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. You deserve it. Kiao King Shan nodded. Seeing all that was happening, Duan Lingtan's eyes flashed with a bright light, as a sense of admiration rose in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward. Duan Lingtan, reporting to Vice Commander, sir. Duan Lingtan saluted Kiao King Shan. Kiao King Shan was dazed for a moment before reacting to Duan Lingtan's change of attitude, and he laughed. You, kid, you're really interesting. After a moment, Kiao King Shan turned his gaze over to Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, I should really reclaim the number card in your hand and abolish your qualification to participate in the Genius Camp test. But since your elder brother has already been punished now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Vice Commander, sir. Yu Xiang was anguished in his heart, but he could only express his gratitude. Okay, it's noon, so the Genius Camp test will officially begin. Kiao King Shan's thunderous voice that contained origin energy echoed out, transmitting out towards the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought along the two captains and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the previous years. This year's test is only about one word: slaughter. Kiao King Shan looked at the group of youths in front of him as he slowly spoke. Slaughter? Many of the youths had puzzled expressions. Interesting. The corners or Duan Lingtan mouth curled into a light smile. Xiao Yu had a tranquil expression. Meng Quan's expression turned slightly pale as he asked, Duan Lingtan, Xiao Yu, this slaughter can't be indicating killing someone, right? What, haven't killed someone before? Duan Lingtan asked, in a joking manner. Of course not. Meng Quan shook his head. Then you better learn properly today. Duan Lingtan smiled. You've killed someone before? Meng Quan's eyes stared wide open. Is it that strange? Duan Lingtan was dazed. I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiao Yu, have you killed someone before? After he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtan, Meng Quan looked eagerly at Xiao Yu. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. Damn, I probably won't get through the test. The test hasn't even started and you're already so sluggish. If you ask me, you should just give up and go home, Duan Lingtan angrily scolded. No, I'm not going home. I will definitely pass the test. After hearing what Duan Lingtan said, Meng Quan seemed to recall something as his gaze abruptly became firm, causing Duan Lingtan and Xiao Yu to be caught off guard. It looked like Meng Quan was a person with a story as well. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Kiao King Shan, had already started announcing the test rules. This year's test stresses upon three main points: courage, strength, and teamwork. The participants of the test may participate in a solo fashion or team up with the companions that they trust. Duan Lingtan and Xiao Yu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, Xiao Yu and I plan to participate together. Do you want to join us? Duan Lingtan asked. Thanks. I know you two are trying to help me, but I want to rely on myself. You two can help me right now, but you can't help me my entire life. Meng Quan's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude as he saw through Duan Lingtan's intentions. I believe that you will certainly pass the test. Duan Lingtan nodded. Right, Duan Lingtan and I will take the test solo to encourage you, said Xiao Yu. This year's test will be conducted in a 1 versus 10 fashion. Your opponents will be the enemy kingdom's soldiers that my Iron Blood Army took as prisoners. Anyone who kills all 10 enemy kingdom's soldiers will be considered to have passed the test. Kiao King Shan paused briefly. Immediately, Various changes of expressions occurred on the youths that were present. Are you kidding? We have to face 10 enemy kingdom soldiers by ourselves? Even if those soldiers are far from being comparable to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army, they would still be at least at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. If there were some core formation stage martial artists mixed within, how could we possibly deal with it? Yeah, this is virtually a trial of death. The entire drill ground was in uproar. Silence. Kiao King Shan's voice smothered out the voices of everyone present. Instantly, peace was restored to the drill grounds. Out of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that I've arranged for each and every one of you, 6 are at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people take the test jointly, then they will be assigned 12 9th level body tempering prisoners, 6 1st level cal formation prisoners, and 2 2nd level cal formation prisoners. If it is 3 people jointly taking the test, you can deduce it from the earlier allocations. If anyone among you doesn't dare to take the test, you may choose to withdraw right now and leave my Iron Blood Army's drill grounds. As he finished speaking, Kiao King Shan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you all 3 minutes to consider, Kiao King Shan added. Immediately, the drill grounds was in chaos. After 3 minutes had passed, only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths still numbered at over 200 people. Only so few left. Meng Quain was slightly surprised. Only a few of the people standing here today are hoping to catch a lucky break after all. Most of the people have the determination to bet their lives, so how could they possibly withdraw from the test so easily? Duan Lingtan saw through things thoroughly, and thus he pinpointed the truth behind the matter. These enemy kingdom soldiers will have martial skills that are far inferior to ours. But they have experienced the battlefield and fought countless battles and consider killing to be a game, so we can't look down on them. Xiaoyu's words were obviously spoken for Meng Quain. 1.tl note: if anyone is wondering, the Lingtan in the MC's name is also half of the title of this novel. Anyway, it would mean to soar, rise above the heavens, and is what happened in this dialogue here. Just wanted to clear this up.